Desert Deceit. A Tale of Old Las Vegas. Dedicated to my father who left us too soon. Copyright 2024 Maarten Loose, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the author or publisher, except as permitted by Belgian copyright law. Desert Deceit is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to actual events or persons, not mentioned specifically, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. The chapter 22, however, is very real. For the purpose of the story, I condensed some of the historical figures. ISBN 9789403748627.
Chapter 1. Vinnie Moretti. Vinnie leaned against the mahogany rail of his mezzanine office, staring down at the casino floor of the Golden Grotto. People moved like clockwork gears below, their laughter and gasps mingling with the rhythmic chime of slot machines and the muted roar of rolling dice. This was his domain, a palace of illusions built on the shifting sands of 1940s Las Vegas. He knew every corner, every table. He knew the dealers, subtle nods and the hidden exchanges, the ebb and flow of money and secrets. The Golden Grotto wasn't just a casino, it was Vinnie's lifeblood. A kingdom of chance and charade sprawled out before him, every table a battlefield, every slot machine a siren song. He observed intently, a chess master overlooking pawns. Down below, laughter erupted from Mr. Miller, a portly high roller whose debts were as towering as his stacks of chips. Slapping his knee, he turned to the dealer, eyes darting nervously despite the facade of joviality. His precarious position was no secret to Vinnie, who saw through the bravado to the desperation tethering Miller to the table. Near the entrance, Frankie's gaunt figure appeared, cutting through the crowd like a knife. The wiry chief of staff moved with purpose, his angular face a canvas of sharp lines and deeper shadows. Frankie had always been more than just muscle. Vinnie saw a thinker behind those sunken eyes, a strategist with whispering instincts that had often been their saving grace. Frankie reached the marble staircase leading up to the mezzanine office. The stairs gleamed under the warm, carefully positioned lights, each step cushioned with a rich red carpet that quieted Frankie's approach. Ascending the stairs, his hand glided over the polished brass railing, catching glimpses of his reflection in its gleam. The grandeur of the surroundings was undeniable, but Frankie remained focused on the task at hand. He could feel Vinnie's eyes on him, even before he reached the top. "Evening, Vinnie," Frankie greeted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of clinking glasses and fervent chatter. "Frankie," Vinnie nodded once, barely perceptible. His gaze lingered on the high-stakes blackjack table, where Mr. Miller basked in transient glory, surrounded by onlookers. "Think Miller's luck is going to hold up?" Vinnie's voice was almost a whisper, a gust of wind in the desert night. Frankie followed his gaze. "That man's been riding high too long. The fall's going to be hard." Miller caught sight of them, his laughter reaching their ears like the distant sound of a jingling safe. He raised his glass in salute. Vinnie acknowledged the gesture with a bare tilt of the head, an acknowledging monarch to a jester in his court. Mr. Miller, sensing an opportunity for a conversation, bellowed, "Vinnie, my friend, when will we share a whiskey again? It's been far too long." Vinnie's lips twitched. Amusement etched briefly across his face. Descending the ornate staircase, he met Miller in the thronging heartbeat of the casino. "Miller," Vinnie began, the corner of his mouth upturned, "what's the difference between your poker face and your love life?" The high roller's chuckle rumbled through the crowd before he replied, "Enlighten me." "They're both an open book, and tonight, my friend, you're reading tragic comedy." Vinnie's timing was impeccable, eliciting a wave of chortles from the surrounding audience. Miller clutched his chest in mock pain, his generous belly shaking with laughter. "Vinnie, you slay me. You're the only man here who can make me feel like I've walked out of my own jokes." Vinnie's eyes glinted with mirth, but not without sharpness. "Keep your winnings closer than your punchlines, Miller. I'd hate for your laughter to end in tears." "You wound me deeper than a dealer's cut," Miller quipped, patting his tie as if straightening out the sting of the words. "I'll bet my bottom dollar you can't beat that hand with a straight face." Vinny's laugh was genuine, a rare sound that seemed to take the weight from the air itself. "Miller, my face is the one thing you can't bet on, but your bottom dollar? That I'll take." The two men shared a knowing look, the thrill of the gamble running through their veins like a shared secret. Vinny, turning back to ascend the stairs, called over the din, "Let's not have your bottom dollar becoming community property, eh?" Miller, his grin subsiding to a grimace as a card turned against him, replied with a nod. "Point taken, Vinny. Point taken." "He doesn't know when to quit," Vinny said, more to himself than to Frankie, who had joined him on the casino floor. "One of these days his luck's gonna run out." A measured pause peppered the air before Frankie spoke again. "Should we be concerned, Vinny? He runs in circles we can't afford to ignore. He's an eager fish swimming with sharks. He thinks he's big game." Vinny's lips curved up ever so slightly. "Keep an eye on him. I want to know the second he gasps for air." "Aye, boss." Frankie cracked a smile that never reached his eyes. Their exchange was cut short by the arrival of a cocktail waitress, her tray a clutter of consumption. Vinny's eyes flickered to her badge, Marianne. He greeted her with a nod so small it seemed for his own satisfaction rather than any actual communication. "Another round for Mr. Miller's table and make sure they're comped," he directed without really looking at Marianne. "Yes, Mr. Moretti." She moved away, parting the sea of gamblers with practiced ease. Vinny's eyes followed Marianne as she glided away, balancing the desires of the patrons on her tray. A moment later, he turned to survey the profusion of faces at the tables. It was there he noticed a dealer, Max, with his shoulders hunched, a telltale sign. Vinny glided over like a shadow detaching from a darker corner. "Everything all right, Max?" Max's head snapped up, eyes wide, as if caught in a searchlight. "Mr. Moretti, yes, everything's fine." Vinny's stare lingered, surgical, dissecting the nervous veneer. "You keep glancing at the clock. You're sharper than that. What's got you distracted?" The dealer's Adam's apple danced with a hard swallow. "It's just, my kid's been sick. The babysitter's ours. They ain't cheap, Mr. Moretti." Vinny's gaze softened imperceptibly. "I understand. Do me a favor. Focus on your work tonight and take tomorrow off. Spend it with your son." Max blinked as if the words were a misdeal. That'd help more than you know, Mr. Moretti. Thank you." Vinny allowed himself a curt nod. "And Max," he called back as he turned away, "if you need anything for the little guy, you let Frankie know." A murmur rippled through the nearby tables and staff, Vinny's generosity and power mixing into a potent cocktail of loyalty and respect. People trusted Vinny, followed him, because even in his wrath, there was a hint of a guardian angel draped in a dark cloak. These exchanges were small, often missed amid the cacophony of ringing slot machines and the patter of dealers, but they were the sinew that held the muscle of the Golden Grotto together. Beneath the Grand Marquis, in the shadow of neon lights, the aura of a leader, both feared and revered, was shaped not by the heavy hands of the law, but by the gentle, unseen gestures of understanding. Vinny caught the briefest reflection of himself in the polished brass of the roulette wheel, a twist of shadows and light, a man who dealt in both fortunes and fates. Vinny's attention diverted momentarily to a table where a dealer executed his work with the mechanical precision of a clockwork, the flicker of trepidation in his gaze unnoticed by the merry partakers. "You worry about the little guys too much, boss." Frankie's voice brought him back from his silent musing. "Big sharks feast on little fish, Frank. Sometimes they get caught in the shallows," Vinny replied, eyes narrowing slightly as if sighting prey. Ebb and flow, the language of the casino whispered to Vinny. He watched as chips rained down on green felt like drops in an untamed ocean, as fortunes were rewoven with each flick of a card. Time, however essential to others, found no foothold here. It was in continuous cycle, profit and loss, cheers and sighs, until the rooster's call. Then the illusions would slumber, only to be resurrected in the twilight. Frankie remained silent, absorbing the accord. Vinny then swiveled, absorbing the pandemonium below before excusing himself for seclusion within his office. The door closed with a soft click, sealing off the cacophony of the casino. He moved to his desk, a fortress within a fortress, and poured himself a drink, the amber liquid catching the sparse light. His eyes came to rest upon the sepia photograph he'd left out earlier. Memories leaped forth, a long-gone era of loyalty and brotherhood embodied in the smiles of two young men, himself and Benny. He lifted the glass to his lips, a silent toast to ghosts. A prosperous empire built on ghosts and gambles, he mused aloud, the silence engulfing his words as they hit the air. He set the glass down with the precision of a jeweler setting a diamond. A chink in the armor he had built so meticulously around himself revealed as he considered the photo with a blend of nostalgia and regret. "Where did it all go so wrong, Benny?" His voice, usually so confident, so assured, wavered like a candle in a storm. The photograph stared back in silence, Benny's carefree grin belying the gravitational pull of their shared history. No, Benny wasn't dead, not yet anyway, but he'd tumbled into a disarray that left him a shadow of the man he once was. Vinny glanced at his reflection in the darkened one-way mirror. The mirror offered no comfort, no condolence, no reprieve. It showed truth, cold, hard. He let out an inaudible sigh, his endurance a cape he once more draped over his frame. Vinny steeled his resolve, layering on the facade that commanded respect, subdued doubts, silenced pain. He stood and traversed to the concealed door where a hidden arsenal lay. He skimmed over the gleaming firearms, instruments of protection and power. A tool for every job, as Benny would say. The weight of a gun in his hand, an all too familiar presence, gave him a perverse sense of comfort. His fingers spun the barrel, the clicking sound a metronome to his heartbeat, a requiem to his solitude. Night had claimed its reign, the moon a judgmental eye peering into the kingdom of man. Yet, it would find no purchase here. The moonlight could not penetrate these walls, could not dispel the shadows, could not reveal the man Vinny had become. He was Vincent Moretti, king of the Golden Grotto, architect of fortunes, weaver of fates. The darkness wasn't failure, it was potential. And as night's curtain fell, he would emerge from the shadows, neither hero nor villain, but the man who would play the dangerous game to its bitter, inevitable end. Inside his office, the gray of evening crept in, sharpening Vinny's cast-iron silhouette as he leaned back against the plush leather of his chair. His eyes caught a glint from the photo on his desk. Two men, one a mirror of himself, youthful and confident, and the other, Benny, both savoring the spoils of a hard-won empire. He picked up the image, his fingers grazing over the glass, tracing the outline of their shared smile. "Remember this, Frankie?" Vinny asked, thumbing the frame, giving it a cursory glance, inviting memories into the room. "What's to forget? The day we turned a back alley into Broadway." Frankie's voice curled around the smoke from his cigarette. "Those suits cost more than most guys earned in a month." Vinny chuckled, his baritone tinged with a note of melancholy. "We thought we were kings of New York," he muttered, staring through the photograph as if it were a portal to the past. The memory opened like an old wound, edges rough to the touch. Vinny's laughter faded, replaced with a sigh that weighed heavy upon the room's smoky air. "Kings we were," agreed Frankie, "until pride and greed pulled apart the realm." Vinny nodded as he placed the photo back. "Don Antonio's smooth tongue brokered us peace, wealth. But it's the hunger that gets you. Benny always bit off more than he could chew." Frankie exhaled a smoke ring, nodding solemnly. "And look where that got him. The ostrich turned to ashes before it ever caught fire." Vinny's hand stopped midair, fingers coiling into a fist. "He didn't just burn his own nest, Frankie. He damn near lit up ours." "Yeah, well, the world spins and the reckless fall off," Frankie remarked. "You, on the other hand," he gestured around the plush office, "you spun it your way, Vinny." There was a clang as Vinny's ring met the desk, his thoughts churning like the storm outside. "Spin or be spun," he said, voice cold as the rain trailing down his office window. "We mastered the ropes in New York, but look at us now." Frankie inched forward. Benny lapped up the spotlight, but it's shadows where you dance best. Necessity taught us that. Right hook Benny and calculator Vinny, he reminisced with a crooked smile. Frankie laughed, recalling the moniker. And Don Antonio the peacemaker, until peace started costing too much. Silence filled the space again, this time with the gravity of unspoken truths. "The brotherhood we had, it was something out of a dream, huh? More like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from," Frankie muttered. He leaned in closer. So, what's keeping you up at night now, boss? Vinny swiped the photograph off his desk, a lion defending his territory. Ghosts, Frankie. Ghosts of every street corner we turned, every deal we braved, especially the ones that went south. South, echoed Frankie. All the way to Vegas. Vegas, Vinny's voice cut like diamond on glass, where Benny tried to soar too high, poor Icarus. Dreamed up the ostrich, the grandest casino this side of the Mojave. Only he forgot to check his wings were made of more than wax and hot air. Frankie nodded. While you built the grotto brick by brick, no wax, all iron and steel, Vinny smirked. I cruised the streets of this desert, met every greaser, every hustler, and charmed them to our side. And Benny? He flew, Frankie. He flew until the sun melted his dreams and he plummeted. Vinny's fist tightened. Straight into the mob's open palms. That jealousy, it wore him down, Frankie mused. Worse than that, it blinded him. He didn't see Don Antonio stepping back, giving him just enough rope. And he hung himself with it. Frankie's expression turned rueful. While you kept quiet, respected, distant enough from New York's heat. But not too far from its light, Vinny said, tapping the pocket where he kept his ledger, a ledger only a handful knew existed. Frankie glanced at the pocket, then back at Vinny. So what's next for the man who has everything? For the king who's conquered his own slice of the desert? Vinny's eyes flickered. Next? You know as well as I do, Frankie. The house always wins, but only if it's willing to risk the bet, and I have cards yet to play. The silence between them was a tightrope walked with care. They were architects of a future yet to unfold, master and confidant sketching blueprints in the dark. And the first move? Asked Frankie, his voice a whisper lost amongst shifting shadows. The first move, Vinny replied, is to remember how we got here. What made those kings of New York? What cost us our realms? He huffed out a cloud of smoke, diverting his gaze from the picture to the living relic before him. Before the empire, before the grotto, it was only us against a city of devils. You remember the bootlegging bust on 34th? Sirens, bullets, a symphony of the damned. We danced right through it. Vinny's voice hung mid-air, a loose thread in the fabric of now and then. Frankie nodded, the ghost of adrenaline flickering behind his eyes. We danced all right. Benny took the lead that night, didn't he? Couldn't see past his own shadow. He was always chasing something. The rain pounded harder as Vinny's laughter dimmed, the dull ache in his chest becoming undeniable. And it had to be the biggest, shiniest thing he could find, he said, his thumb pausing on a crease in the photo, a wrinkle in time separating young dreams from bitter consequences. Frankie leaned over the desk, his demeanor shifting to business. Benny always had taste, expensive taste, he said, flicking ash into a nearby tray. The ostrich's feathers were too heavy, too bright. They blinded him. That light's gone out, Vinny spoke into the emptiness of his glass, the ice chattering a hesitant agreement. All that's left is a dark alley and the echo of gunfire. Do you think it haunts him? Frankie asked, his words tiptoeing around the past. Vinny snorted. Ghosts don't haunt those without a soul to stir. He replaced the photo on the desk, a finality punctuating the movement. Silence nestled between them, the office harboring a stillness unfitting of the vibrant casino beyond the walls. The ostrich was meant to fly, Vinny. Benny was meant to soar, Frankie said. His voice, but he failed, Frankie. He failed all of us. The words left Vinny's lips with a leaden resolve that weighed them both. Frankie's eyes sized up Vinny. And what about you? You've built paradise in the desert sand, but does it weigh on you? The cost? The blood? Vinny's hand tightened around his glass. You pay for paradise, he swallowed, in more ways than one. He stood, the city lights reflecting off his windows, casting a chessboard of light and shadow across the room. To survive, you need to learn from the past, not live in it. With a final glance at the photograph that held a history of blood and bonds, Vinny turned from the memory, his focus sharpening on the empire that lay beyond the glass. An empire waiting for its king to move the pieces once more. You've stayed clear, Frankie pressed on, the layers of smoke concealing his probing stare. But that doesn't mean you're clean, does it? Vinny laughed, a shallow and hollow sound. No one in this game stays clean, you know that, Frankie. Makes you wonder, doesn't it, if Benny's drastic flair was all for naught? Frankie circled the desk, his arms folding as he leaned back with an air of certainty. He made his bed, Vinny. We all make choices. And now he's lying in it, Vinny said coolly, detached, right here in Las Vegas. There it was, the uncomfortable truth of the past come to roost in the present. Benny returned to the fold, seeking solace or perhaps salvation in the neon glow of Vinny's success. You think he's coming here to stir trouble? Frankie's gaze held an edge, sharply anticipating Vinny's command. No, Vinny affirmed. He'll be here to play a losing hand. He's a desperate man chasing ghosts of his own. Still, a wounded animal is dangerous. Frankie stood erect, the muscle in his jaw twitching with readiness. Vinny approached the window, his reflection a dark smudge against the casino lights. Keep your friends close, they say, he murmured. And your enemies closer, Frankie finished, the timbre of his voice betraying no hint of doubt. Vinny's eyes settled on the casino floor beneath them, a chessboard of chance and strategy. He'll reveal his hand soon enough, he said, his voice sharpened by a strategist's resolve. Frankie remained silent, standing sentinel, ready to cast the first stone should the command be given. But how close is too close, Vinny? Frankie's inquiry carried a care that belied their hardened nature. Vinny turned from the window with a sigh that spoke volumes, meeting Frankie's stare. Too close is when you can see the whites of their eyes, he said, a wry smile ghosting his lips. Frankie's lips twitched in response, a silent understanding shared between the seasoned warriors. The office door opened, and a crackle of voices and slot machines spilled into the room. Someone from the floor had urgent news, a pressing matter that couldn't wait. Vinny motioned for Frankie to handle it, an unspoken trust in his lieutenant's ability. Once more alone, Vinny poured another drink, the liquid fire forging a path of clarity. His mind, ever the battlefield, warred between the man he was and the empire he built. As the clinks of glasses and rolls of dice carried the tails of the grotto upward, Vinny Moretti stood firm against the tempest of time, his fortress solid, yet his soul ever vigilant against the specters of the past. Chapter 2. Benny's Demise. The rhythmic clatter of chips and the low hum of conversation pervaded the air at the Golden Grotto. From the mezzanine, Vinny's gaze swept over velvet-trimmed tables and one-armed bandits. He cradled a glass filled with his favorite old whiskey. It sent a sharp undertow beneath the more cloying fragrances of perfumes and luckless desperation below. A figure detached itself from the throng, sauntering to the high-stakes poker table. The murmur on the floor swelled as eyes followed the man whose audacity once matched the glitz of the strip itself. Benny Sirocco's arrival didn't go unnoticed, least of all by Vinny. Benny's trademark braggadocio was confined to the fanning of cards in his hands as he sat, the light playing off his sharp features. Vinny's eyes narrowed at the sight, a silent reel of shattered brotherhood flickering in his mind. Benny lounged back in his chair like a king on a tattered throne. His every gesture oozed the arrogance of a man who still believed he was Las Vegas's reigning czar. He toyed with his chips, each flip and roll a reminder of the swagger that had once brought the city to its knees. He flashed a wide smile to the dealer and nudged the cocktail waitress with a charm that seemed forcibly maintained. Not a bad spread you got here. Benny's voice carried the honeyed tone that made everyone want to believe he was still the biggest thing to hit Vegas since Neon. The dealer nodded politely, eyes casting rapid, cautious glances at the gathered patrons who whispered amongst themselves. Remember those golden opening nights at the Ostrich? Benny continued. Best damn resort this side of the Atlantic. Shame they just couldn't get it. He didn't seem to realize, or refuse to acknowledge, that the Ostrich had crumbled under its own abundance and his mismanagement. To Benny, it was still the unmissable jewel he had envisioned, a palace in the desert sand. Vinny took another sip of his whiskey, letting the burn anchor his thoughts. Benny was more than a cautionary tale. He was a glimpse into the abyss that Vinny himself skirted daily. Boss, Frankie appeared at his side, eyes scanning the scene below. Do you see who's sitting at the tables? I see him, Vinny replied, keeping his voice low. Saw him the moment he walked in. Question is, what's he planning now? Frankie shook his head, brow furrowed. Same old Benny, strutting like he owns the place. But what's his angle showing up here? He's living in memories, thinking they account for something today, Vinny said. Doesn't see the world's moved on, doesn't see the wolves closing in. On cue, another figure slipped into the periphery of Vinny's view. Tall and lithe, moving like liquid shadow, Carmine Santoro entered the casino with a predator's grace, his eyes scanning, calculating. "Look who decided to join the party," Frankie muttered, following Vinny's gaze. The Viper himself. Vinny's muscles tensed, the atmosphere shifted as Carmine glided through the maze of cards. The Golden Grotto's floor, once resounding with the clatter of chips and the jubilant chime of slot machines, had plunged into chaos. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder. Tables were deserted, roulette wheels spun purposelessly, and the once vibrant lights of Vegas shone dimly on the gory aftermath. Vinny's sanctuary was violated, the air now thick with tension. Shattered from the event's brutality, Vinny's composure was like the calm eye of a storm as he stared down at Benny's lifeless body. Benny lay sprawled on the casino floor, his once glitzy suit now marred with dark stains. His face, which had charmed many and deceived just as many, now wore a mask of finality. Vinny's eyes flickered with a mixture of regret and anger that simmered just beneath the surface. Benny might have made mistakes, might have skimmed from the wrong people, but he didn't deserve to die like this. Not here, not in Vinny's house. A set of uniformed officers made their way to him, their badges shining with misplaced authority. Heads turned, waiting for Vinny's reaction. Without a glance, Vinny spoke to Frankie, who was standing a safer distance away. "Frankie, hang back. Let's see what tales these uniforms spin." "Yes, boss." Frankie didn't budge an inch, his sturdy build a pillar among the scattering crowd. The leading officer, with a hat that seemed 2 sizes too big, offered a token nod. "Moretti, no surprise about what happened here," he began, voice tinged with feigned surprise. Vinny let a flicker of a smile grace his lips. "Officer, to what do I owe the pleasure? We're here for Sirocco's body," the officer thumbed over his shoulder. "Strange times when the mob kills in broad view. And stranger still when the law arrives just late enough to miss the show," Vinny retorted. The other officer, quieter, interjected. "Live by the sword, die by the sword. Eh, Moretti?" Lines appeared on Vinny's forehead. "Easy platitudes win no favor, not here." The officer sobered immediately. "Understood, Mr. Moretti. We don't require your services. The house can manage its own." Vinny scanned the casino floor from under furrowed brows. "Do the necessary at the morgue, but leave quickly. You understand, don't you?" "We do, but it's not quite your call," the officer pushed back, shifting uncomfortably under the weight of Vinny's glare. "It is." Vinny paused, his tone dropping to a dangerous softness. "My floor." A tense silence followed, the officers making no move. They looked uneasily at each other, sharing unspoken anxieties. Frankie piped up, his voice loud and clear. "You heard the man. Best do your part and let us handle ours." The officers offered a reluctant nod, signaling to their men to start their work, a task they found uneasy under the watchful eyes of Vinny and his crew. A plain-clothed officer approached, his flashlight cutting through the haze. "This isn't a good look for your establishment, Mr. Moretti." Vinny's jaw clenched. "And I don't need the cops messing up my floor. You think I don't know what happened here? This ain't your business." The officer introduced himself as Captain Harper and arched an eyebrow. "A man got murdered in your casino, Moretti. It's our business now." In the looming light, Vinny's gaze was a stormy sea. "What do you think happened? Benny was a friend, a brother. Live by the sword, die by the sword, right? But not here. Not like this." The captain's eyes narrowed, perhaps sensing the deeper meaning. "This goes beyond a mere killing. Benny was skimming from some powerful people, I heard. Dangerous game." Vinny stepped closer, practically nose to nose with the officer. "I protect what's mine. Benny made mistakes, sure, but he didn't deserve to be butchered in my casino. If you think I'll let this slide, you're mistaken." A commotion drew their attention. Frankie maneuvered around another officer, his imposing figure a blur of determination. "Boss," Frankie called, disregarding the police. "These cops, like vultures scraping for scraps." Vinny gave a curt nod. "We'll handle it." The officer interjected. "Mr. Moretti, you need to cooperate if you want any shot at." Vinny cut him off with a glance that could freeze fire. You don't get to tell me what I need. This is our game, our rules. Harper tried to step in, but Frankie blocked his path. Move aside, Harper warned. Frankie's expression was a granite facade. Not a chance, Harper. This is our business. Back off. Harper's face contorted with frustration. Moretti, you can't keep us out of this. We have a job to do. The officer's grip on his flashlight tightened. Look, we can help. We don't need your help, Vinny roared, his patience snapping. Every minute you're here is a minute wasted. If you want this city to stay standing, do your job and leave us to do ours. Harper exchanged a look with Vinny, understanding that Vinny's wrath could get much worse. We'll start looking into it, but this isn't over. It never is, Vinny said, soft but dripping with menace. The officers retreated, aware they had overstayed their welcome. Frankie stepped closer, his voice low. We can't leave this unanswered. We won't, Vinny replied, his voice a fortress of resolve. Benny's gone, and the world thinks we're weak. We show them our strength. Tonight, we find Friddy. How? No one knows where he's hiding. Someone does, Vinny answered, his mind already racing through possibilities. We'll flush him out. As they moved to leave, the murmur of the retreating officers reached them. Murder in the Golden Grotto, one muttered. Guess Moretti's not untouchable after all. Frankie scowled, overhearing. Bastards. Vinny placed a hand on Frankie's shoulder. Let them talk. We'll show them the truth soon enough. Frankie led Vinny to a private exit, away from prying eyes. Vinny glanced at the departing officers. Guts gifted by the dawn are guts nonetheless, he said, eyes narrowing as he watched the policeman haul Benny's body away. Carmine's but a pawn, and we got bigger fish. The officer introduced himself as Captain Harper and arched an eyebrow. A man got murdered in your casino, Moretti. It's our business now. In the looming light, Vinny's gaze was a stormy sea. What do you think happened? Benny was a friend, a brother. Live by the sword, die by the sword, right? But not here. Not like this. The captain's eyes narrowed, perhaps sensing the deeper meaning. This goes beyond a mere killing. Benny was skimming from some powerful people, I heard. Dangerous game. Vinny stepped closer, practically nose to nose with the officer. I protect what's mine. Benny made mistakes, sure, but he didn't deserve to be butchered in my casino. If you think I'll let this slide, you're mistaken. A commotion drew their attention. Frankie maneuvered around another officer, his imposing figure a blur of determination. Boss, Frankie called, disregarding the police. These cops, like vultures scraping for scraps. Vinny gave a curt nod. We'll handle it. The officer interjected. Mr. Moretti, you need to cooperate if you want any shot at. Vinny cut him off with a glance that could freeze fire. You don't get to tell me what I need. This is our game, our rules. Harper tried to step in, but Frankie blocked his path. Move aside, Harper warned. Frankie's expression was a granite facade. Not a chance, Harper. This is our business. Back off. Harper's face contorted with frustration. Moretti, you can't keep us out of this. We have a job to do. The officer's grip on his flashlight tightened. Look, we can help. We don't need your help, Vinny roared, his patience snapping. Every minute you're here is a minute wasted. If you want this city to stay standing, do your job and leave us to do ours. Harper exchanged a look with Vinny, understanding that Vinny's wrath could get much worse. We'll start looking into it, but this isn't over. It never is, Vinny said, soft but dripping with menace. The officers retreated, aware they had overstayed their welcome. Frankie stepped closer, his voice low. We can't leave this unanswered. We won't, Vinny replied, his voice a fortress of resolve. Benny's gone, and the world thinks we're weak. We show them our strength. Tonight, we find Friddy. How? No one knows where he's hiding. Someone does, Vinny answered, his mind already racing through possibilities. We'll flush him out. As they moved to leave, the murmur of the retreating officers reached them. Murder in the Golden Grotto, one muttered. Guess Moretti's not untouchable after all. Frankie scowled, overhearing. Bastards. Vinny placed a hand on Frankie's shoulder. Let them talk. We'll show them the truth soon enough. Frankie led Vinny to a private exit, away from prying eyes. Vinny glanced at the departing officers. Guts gifted by the dawn are guts nonetheless, he said, eyes narrowing as he watched the policeman haul Benny's body away. Carmine's but a pawn, and we got bigger fish. Vinny turned his sharp focus to Frankie. I need to know where Don Fritty hides, but that corpse has lips sealed tight. There's someone, though, someone who might just speak our language. Frankie leaned in. Spill it, boss. Whose song we gotta hear? Benny had a dame, Susie, songbird at the zenith. Vinny tapped a finger against his chin. Go unravel her tune, Frank. Coax out Fritty's nest. Frankie grimaced. A dame, huh? They always complicate the notes. Complication sings only to those who can't orchestrate chaos, Vinny countered, flashing a rare grin. Do it nice, do it right. You thinking she's the key? Frankie's voice held a blend of skepticism and curiosity. Benny wasn't one to trust, Vinny said, his words carrying a tone of consideration. But something tells me in this songbird's case, he might have made an exception. He must have harbored an extraordinary affection for her, Frankie rubbed the stubble on his chin. Or desperate. Or both, Vinny quipped. Frankie's eyes sharpened. You need anything else from me? Vinny held his lieutenant's gaze. Keep your ears open, Frank. No telling what might slither from the woodwork. Frankie offered a curt nod before stepping back, his figure casting a long shadow in the dimming lights. Consider it done, boss. As Harper finally circled back to try again to get cooperation, flanked by the remnants of legal order, Vinny folded his arms and braced for another tedious exchange. Seems we still have a problem, Mr. Moretti, Harper said, his tone fraught with obligation more than concern. Vinny regarded the officer with a cool detachment. Your problem's the corpus delicti, officer. Mine? Well, mine has just been carried out your door. The officer's jaw set tight. And should I suspect that this goes deeper than surface-level rivalries like I said? Vinny's eyes remained impassive. Speculate as you will, but my concerns lie in the realm of immediate action, not hypothetical musings. And those actions pertain to what exactly? The police officer pressed. Vinny's gaze flicked over the captain's shoulder, toward where Benny's body had lain. Tribute and retaliation. They're old friends in this game. You're playing with fire, Moretti. Vinny's lips turned upward in a mirthless grin. Fire's been an old friend, too. Worry not about my burns. Just keep it within the shadows, Moretti. I don't need any more spotlights in my district. The shadows have grown comfortable, Vinny assured him, stepping closer. Ensure your spotlights keep prowling elsewhere. Be smart about this, Vinny. The officer dropped the formality, his voice low. Don't wage a war you can't contain. Vinny straightened his suit jacket. War, like any game, is about knowing your enemies. And trust me, Benny's outlived his usefulness, Vinny whispered. Question is, does he even know it yet, and how will he be reminded? Tensions rose while he observed the Viper's actions. Benny leaned forward at the table, his voice elevated with feigned camaraderie as he bantered with a fellow gambler. The intricate web of past friendship and envy knitted tightly into Vinny's thoughts. Raise you 20, Benny declared, throwing in chips with reckless abandon, leaning back again with that same confident smirk. Just like old times, eh? Except nothing was like old times. Back then, they'd all been under the same flag. Now, even the banners of nostalgia couldn't hide the stains of betrayal and loss. Benny was still trying to play the hand he was dealt in a game that had long since changed. As the cards turned and chips clinked, Carmine's approach seemed to elude everyone but Vinny. He moved with practiced silence, each step a study in calculated menace. Carmine arrived behind Benny, a slight glance confirming his target. With a single swift motion, he looped the garrote around Benny's neck, pulling tight. The onlookers, engrossed in the game, took a few seconds longer to register the violence unfolding before them. When they did, terror flooded the room. Santoro's arm coiled around Benny's neck, a viper's embrace, as the wire bit deep. A brief struggle, short and futile, ensued, the rise and fall of a chest stagnating under the tightening wire. Benny's fight dimmed, his body slumping before the table as his cards fluttered to the floor, a shower of colorful paper tombstones. Benny's eyes bulged in shock and agony, his hands scrambling uselessly at the wire cutting into his flesh. The patrons erupted into screams, chairs clattering, glasses shattering. In the controlled chaos, Carmine delivered the final, cruel twist and melted away into the ensuing panic. Benny's body slumped forward, lifeless, his posturing and bravado gone in an instant. his infamous smile replaced by the slackness of death, a gut punch ending to a story that spun on hubris. Vinny's gaze met Carmine's for a fleeting moment amidst the chaos, a silent communique that spoke volumes. A message from Don Friddy, clear as a knock on the door in the dead of night. Frankie, breathless, appeared beside Vinny. "Boss, it's a madhouse down there. Benny's dead. Santoro's getting away." Vinny didn't blink. "Where?" "Fled the scene. We couldn't stop him without causing more of a stir," Frankie huffed. "What now?" Vinny's eyes were steel. "Don Friddy's making his move. Benny was living on borrowed time for a while now. We batten down." Pandemonium tore through the sanctuary of the Golden Grotto as screams pierced the confused cacophony. Patrons scrambled to escape the specter of death that had violated their oasis of escapism. Frankie's voice buzzed in Vinny's ear, thick with urgency as he appeared at his side. "Boss, we need to tighten security. The whole joint's flipped its wig." Their eyes met. Vinny's glacial, Frankie's burning with questions. "Don Friddy?" Frankie ventured, the name leaving a residue of bitterness in his mouth. "Sending messages using blood and theatrics. He wants us rattled, looking over our shoulders too, jumping at shadows." Vinny's "We should hit back. Let him know we ain't scared of the dark, and we do not tolerate this on our turf," Frankie spat, the scar on his jaw twitching. Vinny frowned. "War isn't won by those who react. It's for those who outthink their enemies. Friddy wants terror. We'll give him a war then, on our terms." Benny's demise hadn't just cost a life. It had shattered an unspoken rule. Vinny's empire was now a target. He swirled his drink, the ice tinkling like mockery. The ostrich was never going to fly, but Benny didn't deserve a hit, not here. Friddy's making moves. He wants the city. Taking out Benny here was also a message to me. Frankie ground his teeth. The ostrich was a bird with its head in the sand. The Golden Grotto's a damn fortress. What's our play? A sly curve hinted at the corner of Vinny's lips. "We let it be known, loud and clear, that the Golden Grotto isn't a carcass for the vultures." Santoro melted into the shadows. His part in the night's macabre play concluded. His exit was as silent as his entrance, a whisper of malice soon to be tucked away in hushed tones in every corner of Las Vegas. Vinny set down his empty glass with deliberation, the sound ringing out as a challenge. "Benny's blood is in my house, on my carpet. It's a declaration of war." Frankie's fingers clenched into fists. "So we declare right back. Give me the word, boss." "No, Frankie, this requires finesse." Vinny flicked an imperceptible speck of dust from his cuff. "Now help me manage the panic and point those blue uniforms in the other direction." Frankie tilted his head. "You don't want the fuzz meddling? Cops'll turn this place upside down, look for ghosts in every closet." Vinny sipped the air as if tasting the fear swarming below. "No, we keep this an internal affair. I want quiet, not clanking chains." "Aye, boss," Frankie nodded once, sharp and succinct as the strike of a match. "I need you to round up the boys. We tighten the noose. No one says nothing, no one hears nothing. Understood?" "Clear as a bell in the night, boss." Frankie's features hardened into the familiar cast of resolve, the life of a mob lieutenant etched deep within his furrowed brow. "And Frankie," Vinny called just as the man turned to descend into the fray, "keep your eyes on the prize. I need every ear to the ground. Something about this stinks of old fish, foul and reckless." "You got it. We'll lock this down tighter than a drum, and then we find the hands behind the puppet." Frankie's words were clipped, mirroring the tension that clung to the aftermath. The chaos below had begun to simmer down, the initial shock fading into a nervous lull. Vinny scanned the dispersed crowd, his thoughts churning. Benny's death wasn't a closing act. It was an overture to a symphony of violence. Friddy had moved his night, and now it was Vinny's turn to counter. He'd navigate the webs of treachery with a dancer's grace, a puppeteer pulling on the city's unseen strings. Chapter 3, Gutting Vegas's Underbelly. The Cadillac Eldorado roared to a whispering stop, its glossy black finish reflecting the buzzing neon of the Las Vegas night. Vinny's hand gripped the wheel, knuckles hinting at his resolve beneath the tailored cuff of his suit jacket. The Raven's Roost loomed, less a building, more a shadow amidst shadows. The Raven's Roost stood as a reminder of dreams gone sour and promises turned to dust. Its brick facade, once proud, had faded into a grimy brown, marked by years of neglect. The building seemed to sag under the weight of its secrets, a mausoleum of broken ambitions. The faded sign above the entrance, hanging by a single hinge, creaked in the desert wind, as though lamenting its own existence. Vinny stepped out of the El Dorado, the door closing with a muted thud. Frankie followed, his solid frame casting a long shadow on the cracked pavement. The faint odor of decay and cigarette smoke wafted from the building's entrance, mingling with the sour scent of leftover rain from earlier that night. Frankie adjusted his suit jacket, his eyes flitting over the building with a mix of disdain and purpose. "Why not go straight to Susie?" he asked, giving voice to the question that had hovered between them. Vinny paused, his gaze fixed on the peeling paint of the doorframe. "Susie is a lead, sure, but too direct. You go knocking on the front door, people start to talk. We need to get a feel for the terrain first. Find out if she's being watched, if there's a trap waiting." Frankie grinned, a rare flash of white teeth. "You want to play this smart, huh?" "Always, Frankie," Vinny replied, a shadow of a smile playing on his lips. "Always." They pushed through the door and moved down the corridor, Vinny's presence cutting through the murk like a knife. Every corner, every stain on the wall, told stories of desperation and vice. Room 14 sat at the end of the second floor. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay and cigarette smoke. Each step Vinny took echoed through the narrow hallway, amplifying the misery that clung to the building like a second skin. The wallpaper had peeled away in patches, revealing the mottled plaster beneath. It was the kind of place where even the cockroaches didn't linger too long. Vinny ascended to room 14, the numbers worn like the wary faces who called this place home. The nondescript door blended seamlessly into the dingy backdrop. He paused, taking a measured breath before knocking. A knock more command than courtesy rapped against the door, which swung open to reveal Jack, his face a mask of feigned confidence, poorly hiding the fear beneath. Inside, a shuffle and a faint curse. The door creaked open a sliver, revealing a pair of eyes darting nervously. "Jack!" The door opened wider, revealing a man who looked as though he belonged more to the shadows than to the light. Jack was in his late 30s, but the lines etched deeply into his face suggested a lifetime of rough living and even rougher choices. Thin and wiry, he moved with the cautious grace of a rat that had learned to survive on the scraps of bigger predators. "Vinny, didn't expect to see you here," Jack said, his voice thin and wavering. His eyes flicked around the corridor as though searching for an escape that didn't exist. "Cut the small talk, Jack. You know why I'm here." Vinny's tone left no room for pleasantries. "I don't know nothing Vinny loomed closer and Jack stammered, "you'd be interested in." "You're smarter than that. You've heard about Benny's little misfortune at the grotto." Jack's eyes flicked to the floor. "Yeah, sure. Bad business that. Bad for everyone." "I need information." Vinny's voice was a smooth blade, sharp and direct. Jack stepped back, allowing Vinny to enter. Bookshelves cluttered with stolen goods and remnants of old schemes lined the apartment's walls. The room was a mess of half-hearted organization and chaotic survival, a reflection of Jack's life. A dim bulb swung from a frayed cord, casting a weak, flickering light that barely pierced the gloom. "Take a seat, Vinny," Jack offered, gesturing to a chair that looked more rickety than stable. He himself remained standing, shifting nervously on his feet. Vinny ignored the offer, preferring to stand. "I hear you might know something about Benny's girlfriend. Susie, was it?" Jack's eyes widened ever so slightly, but he quickly masked it, sinking into a semblance of his usual bravado. He backed into the shadows of his apartment. "Benny knew people. I knew him. Doesn't mean I—" Vinny cut the air with a hand. "Jack, we can waltz around all night, but we both know that tune. Talk." "I got nothing for you, Vinny." "Why would I?" "Because you owe me for that little cleanup on Fremont Street, and let's not start on old debts, eh? I've got a memory like an elephant." Jack knew the implication. Favors for Vinny weren't forgotten, and they weren't optional. With all the pleasantries burned to ash, the tension strung tighter than piano wire, Vinny closed the gap, trapping Jack against the wall. Jack swallowed hard, the dim bulb casting a harsh light on his strained features. You ever wonder what it's like to swim with the fishes in the desert, Jack? Vinny's voice barely a whisper, his hand suddenly gripping Jack's collar, lifting him just enough to make his point clear. Jack's eyes widened, his breath coming in short, terrified bursts. "Vinny, please." Vinny's fingers tightened, muscles coiling beneath his suit like a viper prepared to strike. "I don't like games, and I can be very persuasive when I need to be." A sharp crack sounded as Vinny slammed Jack against the wall. Jack's head snapped back, the plaster breaking away in small, dusty fragments. "Talk." "She's just a singer, a no-good lounge singer," Jack stammered, his hand scrabbling at Vinny's wrist. Vinny's grip remained steady, his eyes locked onto Jack's with a predator's intensity. Wrong answer. He drove a knee into Jack's gut, the air rushing out of Jack's lungs in a pained wheeze. Jack doubled over, gasping for breath, eyes watering. "Wait, wait!" Vinny's patience was threadbare, his tone icy as the steel at his side. "Where's she singing, Jack? At the Zenith. And she was closer to Benny than his shadow. If anyone's gonna know where Don Friddy's holed up, it's her. Jack's words came in hurried bursts like the fearful beats of a caged bird's heart. Vinny leaned in, their noses almost touching. Jack's breath hitched as Vinny's eyes bored into him, searching for any last seed of deceit. "If I find out there's more and you're not spilling, I'll come back, Jack. And you know I won't come knocking." Cold conviction wrapped around each syllable. Jack nodded, rapid and jerky like a broken doll. "Her full name is Susanna Devereaux. That's everything, I swear on my mother's grave." With a pointed glance that spoke volumes of unuttered threats, Vinny stepped away, the pressure in the room ebbing as he retreated. "Good. Stay out of trouble, Jack. It suits you better. And by the way, I know for a fact your mother is still alive." The room tightened like a noose, Vinny's presence a force that demanded answers without asking questions. Vinny's approval fell like a pardon. "Good boy, Jack. Keep your head down and nose clean." He turned to leave as Jack crumbled against the wall, relief and terror a cocktail that left a bitter taste. Jack sagged against the door frame as Vinny's form vanished into the night. The air, heavy with the residue of threats and fear, slowly began to clear. He slid down to the floor, his legs losing their battle with gravity as the adrenaline ebbed away. Jack whispered to himself, an incantation of reprieve and terror, "It's only a matter of time." In this city that gluttonously devoured its inhabitants, nobody was immune. Eventually, the darkness would come knocking, even if you were the one who always answered the door. Vinny and Frankie approached the El Dorado, a smile playing on Vinny's lips. It was the grin of a predator closing in on prey, of a war general whose plans had begun to unfold just as designed. He let himself into the car's luxurious embrace, the leather welcoming him like a conspiring accomplice. As Vinny drove, his mind wandered to Benny, a friend turned casualty in a war they both had a hand in escalating. In the rearview mirror, pain fractured his reflection for just a moment before his face set back into its resolve. Revenge was not just a thought. It was a path paved with fire, and he was ready to walk it. Streetlights became a blur as the city's pulse synchronized with his own. Vinny's world was one of constant movement, of forces colliding and fates entwined. Every life he touched was a potential asset or threat, and each decision carved out the future of his empire. In the chess game of the Las Vegas mob, pawns like Jack were necessary, albeit expendable. Tonight was all about Susie. If anyone held the key to the elusive Don Friddy's door, she did. And Vinny wouldn't rest until every lock was picked, every secret unearthed. He was the harbinger of balance, where justice was measured by the weight of loss and retribution. The Raven's Roost faded into the background, another scene in his vast, peril-filled panorama. Beyond the walls of its corridors and Jack's hushed confessions, the city beckoned with its siren call. In Sin City, every light hid darkness, and every echoed footstep could be a prelude to a dirge or a triumph. Vinny's eyes were cold steel, his jaw set. The hunt was on, and in the vast open theater of Las Vegas, vengeance would play out its silent, violent opus. Vinny pushed open the door of the Zenith Jazz Lounge, the creak of its hinges lost in the hum of bass and piano. Inside, the thick aroma of spirits and a smoky warmth writhed through the room. Jazz blanketed the space, each note a silken thread weaving the evening's escapade. He moved with quiet confidence, his keen eyes cutting through the haze, settling on the figure on stage, Susie. Her song held the room captive, each phrase a confession of the soul. Her auburn hair shimmered under the spotlight, cascading past her shoulders as she leaned into the microphone. The lyrics poured out with raw emotion, the weight of her life's melodies resonating with the audience. Vinny studied her, intrigued by the depth of sorrow and strength in her voice. As the last chord faded, applause thundered. Vinny waited, observing as patrons offered empty flattery. Susie's smile didn't reach her eyes, a detail not lost on him. He ambled over as the crowd thinned. "Susanna Devereaux," he began, his voice a smooth cadence against the lounge's pulse. "I've seen stars, but you outshine them all." Susie barely glanced up, her fingers still lightly tapping the keys of the piano she'd just used. "Is that so?" she replied, her tone as cool as the ice rattling in the patron's glasses. She retracted her gaze quickly, scanning the room for something more interesting than a stranger's compliments. Vinny leaned against the piano, undeterred. "Absolutely," he continued. "A voice like yours deserves a better stage than this." "Thanks for the compliment, mister," Susie replied, her eyes flitting to him briefly before looking away again. She accepted a glass of water from a nearby waiter, taking a slow sip. "But flattery's cheap in this town, you know." "Fair point," Vinny acknowledged, his eyes studying her more intently. "But I'm not here to give hollow compliments. Call me Vinny. Let's just say I recognize potential when I see it, and you, Miss Devereaux, have it in spades." Susie set her glass down, leaning back against the piano bench, eyes finally locking onto his with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Vinny Moretti," she said, her voice softening with realization. "Everyone knows who you are." "People love to talk," he replied, brushing off the notoriety. "But I'm here for business. I run the Golden Grotto. We could use a voice like yours." Susie considered him, the weight of the room pressing in. "I appreciate the offer, Vinny, really, but I can't just up and leave the Zenith. I need this job. It's all I have." Vinny nodded, as if anticipating her response. "I get it. Times are tough, but here's the thing. I'm not asking you to choose. Keep your spot here, but sing at the Golden Grotto too. Give yourself the chance to be seen, heard, appreciated by more than just the regulars in this joint." "Why go to all this trouble for me?" Susie asked, leaning closer, her interest piqued. "Because you deserve better," he said, his tone carrying sincerity. "You're not just some lounge singer. You're a star, and stars shine brightest on the biggest stages. And frankly, a talent like yours would draw in the crowds." Susie's eyes narrowed slightly. "What's in it for you, Vinny?" Vinny smirked, a mixture of charm and pragmatism. "Not gonna lie, having someone of your caliber at the Golden Grotto would be good for business. But it's more than that. There's someone you knew, Benny Sirocco. His murder, it wasn't just business, it was personal. You knew him well. Anything you remember could help me help both of us." The mention of Benny's name hit Susie like a physical blow. Her expression wavered, the mask of indifference slipping to reveal hurt and anger. Benny was a friend," she murmured, looking away to hide the glimmer of tears. "He wasn't perfect, but he didn't deserve what happened." She took a breath, steadying herself before meeting Vinny's gaze again. "All right, Vinny, I'll do it. I'll sing for you at the Golden Grotto, but if I do this, I want something in return." "Name it," Vinny replied, leaning in. "Find out who killed Benny. Make them pay." Vinny nodded, the agreement solidified. "You have my word. We'll get to the bottom of this, together." Vinny extended his hand, but Susie's slender fingers traced his knuckles instead, her touch lingering far longer than necessary. Each caress whispered promises, drawing a boundary between business and seduction that he could almost feel. "Maybe we can seal our pact another way," she murmured, her voice softening into velvet. Vinny chuckled low, his eyes narrowing with a mix of amusement and intrigue. "Susie, you do have a flair for the dramatic." "Flair," she mused, her eyes dancing with a teasing glint. Their hands met in a shake. A fusion of resolve and mutual need bubbled beneath their grip. An alliance formed not just of necessity, but of a shared pursuit of something akin to justice. Before they could settle into their new understanding, a shadow loomed. A man stepping close enough for Vinny to catch the venom in his glare. Sal. "What's this, Susie?" Flocking to a new protector. Before Vinny could respond, Susie bristled. "Sal, this isn't the time or place." Sal's smirk darkened the shadow of his face. "Oh, I think it is. Vinny Moretti of all people, the man who likes to think he's king of this city." His eyes narrowed. "We've got unfinished business, Vin." Vinny's gaze met Sal's, a flicker of contempt in his stare, as if looking at an insect that needed squashing. "Sal Russo, I see you've managed to keep crawling around." Sal's posture tensed, his fists clenching at his sides. Vinny remained unruffled. "We were just discussing potential opportunities." Sal sneered, lips a tight line. "What does a thug know about opportunities?" Vinny's response was ice over steel. "More than you might think. Now, if you'll excuse us." Sal scoffed, his stance broadening. "I don't take kindly to being dismissed." Susie, sensing the mounting tension, muttered, "Sal, let it be." Vinny appraised Sal with steady eyes. "There's a time to hold your cards and a time to fold them. Choose wisely." A vein bulged along Sal's temple, his pride pricked. "I'm done with you calling the shots." In a swift, miscalculated surge of jealousy, he lunged forward, fist aiming for Vinny's jaw. Vinny stepped aside, a move as slick as the lounge's jazz riffs. His counter was swift, an elbow connecting with Sal's ribs, folding him with a grunt. As Sal doubled over, Vinny clasped his neck and drove him onto a nearby table, glasses clattering to the floor. Sal gasped, scrambling to find purchase, his blows wild but weak. Vinny controlled the exchange with a tight grip and calculated precision, making it clear he wasn't one to tolerate an affront. "Sal!" Susie cried out, but she held to her spot, her instincts aware this was a language only men like Vinny and Sal spoke fluently. With a deft twist, Vinny incapacitated Sal, pinning an arm behind his back. "I don't enjoy cheap shots. Apologize to the lady, and I might let you walk out of here with the pride you've got left." Spittle flew from Sal's lips as he spat curses, struggling against Vinny's vice-like grip. But the fight was already draining from him, the realization of futility a bitter taste. Susie stepped closer, the lounge's light catching the fierce glint in her eyes. "Sal, enough," she commanded, her words a leash pulling him back from the ledge of his own undoing. Vinny held him with a final shove that sent Sal stumbling into the bystanders who'd converged to watch. "Consider this a warning. Next time, I won't be as generous." Vinny's tone didn't rise above the room's quiet conversations, but it laid bare a palpable threat. Vinny bent down, his face close enough to Sal's ear that his whisper cut through the man's labored breaths like a blade. "If you value your life, Sal," Vinny hissed, his voice as cold and sharp as glacial ice, "you'll back off. I'm not in the mood for these games." Sal's eyes flicked up, defiance warring with fear. "This ain't over, Moretti." Vinny tightened his hold, pressing Sal's head harder against the table. "Oh, it's over when I say it's over." With a final push, Vinny released him, stepping back as Sal stumbled, clutching his bruised side. Susie watched, her expression a blend of wariness and reluctant admiration. "You really know how to make an entrance, don't you?" Vinny straightened his jacket, the composed mask slipping back into place. "I prefer exits, cleaner." Sal spat blood, glaring at Vinny with a mix of rage and humiliation. "This isn't the last of me, Moretti. You watch your back." Vinny didn't flinch. "Get out of here, Sal, before you really get hurt." Sal hesitated, his eyes darting between Vinny and Susie. Finally, with a defeated snarl, he turned and went towards the exit, each step filled with the promise of vengeance. Vinny turned his attention back to Susie, smoothing his suit as if nothing had happened. "Apologies for the interruption." Susie sighed, her shoulders relaxing. Sal never knew when to quit. "He does now?" Vinny replied, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Susie shook her head, but a small smile tugged at her lips. "You've got a way with words and fists, Vinny." The jazz band, undeterred by the scuffle, picked up their rhythm, the music resuming its role as the lounge's beating heart. Vinny turned back to Susie, ensuring his expression softened to dispel the fright he knew must have taken root in her eyes. "My apologies for the spectacle," Vinny said, his voice as smooth as the polished bar. "Shall we retire from this place? There's much to discuss, and in more agreeable surroundings." Susie nodded. a touch of admiration mingling with her apprehension. "Yes, Vinny, let's leave this behind us." "Thank you," she murmured. "I can usually handle Sal, but not tonight," Vinny finished. "Come on, we've got our own road to pave." "Now, let's talk logistics," Vinny continued, smoothing over the tension. "I'll have Frankie set up a schedule that allows you to work both here and at the Golden Grotto. We'll make sure you're compensated well, and in return, you help me piece together what happened with Benny." Susie nodded, a weight lifting from her shoulders. "Deal. Just promise you'll keep your word." "Cross my heart," Vinny replied, his voice steady, his eyes promising retribution. They moved to leave, the clutter of the lounge a distant thought against the expanding horizon of their united endeavor. As they went for the door, a web of gazes locked onto them, whispers bouncing off the walls. They exited, the door closing behind them, completing the first note of their jazzy duet against Las Vegas's criminal symphony. Stepping out into the crisp night air, they left behind the zenith and the vestiges of violence. Their pact sealed not just with a handshake but tried by fire. Chapter 4. Meeting the Policeman. Cigarette smoke rose in languid coils above the meticulously decorated dining table where Vinny sat, his solitary figure a stark contrast to the vibrant, controlled chaos of the Golden Grotto. The light from a magnificent chandelier danced on the crimson walls, casting long shadows that seemed to move in rhythm with the upbeat jazz music blaring from the nearby stage. Around him, patrons laughed, ate, and chattered, their animated conversations blending into an unintelligible murmur, but Vinny remained an island of calm amidst the storm. The air was thick with the mingling scents of exotic spices and rich perfumes, creating an atmosphere that was both intoxicating and overwhelming. The clink of chips and murmur of voices surrounded him, but his focus was elsewhere, lost in the mental chess game he played. His attention drifted to the main stage where Susie, bathed in a halo of soft light, began to sing. Her voice was a haunting melody, weaving through the air like smoke. For a moment, the noise of the casino dimmed, replaced by the sultry notes of her song. Susie had a way of captivating an audience, her presence magnetic yet understated. She wore a sleek, midnight blue dress that shimmered with each movement, catching the light in a way that drew eyes to her. The stage, ordinarily bustling with activity, seemed frozen in time, all attention riveted on her. Captain George Harper moved through the crowd, oblivious to curious stares. He paused at Vinny's table, projecting an air of calculated indifference. Vinny noted the crispness of the captain's crumpled suit, the authoritative poise that was his armor. The hand beneath the table tightened around the cool metal of a concealed weapon. "I'm not here to ruffle feathers," Harper began, sliding into the seat opposite Vinny, his voice firm over the ambient hum of the casino. An eyebrow cocked up on Vinny's face, his position steadfast. "Feathers? You're in the lion's den." Harper dismissed the tension with a wave. "I know you don't trust the badge, Vinny, but I'm chasing ghosts without your insights. You want this murder boxed up as much as I do." Vinny laughed, the sound cold. "And I should help because your moral compass magically aligns with mine tonight?" Harper stared back, unblinking. Common enemies, common ground. Vinny's laughter faded as he scrutinized Harper. "You're treading on my world, Harper, a world where trust is currency. I don't spend that lightly. In our world, we only kill each other." "And yet, hear me out," Harper returned, leaning forward. "The streets speak to you more than they ever will to me. Let's trade notes, help each other solve this puzzle. What do you say?" The two men locked eyes, a silent battle unfolding. Vinny's mind raced. Harper presented a card worth playing, information he could potentially turn to his favor. With a slow exhale, Vinny nodded. The music in the background shifted to a slower tempo, almost mirroring the weight of Vinny's contemplation. He drummed his fingers on the table, his eyes scanning Harper's face for any sign of deceit. This wasn't just about uncovering a murder. This was about navigating a labyrinth of trust and betrayal with a lawman who skirted the edge of the very world Vinny ruled. "You're treading on a tightrope, Captain. Not many survived that fall," Vinny muttered, his eyes narrowing in thought. Harper leaned back, his eyes steady. "And yet, we both know I'm not walking away from this." All right, Harper, I'll bite, but make no mistake, I'll be keeping a close eye on you. One wrong move and our little partnership crumbles. A smile tugged at Harper's lips, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. Agreed. So tell me, what's your play here, Vinny? Vinny leaned in, his voice low. Benny and I were once thick as thieves until money and power did what they always do. He messed up his casino, the Ostrich, as we all know. Now I have a gal named Susie who can sing like an angel. Captain Harper's eyes darted to the stage, where Susie's voice had cast its spell on the gathered crowd. Her notes hung like a fine mist in the air, tangible and ethereal all at once. There was something almost hypnotic about the way she owned the stage, from the slightest flicker of her fingers to the way her eyes seemed to draw out secrets from the shadows. Harper leaned back in his chair, realization dawning upon him. I see why you hired her, he said more to himself than to Vinny. She's got more than just a voice. She's magnetic, keeps people coming back. Vinny's gaze followed Harper's. Susie's not just here for the singing, he said, pulling Harper's attention back to their table. She's a piece on the board, Harper, and right now, she's the key to unlocking Don Friddy. Harper's expression sharpened. Susie, how she fit into the grand opus? He paused and rubbed the stubble, tracing his jaw. Words out that she can lead us to Don Friddy. We find him, we likely uncover who's pulling the strings. A flicker of recognition flashed in Harper's gaze. So follow the siren's song to the kingpin's door. Got a better idea? Or is that captain badge just for show? A raspy chuckle escaped Harper. Don't need a badge to see you got a plan dancing in those cold eyes. Still, why trust me with this? Vinny's gaze drifted momentarily, as if trying to pierce the smoky veil of the past. His distrust for law enforcement ran deep, rooted in long days of dodging raids, paying off dirty cops, and watching friends get dragged into the abyss. Men with badges were serpents in his garden, each one waiting for their chance to strike. Yet, Harper seemed different. There was something about him that was too rough around the edges, too willing to bend the rules. He operated more like a mobster than a cop, and that made him useful. Why trust you? Vinny repeated, almost to himself. Maybe it's because you don't wear that badge like a halo. You remind me of someone who's crossed lines, someone who's seen the filth and isn't too clean to roll in it. Harper leaned in, elbows on the table, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Guess it takes one to know one, Moretti. Maybe we've both got a foot in two worlds, eh? Vinny smirked. Say I'm investing in possibilities, and Harper, you're today's stock. Besides, like you said, the enemy of my enemy. Could just be another enemy, Harper finished, his voice hard. Vinny relaxed back into the plush chair, the ghost of a smile on his face. Exactly, but for now we play nice. They sat in silence a moment, each absorbing the game board, calculating the risks and rewards to come. So how do you want to play this? You got moves, I'll give you that. But you're now in my house of cards, Vinny broke the silence. Harper leaned closer, his voice a confidential hum. You dig in the shadows, I'll work the spotlight. Between both, we'll corner the bogeyman. Let's start simple, Vinny proposed. We'll focus on Susie. She's the link, and every chain has its weak points. Agreed. And while you tug on that thread, I'll keep tabs on Don Friddy's suspected haunts. If he's in the wind, I'll ruffle some feathers. I'm good at ruffling. Harper stood up, sliding a crumpled card across the table. Here's my number. Call it when you need, or when you got something. Until then, we're dance partners. Vinny picked up the card, flipping it between his fingers. Funny, I never took you for the dancing type. Harper grinned, reaching for his hat on the table. There's a lot you don't know about me. Let's keep it that way, partner. They parted with a reluctant yet firm handshake, each man aware of the fine line they skated on together. As Harper dissolved into the throng, Vinny pondered if their fragile alliance would survive the night's drama or crumble like so many before it. The casino whirred on, an endless melody of temptation and chance, while Vinny sat enjoying Susie's singing. The soft clink of ice in a whiskey glass was the only companion to his thoughts, a symphony unsung that sang of treachery and unseen eyes watching from darkened corners. Outside, the desert sky bloomed into night, shrouding the city and its players. Sin City yawned open its gates, inviting those brave or foolish enough to step into its embrace. A new chapter unfolded under this blanket of darkness, some destined for glory, others for a fall from grace. 5. Harper's struggle for trust. Vinny leaned back in his leather chair, cigar smoke curling languidly through the air. Piles of seemingly irrelevant paperwork cluttered his desk, doing nothing to quell the storm raging in his mind. Don Friddy's shadow loomed larger with each passing day, threatening the delicate balance he'd fought so hard to create. The Golden Grotto buzzed with the usual hum of gamblers and hopefuls, but his sanctuary felt more like a fortress under siege. A knock on the door cut through the silence. Harper ducked in, a crooked half-smile playing on his lips. He held a manila envelope under his arm, insurance against a man who lived to distrust. "Got something for you, Vinny?" Police chatter. It's hot off the press, and I'm not talking about the evening news. Vinny exhaled a plume of smoke, eyeing Harper's offering. "And why, Harper, would I be interested in what your boys in blue are yapping about?" His voice was a mix of disinterest and calculated curiosity. Harper took a step forward, his expression resolute. "Inside knowledge. I've got leads on police investigations into Don Friddy's activities and location. Could give us an edge." Vinny was a storm cloud, dark, ominous, ready to burst, and skepticism etched deeper lines into his face. "Why should I believe you? You cops have a way of bending the truth to fit your agendas." "I'm not your usual cop. I thought we were past this song and dance," Harper replied, leaning forward. "You know that. I want Don Friddy out of the picture as much as you do. Different reasons, same goal." "It's about Don Friddy. This little envelope," Harper tapped the manila packet, "might just have the crumbs to lead us to the big slice of pie." Frankie burst in before Vinny could respond, panic etched on his face. "Boss, Friddy's goons just entered through the east entrance." Vinny's eyes narrowed. "Friddy's desperate. That means he's after something specific." Harper snapped into action. "Let's check it out." As they bolted through the office door and down the corridor, Vinny barked out orders to his men. "Frankie, cover the entrances. You know what to do." They reached the main casino floor, a labyrinth of flashing lights and clinking coins. Vinny spotted two of Friddy's men trying to move past Frankie's men near the east entrance. The guests, oblivious to the danger, continued gambling, the chaos concealed from their view. Vinny pulled Harper aside, his voice a tense whisper. "Friddy's not just sending them for a joyride. He's after the ledger, the one with every transaction, payoff, and detail of my operations in Vegas." Harper's eyes widened. "Then we've got to stop them now." Vinny nodded, his face set in determination. They circled the casino floor, hiding behind pillars and slot machines as gunfire could erupt any second. The sooner they contained this, the better. Harper and Vinny joined the fray just as another wave of Friddy's men charged in through the main entrance. The air grew dense, the weight of danger palpable. Vinny and Harper rushed from behind the pillars, emerging into the chaos spilling into the casino's ornate foyer. Suddenly, gunfire shattered the elegant ambiance, transforming it into a war zone, ed of darkness, some destined for glory, others for a fall from grace. Frankie, adrenaline coursing through his veins, rallied the guards with sharp, authoritative commands. His loyalty to Vinny manifested in a protective ferocity as he set out to repel the invaders. "Rico, Thomas, flank left! Push 'em back to their cars! Mickey, smoke 'em out!" Frankie's voice was a blade cutting through the disarray. The men, well-drilled and fiercely loyal, moved as one unit. They unleashed a barrage of return fire, loud and disorienting. A strategic assault choreographed by Frankie's practiced hand. The air was thick with gun smoke, the sound of bullets chipping away at stone pillars and shattering the once tranquil atmosphere of the Golden Grotto. "Keep on 'em! Don't let up!" Frankie's face was smeared with grime, but his eyes blazed with commanding intent. He fired over the craps tables, splintering the wood with precision shots aimed to scare and to dominate. The attackers faltered, their numbers dwindling under the relentless onslaught. Soon, they were retreating, dragging along the wounded who could still move. The growl of their engines signaled a hasty retreat, leaving behind the echo of Frankie's orders and the evidence of their failed endeavor. Vinny cast a brief glance at the retreating assailants, but his focus snapped back to Harper's pained grimace. "Let's get this man some help," he said with a nod toward the downed detective. "You think one of Friddy's gonna stitch me up?" Harper's voice was thick as he tried to push himself upright, comforting himself with sarcasm. Vinny wrapped a steady arm under Harper's shoulder, helping him stay upright. "No, Frankie, here's got a better idea, don't you, Frankie?" Frankie had already pulled out his phone, dialing with urgency. With swift, urgent movements, they lifted Harper's limp form and maneuvered into Vinny's office. Thunder rumbled in the distance as they made their way inside. Vinny's office became an impromptu infirmary, and Harper, gritting through the pain, couldn't help but let out another chuckle. "What's so funny?" Vinny snarled, his concern barely concealed. "You, playing nursemaid to a cop," Harper jested, his usual stoic guard lowered by the situation. "Let's just not make this a habit," Vinny shot back, shaking his head as he helped seat Harper on the plush leather couch. Vinny helped Harper upright as the sound of approaching sirens blended with the distant wail of the desert wind. He barked orders at the swarm of associates now flooding the scene. "Give this man some help." Vinny paced outside, the relentless step of his shoes against the linoleum, betraying a tension that had settled deep in his bones. His pulse quickened as he was led down the sterile, brightly lit corridor to the hospital waiting room. He compelled his nerves into submission, lowering himself into the chair with a semblance of nonchalance. Vinny's fingers drummed an anxious rhythm on the cool, sterile gloss of his hospital waiting room chair. The sharp antiseptic air clung to the inside of his nostrils, almost suffocating in its sterility. Evening light dimmed, patient in its descent, while he battled the shadows of regret and debt crawling over him. A doctor approached, casting a long shadow in the hospital light. Vinny rose to meet him, the tension in his shoulders betraying his calm exterior. "Mr. Moretti, your friend, Captain Harper, will be just fine. The bullet only grazed him. It looked worse than it was. He'll make it, but he needs rest and a hospital. No ifs or buts." Relief surged through Vinny. It mingled with a tide of gratitude and something else, something akin to debt. Harper had saved his life, and in their world that came with a price tag. "Rest, sure, but he won't stay here long," Vinny stated flatly, already considering Harper's discharge. The doctor sighed, shifting his weight as if readying for an unwinnable argument. "He needs observation," the doctor retorted, crossing his arms. "Moving him could jeopardize—" "I appreciate your professionalism," Vinny cut him off, locking eyes, his tone immovable. "But Harper's safer with me. Are we clear?" The doctor's gaze wavered, then dropped. "Fine, but if he pushes himself, the injury could worsen. Keep him on bed rest, minimal exertion." He turned and walked off, leaving Vinny in the tranquility of the corridor. "Can I see him?" "Absolutely. Room 212 down the hallway." While stepping away, the doctor pointed toward a corridor lined with doors, similar to the fortunes he wagered nightly, some open to wins, others to losses. Vinny found Harper propped against white pillows, the sterile light casting a pallor onto his wearied face. "Cap, I owe you one." Harper's lips twitched into a weak smile. "No debts between pals, Vinny?" "I ain't calling it even yet, nor are we pals," Vinny smirked, pulling a chair to Harper's bedside. They sat in compatible silence, the complicated tangle of their association hanging silently between them like the stale air of the small room. Minutes ticked by, each one a bead of sweat rolling down Vinny's back. Finally, a nurse came and wheeled Harper out, his face pale but keen eyes scanning the room, landing on Vinny with a groggy half-smile. "Look at you, still playing nursemaid," Harper joked, voice tinged with pain. "Guess you're my patient now," Vinny replied, taking the handles of the wheelchair. "Let's get you out of here." He pushed Harper through the labyrinthine hospital hallways, their path punctuated by the muted sounds of medical equipment and hushed conversations. Eventually, they emerged into the cool evening air, the setting sun casting long shadows across the parking lot. Now it was Harper's turn to be the passenger in Vinny's Cadillac Eldorado as they cut a swath through the neon glow of dusk, away from the hospital. Harper studied the car's grand interior, a space as foreign to him as the jungles of darkest Africa. Why the sudden soft spot for a cop, Vinny? Vinny kept his eyes on the road, the lights of the city playing across his focused gaze. You showed your mettle, Harper. That goes a long way in my book. Later that evening, Harper looked out at the desert stars from Vinny's office, a glass of whiskey warming his hand. Vinny joined him, a silent figure against the velvet night. They raised their glasses in a silent toast. An unspoken acknowledgement passed between them. You didn't have to jump in front of that bullet, Harper. Harper chuckled, the risk of death already becoming an anecdote. And let Fritty think he could waltz into your place and take you out? That'd be bad for business. Vinny scrutinized Harper's profile, his gaze searching. What do you want, Harper? Really? Because no man takes a bullet for another without expecting something in return. The ice clinked against the side of Harper's glass as he considered the question. I want the same thing you want, Vinny, to see this city rid of scum like Fritty. Vinny nodded, the lines of his face softening. The city's neon buzz hummed in the distance, a symphony of temptation and sin. We're getting close. I can feel it. That envelope you got could be the break we need. Harper lifted an eyebrow. You're warming up to the idea of working with a cop? Let's just say I'm warming up to the results. Vinny leaned back in his chair, the quiet hum of the office settling around them. Harper sipped his whiskey, already feeling the day's chaos beginning to ebb away. Vinny's gaze flicked toward the door, and he cleared his throat. Let's get you home, Harper. The Cadillac Eldorado roared to life with a growl that echoed in the quiet night. They slipped back into the shifting mosaic of Las Vegas, neon lights casting elongated shadows, the city pulsing like a living, breathing entity. Vinny steered the car with one hand, offering Harper a sidelong glance. Where to? West Side, Harper replied, resting his head back. Just past the train station. They drove in silence, the hypnotic rhythms of Vegas at night washing over them. As they neared Harper's apartment, the disparity between his world and Vinny's became stark. The Eldorado pulled up to a faded brick building standing uneasily in a part of town where white people rarely ventured. They made their way inside, Harper leaning slightly on Vinny for support. He fished out a key and unlocked his door to a scene brighter in memory than reality. Please, Cap, don't tell me you live like this on purpose, Vinny said, eyebrows raised as he took in the sparse furnishings. Just never saw the point in luxury, Harper replied as he eased onto a worn couch. Vinny shrugged, a smile threatening the corners of his mouth. Harper reluctantly offered Vinny a drink, and Vinny, with a casual familiarity, grabbed the dusty bottle of low-grade whiskey. The amber elixir sloshed into 2 chipped glasses as he poured generous measures for both himself and Harper, the sharp scent of alcohol mingling with the stale air. Here's to strange bedfellows, Vinny said, raising his glass, the whiskey glinting like liquid gold. Harper mirrored the action, his voice a gritty baritone, and the jazz that brought them together. Night held its breath, wrapping itself around Las Vegas as street lamps cast long, undulating shadows. In the darkness, Vinny contemplated the road ahead, the roles they both played. He knew well the art of wearing masks, of hiding intentions behind calculated smiles and handshakes. The extension of trust was a rarity for him, especially to law enforcement. Yet with Harper, already a camaraderie was forming that could either be his salvation or his undoing. The following night at the Zenith, Harper and Vinny shared a table, legs crossed, drinks in hand, and immersed in the soft caresses of Susanna's voice, which resonated as she juggled her performances at the Golden Grotto with her long-standing singing gig wrapping around the room. She held on to her fixed time slot here, driven by financial necessity. Vinny's eyes never left the stage, but his words carried weight. All life's a risk, Harper, the key's knowing which gambles are worth taking. As Susie's set ended, Vinny watched Harper's eyes follow her departure before turning to him with a softness that spoke of weary battles. You ever think about what it costs, Vinny, being at the top? Glimpse of enlightenment, Harper? Vinny leaned back, eyeing the detective with newfound interest. Harper nodded slowly, his confession coming in reluctant waves. Let's just say disillusionment makes you consider strange friendships. Vinny's chuckle was low and thoughtful. Strange, sure, but sometimes necessary. Outside, the neon-washed night drew them into a handshake, both men stronger for the bond slowly solidifying. Harper's recovery was swift. They parted with nods, mutual respect hanging in the humid air as the city lights blazed on in a sleepless testament to the lives they intertwined, to the future they'd face, uncertain and bold. Chapter 6, First Challenge. The next evening, Vinny's Cadillac Eldorado idled at the curb, its sleek lines at odds with the tenement's crumbling facade. Harper sized up the decrepit building, his jaw set. A chill breeze sent a lone paper tumbling along the sidewalk before them. Jack said he had something for us. Vinny killed the engine, his voice taut. Let's hope he's still in a talkative mood. They approached the door of apartment 14. Harper rapped his knuckles sharply against the unwelcoming timber. No answer came, only the muffled sound of a dog barking somewhere higher up. Harper raked a hand over his stubble, the sense of urgency a coiled spring in his gut. The suspicion crept into Harper's voice as they exchanged a dark look. You prepared for a surprise? Vinny nodded and reached inside his jacket, the glint of metal brief but unmistakable. Harper matched the gesture with his own, gun in hand. Without a word more, Harper's boot met the door. It splintered open, revealing chaos. They stepped into the wreckage of Jack's life, laid bare in the disarray. Vinny's eyes traced the scene, drawers emptied, the mattress gutted, desperation scrawled in every overturned chair. "Damn it, Jack!" Harper's exclamation was half sigh, half groan as he knelt beside the still form. Jack's sightless gaze met the ceiling, the fatal neat hole in his head framed by a halo of dried blood. He lay motionless, his lifeless body sprawled out on the cold, unforgiving ground. The air around him was thick with the metallic scent of blood mixing with the eerie silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Vinny lingered by a ransacked bookshelf, swallowed emotions distorting his face momentarily. He knew he was navigating through murky, shadowy circles. Harper's words struggled against the lump in his throat. Just like us. Vinny let out a breath heavy with unvoiced curses, his eyes scanning the room for any clue that might remain amongst the chaos. Whoever did this was looking for something, or wanted to scare Jack into not talking. Harper grunted in agreement, collecting himself enough to stand. He moved with practiced precision, examining Jack's body without disturbing the scene any more than necessary. One shot, close range. His fingers hovered above the wound, careful not to touch. Execution style. Vinny's eyes narrowed. Don Friddy's sending us a message. He's meticulously erasing every trace of his presence, leaving behind no hints or whispers of his hidden location. Harper's expression was grim as he stood, adjusting his jacket to hide his holster once more. Either way, the message is loud and clear. They meticulously combed through every inch of the room, each movement filled with a blend of anticipation and skepticism. As they rifled through drawers and peered beneath furniture, the faint hope of finding a clue about Don Friddy's whereabouts lingered in the air, despite their nagging doubts about Jack's possession of anything concrete. Vinny skirted along the perimeter, while Harper combed through the debris upturned in the struggle. As they worked, their movements and murmurs wove a tight rhythm. "Anything," Vinny's voice cut through the dense silence. "Still looking." Harper's reply was curt as he sifted through papers that littered the floor, his search methodical and focused. Harper glanced over, interest piqued, but his attention was quickly diverted to a sound, a soft, metallic clink from the overturned waste bin. He crouched, fishing out a bullet casing still shiny amid the grunge. 38. Harper rolled the casing in his palm, staring down at it. Matches the wound, all right. The room, for all its disarray, began to yield its secrets to their probing eyes. Vinny pulled out a dog-eared journal buried beneath a heap of clothing, its pages filled with Jack's cramped hand. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" Harper moved to stand beside Vinny, tilting his head to better view the journal entries. "That whoever came here left empty-handed." Vinny's finger traced a line of ink, his brow furrowing. "They were looking for this." They shared a glance, understanding flashing between them. Jack's journal mentions a meeting. Vinny finally broke the silence, tapping a smoke-smeared page. "With someone high up in Don Friddy's food chain who knows his whereabouts." Harper whistled, low and contemplative. This gives us a lead, but we're still shooting in the dark unless we piece the whole picture together. Harper's eyes met Vinny's, a glint of determination in them. Where do you want to start? Let's hit the streets. Talk to my informants. See if anyone's feeling chatty after tonight's little message. Vinny's voice hardened like the resolve setting in his jaw. Harper nodded, the shared zeal a flame ignited. What about the grotto? You've got resources there that could give us an edge. You're right, Vinny straightened, the early stages of a plan clicking into place. I'll get Frankie on it. He's got ears everywhere. As Vinny pocketed the journal, Harper took another sweeping look around. They had what they could get from Jack's place, grim though the method of acquisition. The sounds of the city buzzed anew as they exited the apartment, the door hanging awkwardly on its broken hinges, bearing silent testament to the night's grim work. Back inside his Cadillac, beneath the indifferent glow of the street lamp, Vinny's mind ran wild with the night's revelations. Whatever game they were playing, the stakes had just soared, and the next move needed to be theirs. Vinny started the engine, the purr of the Eldorado breaking the tense silence. Harper mirrored his resolve, steel in his voice. Let's roll the dice then, Vinny. Time's not our friend in this case. Don Friddy's gonna try again. Their path was set, the city their chessboard, and as the night deepened, so did the shadows within which they would seek justice or retribution, whichever came first. Back in the safe orbit of the Golden Grotto, the comforting clink of chips and murmur of hopeful players seemed a universe away from the day's grime. Vinny's office drank in the sound, an insulated bunker of luxury. Vinny perched on the edge of his desk, fingers drumming against polished wood, mind fraying at the edges from the day's horrors. Harper stood by the window with his back to the room, the receiver of the office phone resting heavily in his hand. I need a favor. Harper's voice wrapped itself in forced nonchalance, but the intensity couldn't be masked. Yeah, it's me. Captain Harper? We got a situation over at the Raven's Roost, apartment 14. The silence stretched thin as he waited for acknowledgement from the other end. Yes, it's him, Jack Rawlins. Make sure it's a quiet response. We don't need flashing lights. Vinny's steady drumming halted, the weight of Jack's demise chipping away at his composure. Harper turned back to face him, a pause in the conversation. Secure the scene. I'll send someone to meet you, he continued, his voice hardening. Yeah, understood. I need the autopsy reports on my desk by tomorrow. Harper recounted the scene, the words tasting of copper on his tongue. Vinny circled his desk, the decanter catching light as he poured 2 fingers of amber liquid into glasses. Every minute we waste, Friddy's forces gather around us. Vinny handed over the whiskey, his knuckles white. We have to strike. Harper accepted the drink, the scent of malt a brief reprieve from the acrid aftertaste of violence. What are you thinking? Vinny's silhouette stood tall against the backdrop of the city's glow. Jack's death wasn't just a hit, it was a signpost, just like Benny's death. Don Friddy's not just protecting his secrets, he's unraveling ours. They sipped in silent accord, the burn of the alcohol less than the sting of justice denied. Harper set his glass down, a resolve kindling behind those blue eyes. Then let's not disappoint them. Vinny's stare turned inward. Like we said, Frankie's gonna pull some strings, shake the trees. We'll get something usable. And when we do, we hit him where it hurts. Vinny's profile was hard. Break his empire piece by piece if we have to. Harper nodded, setting his jaw. I'm in. This has gone on long enough. Vinny's lips pressed into a faint smile. Knew I could count on you. Las Vegas, ablaze with its neon heartbeat, pulsed through the night. In the city of sins, for Vinny and Harper, the game of cat and mouse tightened its grip, each player poised for the next move in their deadly dance. And when we do, we hit him where it hurts. Vinny's profile was hard. Break his empire piece by piece if we have to. Harper nodded, setting his jaw. I'm in. This has gone on long enough. Vinny's lips pressed into a faint smile. Knew I could count on you. Las Vegas, ablaze with its neon heartbeat, pulsed through the night. In the city of sins, for Vinny and Harper, the game of cat and mouse tightened its grip, each player poised for the next move in their deadly dance. Chapter 7. Exploration. Once more, the Cadillac Eldorado glided through the hot Vegas night, slipping like a shadow under the curtain that separated the city's glamour from its squalor. Vinny eased the car to a stop a block away from their destination. The trio, freshly united, took a deep breath, their hearts pounding as they steeled themselves for the impending encounter. Upon discovering a crucial lead hastily scribbled in Jack's worn, leather-bound journal from his apartment, they continued their investigation. The barely legible scrawl hinted at a meeting location that promised answers to the mysteries they had been chasing. With hearts pounding and eyes alight with determination, they packed their belongings and set out, the cryptic coordinates from the journal guiding their every step into the unknown. Susie turned to Vinny, fine lines of apprehension etched on her face visible even in the scant light of the dashboard. "You sure about this?" Her voice was a smooth melody, albeit laced with an edge of fear. Vinny's eyes met the rearview mirror, locking on hers, his pale blue irises unrelenting. "No turning back now. We find Friddy. We find reckoning." Harper loaded his revolver with a quiet efficiency that belied the tension knotting his shoulders. "Keep it tight and watch each other's backs." They made their way to the weathered door of the mob's den, a still hidden speakeasy, and, at Vinny's nod, it swung open to unleash a wall of stale air, sinister glances, and the murmur of dangerous men. The mobsters parted like oil in water as Vinny led the way, Harper's steady gaze sweeping over the crowd. One of the adversaries, Giovanni Frazzetta, pressed his back against the wall, his eyes glinting like steel traps as he nodded at their approach. "Moretti, never figured you for a man who mixed business with pleasure." Vinny stretched a smile that never quite reached his eyes. "Thought we'd come see how the other half lives." Harper folded his arms. "Cut the chatter, Giovanni. We want Friddy, not small talk." The thrum of the room fell to a hush, expectant. Giovanni, playing with the edge of a silver lighter, flicked a flame and quenched it. "And what makes you think he's here?" Vinny leaned in, close enough to share secrets. "Don't dance around, Giovanni. We know he isn't. Point us to Friddy." "Fishing in the wrong pond, Vinny. Try the East Coast." Giovanni's guarded look didn't waver. Johnny Ice shifted nearby, jaw clenched, his hand twitching under his jacket. Harper's eyes narrowed, his own hand a ghost over his weapon. "You know, I've got a feeling that's stale info, Giovanni." Vinny's voice was deceptively calm. "We're not leaving empty-handed." The tension wound tighter, a spring ready to snap. Then, chaos erupted outside. The click of billiard balls interrupted, raucous shouts spilling inside. "Stay sharp," Harper whispered. As Giovanni's crew dispersed toward the disturbance, Susie's voice was a lifeline in the surge of bodies. "Johnny's taking a back exit." Vinny's lips parted in a terse signal. Silently, they followed Johnny's trail, fading into the shadows, a specter of the past on their heels. The corridor lay ahead, a promise of secrets cloaked in darkness. "What's the plan if we catch him?" Susie's whisper barely disturbed the air. "We improvise. His fleeing betrays he knows something we can use." Vinny's reply was cool as the steel in their grips. Johnny's voice trickled back to them, sifting through the crevices of the corridor. "No, he ain't no copper, but Moretti's with him." In a swift motion, Harper took the lead, his steps silent, the hunter in pursuit. Johnny spun, face a mask of startled panic. Then he bolted, leaving the phone horn hanging by its cord. Adrenaline surged, their pursuit a dance of shadows, each movement raw instinct. Harper was relentless, a force of nature born from the streets. With a swift tackle, he brought Johnny down with the weight of justice and retribution heavy on their shoulders. "Got the rat," Harper grunted, twisting Johnny's arm as Susie snatched a crumpled piece of paper from his grip, the remnants of a vital clue. Back in the lion's den, the crowd parted once more, wary as a wake of vultures. Vinny faced Giovanni, ice to his fire. "Trouble with Johnny, or you want to keep stonewalling?" Giovanni spat, his front slipping. "Just a snitch, nothing to worry about." At the surge of movement, Vinny was a statue, Harper a dark cloud of menace. "Friddy's location, Giovanni, now." Giovanni slouched against the wall, false nonchalance masking his unease. Vinny stepped closer, his demeanor radiating ruthless pressure. "You're not leaving this room with any more secrets, Giovanni." Vinny's voice was a blade, sharp and cold. "Where's Friddy?" Giovanni's defiance lingered a moment too long before cracking under Vinny's intense stare. Like I said, enough. Vinny's tone cut through the air like a whip. Harper's grip on Johnny tightened, forcing a grunt from the man's throat. Feels like you're testing my patience, Giovanni, Vinny continued, his voice low and controlled. And that's a dangerous game. Giovanni's eyes flicked to Johnny, who squirmed in Harper's iron grip. Susie sidled closer, eyes narrowing in on Giovanni's discomfort like a hawk. Start talking, Vinny ordered, or Johnny here might find himself in a world of hurt. Johnny's face contorted in a mixture of pain and fear as Harper twisted his arm further. We don't know, Johnny started, but Vinny stepped in, his eyes locking onto Johnny's like a predator's. I'm tired of lies, Vinny said, his voice dangerously calm. We know you know, Johnny. Spit it out. Johnny's eyes darted to Giovanni, seeking support that wasn't coming. Sweat beaded on his forehead as Vinny leaned closer, his presence an oppressive weight. Don't make me repeat myself, Vinny warned, his patience fraying. I don't know, Johnny's voice strained. But Sinclair? Harrison Sinclair he knows things. He's close to Fritty. Giovanni's head snapped in Johnny's direction, eyes widening in a moment of unguarded panic before he masked it with a scowl. Vinny's eyes glittered with satisfaction. Sinclair, huh? Vinny allowed a cold, thin smile to spread across his face. Now we're getting somewhere. Giovanni glared daggers at Johnny, a silent vow of retribution in his eyes. Meanwhile, Vinny turned to Harper, a nod passing between them. A slow, satisfied smile crept over Vinny's lips as he turned on his heels, his companions in tow. The name had weight. This was the breakthrough they needed. Let's get out of here, Vinny whispered, giving Johnny one last glare that promised more pain if he didn't squawk under further pressure. Harper released Johnny slowly, eyes scanning the room. We've rung the alarm. Let's not overstay our welcome. Susie placed a hand on Vinny's arm, eyes betraying her unease. Moving out isn't going to be easy. We stirred the pot. Vinny straightened his jacket, a calm determination masking the storm beneath. We walk out just like we walked in. Keep your heads up and your hands steady. The trio began their carefully orchestrated retreat, every step measured, their senses heightened. The dense sea of gangsters opened reluctantly, their stares piercing, gauging the interlopers. Harper positioned himself to Vinny's left, Susie on his right. Their formation was an unspoken pact, an immovable front against the encroaching menace. Before they made it halfway, one of Giovanni's men, a burly guy with a square chin and a cruel smile, blocked their path. Going somewhere? Boss might have some business with you now. Vinny locked eyes with the enforcer, his gaze steady and unflinching. I'm done when I say I'm done. His voice brooked no argument. Step aside, Square Chin sneered, shifting his weight like a bull ready to charge. You think we're going to let you waltz out without a fight? You really want to dance? Harper's voice was low, but it carried the weight of years spent enforcing the law in Vegas's darkest corners. His hand hovered near the holster, a coiled threat. Susie's voice cut through the tension, a sharp edge to her words. We heard what we needed to. If you try to block us, you'll regret it. A murmur rippled through the room, the mobsters torn between loyalty and self-preservation. Vinny's reputation had weight. Shadows stretched ominously around them, and the unsettling silence was broken only by the muted crunch of their footsteps on the sandy floor. Eyes wide and vigilant, they scanned their surroundings, alert to any movement in the dense foliage or flicker of an unexpected light. Hearts pounded in rhythm with their hurried breaths, the air thick with an unspoken urgency as they pressed onward, deeper into the unknown. Outside, under the indifferent gaze of Las Vegas's neon gods, the Cadillac swallowed them once more. The city spread out before them, paved with menace and opportunity. Back in the leather embrace of the El Dorado, the silence hummed with the weight of their discovery. Vinny flipped on the headlights, banishing the cloaking darkness from their path. The engine's familiar growl underscored their contemplation. Susie broke the silence, her voice like the rustle of satin. Harrison Sinclair, isn't he the councilman cozying up to the higher-ups? She rifled through her purse, fingers finding a slip of paper and offering it to Vinny. It bore the letterhead of the city office. Harper rubbed the stubbled edge of his jaw. Yep, plays the part of Mr. Clean but rubs elbows with the dirtiest. Seems to have his hands in more pies than a bakery. Vinny's gaze fixed on the expanse of the city through the windshield. Sinclair and Friddy, ambitious in running Vegas. Politician and mob boss carving up the town like it's Thanksgiving. The car glided through the streets, its occupants locked in thought. Harper pieced together the web of deceit. Sinclair's got connections, all right. If he and Friddy have a pact, it's a power grip we've yet to see fully. Vinny narrowed his eyes, a predator scenting blood. Sinclair's the key. He's got the political clout, but without muscle, he's just another suit. Friddy offers protection, influence, keeps the machine oiled. Susie leaned forward, elbows on the back of the front seat. And in return, Sinclair keeps the law out of Friddy's hair, a symbiotic cesspool. Their mutual disgust was palpable in the shrouded confines of the car. Harper's fingers tapped a code only he understood against the armrest. A man like Sinclair, he'll want more than a handshake, more than a verbal deal. Vinny met Harper's eyes in the rearview mirror, the connection instant and electric. Exactly. There'll be evidence, an agreement of sorts. We find that, we pull the rug out from under them. The city passed by, oblivious to the dark tide rising within its underbelly. Harper rechecked his weapon, a metallic symphony of preparation. We nail Sinclair first, shake him down for leads on Don Friddy. Vinny's hands maneuvered the El Dorado like an extension of his will. But we move carefully. Sinclair's not often rattled, and he's got the city's ear. We bring him down, we scare Don Friddy out of the shadows. Susie plucked a cigarette from her case, twirling it between slender fingers. What's the move then? How do we take down a kingpin and a crooked councilman? There was a beat, a breath caught between the stark choices that lay bare before them. Vinny's voice, when it came, was a blade honed sharp with purpose. One piece at a time, Susie. This chessboard's big enough for a long game. A shared nod sealed their fate, an unspoken oath taken in the glow of the dashboard. The war for Las Vegas's soul loomed large before them, a duel of wits and wills set against the neon battleground of sin and smoke. We'll get Sinclair. We unravel the whole damn operation and we find Don Friddy, Vinny declared as the car devoured the miles back to the glow of their tarnished haven, a truth unfolding like the night around them. Chapter 8. Romance. The low hum of the Zenith Jazz Lounge mingled with the crisp night air as Vinny and Susie arrived, arm in arm. Nervous? Vinny glanced at Susie, who held his hand a tad tighter as they approached the entrance. Susie smiled, a sultry curve to her lips, emerald eyes glinting with mischief. Nervous? Me? Her voice was like velvet, caressing the edges of his hesitation. More like excited, Vinny smirked, feeling the undeniable pull between them, but knowing the line they hadn't yet crossed. Well, try not to bring the house down. I don't need another mess to clean up. Stepping inside, the murmur of conversations and the soft clinking of glasses washed over them. The lounge's ambiance, lighting casting long shadows, welcomed them like old friends. Jazz notes floated lazily through the air, promising a respite from their chaotic reality. Susie squeezed his hand one last time before she walked to the stage, turning back to throw him a coquettish wink. Watch me. She practically purred, each word promising more than just a show. Vinny settled into his front row table, eyes tracking her every move. She slid onto the stage with the grace of a cat, the microphone her prey. The band struck up a melancholic tune, and Susie's voice melted into the melody, haunting yet alluring. Her dress, crimson like a forbidden apple, caught the light, adding to her ethereal presence. Her eyes found Vinny's, and for a moment, the room faded away. The world seemed to shrink down to just the two of them. Her voice wrapped around him like a warm blanket, stirring emotions he'd buried deep. Between verses, their gazes locked, the connection rippling with unspoken words and restrained longing. When her set concluded, the applause was thunderous. Susie made her way to Vinny's table, sitting down on the chair next to him, close enough for their knees to touch. Well, she asked, breathless, eyes shimmering. You were incredible, Vinny replied, his voice low. His hand found the small of her back, thumb tracing circles. Your voice, Susie, it's like the night itself decided to whisper its secrets. Susie beamed, her eyes glistening like the stars above. They spoke of performances and music, each word a step closer through an invisible minefield of uncharted intimacy. Submerged in the twilight ambience, Susie departed from the Echo's lounge, its murmur of clandestine conversations fading behind her. Vinny, her stalwart guardian for the night, accompanied her through the velvet-draped exit. He steered Susie towards the alley, far from prying eyes. Pinned against the bricks, Susie tasted the freedom of the man she had come to know. A man who, despite his hardened shell, held a ferocity matched only by his unexpected tenderness. Their kiss was a mutual surrender to the whirlwind that their lives had become. Later, the plush expanse of Vinny's office welcomed them, an enclave away from the chaos. The city's incessant hum silenced behind heavy doors, their desires given free rein. Caught in a rush of fervor, they lost themselves in each other, their actions speaking volumes more than words could convey. Clothes cascaded to the floor, a trail of fabric leading to the heart of Vinny's sanctuary. In the light, the weight of the world sloughed off their shoulders, their connection stark and undeniable. "You're sure?" Vinny's voice, a husky whisper against Susie's ear. "More than ever," she breathed, her fingers trailing over his chest. The warmth of his office, a stark contrast to the chill of the night, became their cocoon. They explored one another with an urgent patience, every touch, every kiss fueling the growing fire. His hands worshipped the curvature of her back, tracing the spine where she carried her burdens. Susie's response was fervent, her nails grazing Vinny's skin, eliciting a shiver that ran deeper than flesh. She guided him, a dance only the two of them knew the steps to. When they united, it was a silent exhalation, a release of every pent-up emotion, every unspoken word. Their rhythm matched the pulse of the neon lights that bled through the blinds, casting striped shadows over their entwined forms. It was a dance as ancient as time, each movement, each whispered affirmation, a testament to their bond. "Vinny," she whispered, her voice breaking on the crest of a wave. "I've got you, Susie," he assured her, his arms a fortress in the tumultuous world they inhabited. Their climax came like the final, resounding note of a symphony, intense, beautiful, and reverberating far beyond the walls of the Golden Grotto office. They clung to each other as the aftershocks rippled through them, a silent promise exchanged in the darkness. After their explosive lovemaking, their bodies lay intertwined, bathed in the warm, golden glow of artificial lights. The room was filled with the lingering scent of passion, a heady mix of sweat and perfume. Her chest rose and fell with each deep breath she took. Her head nestled against his shoulder as her fingers traced lazy, imaginary patterns on his skin. The world outside felt distant and irrelevant, leaving only the heightened heartbeat echoing in their shared space. He tenderly brushed a strand of her hair away from her flushed face, marveling at the delicate balance of strength and vulnerability that defined her. Moments of silence stretched between them, comfortable and profound, as if the universe had come to a standstill to honor the sacred bond they had forged in those fervent, fevered moments. Vinny studied Susie's profile, the way the low light softened her features. She was his siren, his spitfire, the melody to his dissonant life. A knock shattered their sanctuary, Frankie's muffled voice a reminder of the reality that loomed beyond the safety of Vinny's office. At the sight of Vinny and Susie, Frank quickly averted his eyes. "Boss, you need to see this." With a gentle kiss on Susie's forehead, Vinny untangled himself, regret lacing his every movement. "Duty calls," Susie nodded, understanding the duality of the man before her, a lover and a leader, bound by an ever-shifting underworld. "Stay safe," she implored, her gaze holding his. Always. The word was a vow, one Vinny intended to keep for as long as the fates would allow. Later that night, in the sanctuary of Susie's apartment, their conversation wound down to the grit of their situation. Don Friddy's breathing down our necks. Vinny rehearsed the details as if plotting a map, roaming the room, caged energy manifesting in every stride. And what? Let him think he can just threaten what's mine. Susie watched as Vinny paced back and forth, the lion in his den roused and wary. He stopped, turned toward her, and the shadows from the flickering streetlight outside danced across his set jawline. He spoke, his voice lower than the thrumming of a bass at the back of a jazz club. "Listen to me, Susie. Vinny gestured broadly, encompassing the room, the night outside, the city beyond. All of this, it's on a knife edge. What I built with these hands. He raised his fists slightly. The Golden Grotto, all the connections, the influence. It's not just about wealth or power. It's a sanctuary in a storm. My rebellion against a life predetermined by birthright or social standing. And now Sinclair and Don Friddy, they want to rip that away from me, from us, and turn Las Vegas into a mob's Wild West. He moved closer, his presence nearly a physical force. Don Friddy thinks he's the rightful heir to this city's throne, and Sinclair, that polished politician, he's just as hungry for what I've built. But it's more than brick and mortar, Susie. It's a symbol. A symbol that ambition, cunning, and sheer will can carve out an empire from the desert floor. If they take over, it ain't going to be just about losing what I got. It's about losing what could be. Vinny's gaze held the distant glitter of the stars, but it was clear his thoughts lurked in darker places. If they push me out, it's a slow death sentence in this city. They'll take everything, piece by piece, especially now with the target on my back. And I won't let them do that. I've dirtied my hands so the people I care about can have a shot at something clean. Susie, I've played this game long enough to know that if you show even a hint of weakness, these vultures will strip you to the bone. He took her hands in his touch a quiet storm. They've set things in motion. There's no telling how this will end up, but know this. Vinny's gaze locked with hers. I will protect what's mine, protect you. With everything I am, I swear it. Silence swelled between them, as heavy and significant as the unspoken vows that had cast their shadows over the city roads. Susie shouldered the weight of his words, understanding that they came from the depths of a man who was so much more than the rumors, more than the sum of his past deeds. He was Vinny Moretti, and he was fighting a fight she couldn't pull him from, but she could stand by him, mirror his resolve with her own. They lay entwined as darkness gave way to pre-dawn blue, Vinny's inner storm calmed only by Susie's steady heartbeat. The Golden Grotto erupted with life the next evening, a deceptive veil of vibrancy masking an undercurrent of tension. Amidst the throng in the grotto's lavish lounge, Sal, the ghost of Susie's past, had slipped unnoticed among the patrons, his predatory gaze fixed on her. His smiles were anything but innocent, each one a meticulously crafted insult designed to whittle away at Vinny's dwindling composure. Vinny's fingers clenched, white-knuckled, around the curve of his whiskey glass, his breath shallow and scorching like the trail of the potent liquid. Across from him stood Frankie, his demeanor as hard and relentless as granite, anchoring Vinny with a gaze that cut through the fog of his anger. "Boss, not here. Not now." His voice a low, steadying force in the cacophony of the room. Vinny's jaw tensed as he gave a small nod, recognizing Frankie's wise restraint. The irksome image of Sal creeping too close to Susie dissipated when she came back to him, soothing his ruffled pride like a calming balm. Dinner at the Grotto's premier restaurant was charged. Their conversation, wrapped in velvet thoughts and whispered confidences, was a lifeline as they navigated the waters of Don Friddy's persistent lurking threat. "Susie," Vinny's voice cut through the fog of looming danger. "None of it matters if I lose you." "It's not just about losing, Vince," Susie countered, leaning into the sanctuary of his touch. "It's about what we're fighting to keep." "I know one thing. I'd burn it all if it meant keeping you safe," Vinny vowed, his gaze anchoring her in the maelstrom of his world. "I can't shake the feeling I'm going to wake up one day and you—" Susie's words faded, emotion catching tight in her throat. Vinny cradled her face, his thumbs wiping away the beginnings of tears. "Susie, look at me. I've skated through life on borrowed time, taking what I want, but I won't gamble with you. You got a promise now from me, whatever it takes." Those words, sealed with a kiss, became the bedrock upon which their fragile future rested. Their love, a beacon in the surrounding storm, offered a glimpse of redemption in a world dimmed by shadows and sin. Chapter 9. Rising Tension. Las Vegas shimmered with deceptive allure as Vinny Moretti stood in the halo of neon lights cast by the Strip, perched atop the Golden Grotto. His silhouette etched against the glitzy tapestry below, he ruminated on the city's capricious favor. It had raised him from the slums of New York to preside over its underworld, yet now it brewed a storm that threatened to sweep it all away. He turned back toward his office, the grandeur of the Golden Grotto mirroring the complex power he had navigated to stand here. The Commission, an oligarchy of the foremost crime families, loomed large in his thoughts. Formed by Salvatore Maranzano, it was a guardian of order in their shadowy empire. The New York families Bonanno, Joseph Bonanno, Colombo, Joe Profaci, Gambino, Albert Anastasia, Genovese, Vito Genovese, and Lucchesi, Tommy Lucchesi, each controlled a part of the city's soul, united to preserve peace and maximize profits. Key figures like Joe Adonis and Frank Costello also joined the commission. Vinny knew the rules. No one touched a made man without explicit consent from the commission. Any attempt to act solo against Don Friddi would shatter the fragile equilibrium, inviting chaos and fatal reprisals. Vinny and his associates would bear the severe consequences of such recklessness. He needed the commission to see Don Friddi for the liability he was, to recognize the threat his unchecked ambition posed to their empire. With them by his side, the gears of retribution could turn safely. A knock on the door snapped him to the present. Frankie entered, a mix of resolve and caution in his step. "They'll need convincing," Frankie started, breaking the silence. "The commission doesn't take kindly to moving in on an of their own, even if the moving in is done by one of the founders, you, Vinny." Vinny turned from the spectacle of Sin City, his gaze piercing the reflection in the glass. Don Friddi's blind ambition threatens to tumble the precarious balance we all cling to. As always, you're playing chess while they're used to brawls. A grim chuckle passed Vinny's lips. "It's not games I'm after. To retain control, the commission must see Friddi as I do, a liability." Frankie nodded, the weight of history settling over them like a heavy cloak in the room's glow. The commission has always been a delicate balance, even from its inception. Friddi knows that. He owes his rise to it, yet now he's on the verge of undermining everything. Vinny moved to his desk, pulling open a drawer to retrieve a thick dossier. History has a tendency to repeat itself when lessons are ignored. He flipped through the pages, each one a testament to the power plays and bloodshed that shaped the New York family's rule. Friddi took over after orchestrating Maranzano's death, Vinny continued, his voice a low rumble. Frankie's eyes narrowed. Indeed, when Maranzano got too cozy with the idea of being the boss of bosses, Friddi eliminated him, took the reins himself. "Yes," Vinny said, tracing his finger over the familiar names. He consolidated power, ensuring that the commission served its purpose, to maintain peace, arbitrate disputes, and protect mutual interests through rules and negotiations. "They called it a forum, didn't they?" Frankie asked. "A means to an end, a way to avoid the endless bloodshed that had marked the early Mafia wars." "Exactly," Vinny said, leaning back in his chair. "It was about maximizing profits from illegal activities, gambling, extortion, labor racketeering, without drawing unnecessary attention. The code of conduct they established governed our actions and boundaries. Violations meant expulsion or death. And now Friddi's forgotten the very code he helped enforce." Frankie's voice tightened with frustration. "His antics with Sinclair and his moves on Vegas, it's reckless." Vinny nodded slowly. The commission's power comes from adhering to secrecy and respecting established boundaries. Meetings in hidden locations, communications through secure channels. It was always about avoiding detection by law enforcement. The system worked because everyone feared the consequences of breaking it. "And yet here we are," Frankie said, gesturing to the dossier brimming with evidence. "Friddi thinks he can play by different rules." "We'll remind him of the old ones," Vinny replied, his voice steely. "The family's longevity depends on it. We've adapted through crackdowns and internal power struggles, but with Friddi's ambition unchecked, we risk losing everything." Frankie leaned against the dark desk. "Speaking of liabilities, that evidence we gathered—" A soft, insistent knock interrupted Frankie's thoughts. Captain Harper stood outside the door, tapping his foot impatiently and muttering to himself. "Hold your horses," Vinny called out, barely masking his amusement. Before he could finish, the doors of his office opened, and in strolled Captain Harper, the very embodiment of weary diligence. His sharp blue eyes scanned the room, taking note of the fervent activity behind the closed doors of the Golden Grotto's extravagant heart. Vinny arched an eyebrow at Harper. "Never figured you for the cloak and dagger walk-ins, Captain." Harper's reply came like a slow unfurling of fog. "No room for formalities when the board is set like this." Frankie gestured toward a manila folder teeming with records and photographs. "I've got physical proof our friend's been cozying up with Harrison Sinclair, our friendly local councilman." Harper's head tilted. "Not just any politician. Sinclair's dirty deep in Friddy's pocket, so it seems. Now we know where to look. It was easier to get the dirt." Vinny's fingers interlocked, the steeple of contemplation. "I reckon they don't know the half of it." He fetched a photograph from the pile, sliding it across the desk. "That's Don Friddy with Sinclair, less than a week old," Harper stated, his finger tapping the glossy paper. "And he's out of hiding, so he must feel safe and protected here." Vinny's voice held a firm edge. "It illustrates a point, and that's what we need." Frankie grunted. "Assuming they bite." The captain turned to the window, surveying the view with fresh consideration. "The question's not if they'll bite, but how hard." Vinny knew the intricacies all too well. Contact had been made, the meeting called. Only the faint echo of acceptances tickled his ears. Rejection was not an option. Too much was at stake, too many lives tangled in the web. "The meet's at Maranzano's old estate before Friddy got him killed," Vinny mused out loud. "Neutral ground, respectful of the past. Harper, I'll need your badge on this off the books. Your badge and your integrity." Harper crossed his arms, the setting sun casting long shadows on his rugged face. "You'll have it. Can't afford any more bodies in the back alleys. But Vinny, we must tread carefully. The commission's got long memories and delicate sensibilities. Which is why we're offering a peace token. A bottle of whiskey older than some of the Dons themselves," Vinny replied with a half-smile. Frankie interjected, "Are we truly betting on the commission's nostalgia and penchant for the bottle?" "Not the bottle," Vinny corrected with a hint of amusement. "What it represents, respect, a shared history. Even hard men yearn for softer times." There was a pause, a shared silence that spoke volumes. "Say they agree," Harper finally said. "How do you ensure the commission sides with you? More importantly, how do you protect your neck?" "The grotto pays its dues," Vinny replied calmly. "I've always managed their books without a smudge. Skim to where it's due. Call it loyalty, call it assurance, it's leverage either way." As the night deepened, the three men huddled over the evidence, hashing out the details, going carefully over their strategy towards the commission. "Should I expect some fine print attached to this mutual interest of ours?" Harper asked, eyeing the folder like a wary trapper. Vinny's hands clasped behind his back, his profile etched against the starless sky. "They'll want to see the continuation of peace and profit, of everything. They'll want assurance that our undertaking doesn't open gates for worse devils. But above all, they'll crave certainty." "And you'll give it to them," Harper said knowingly. "With your help?" The hours slipped by. Strategies formed, pathways emerged. When dawn's light crept through the skyline, Vinny had readied his fortress, equipped his arsenal, and placed his trust in the hands of men not bound by blood but by ambition, for the survival of an empire built on shadows. Now all he could do was wait while Las Vegas, ever the dealer, shuffled the deck. As Frankie exited into the quiet hall, Vinny lingered by the glass. "The commission wants stability and to stay in the shadows, so let's make them an offer they can't refuse." A new day broke over the Golden Grotto, the strip stirring with the vibrant pulse of 1,000 lives, unaware of the strings being pulled behind the neon veil. Captain Harper nodded, his stoic face softening just for a moment. "Let's hope your showmanship wins the day, Vinny, for everyone's sake." Bustling streets of New York City. Their trip was first class, ensuring comfort but not shortening the lengthy flight. As they disembarked, exhaustion mingled with anticipation. New York's sounds, smells, and sights engulfed them. One of the local gang members met them at the airport, driving them through the labyrinthine city streets to the historic Maranzano estate, a place steeped in mystery and tales of the past. Susie's silhouette glowed faintly in the dashboard's light as they approached Maranzano's old estate. "Keep your eyes open, love," Vinny murmured, a hand on the wheel, glancing towards Susie. These men, they're like hawks. One wrong move. She placed a calming hand over his. You're the sharpest of them all, Vinny. The grandeur of the Maranzano estate loomed as they rolled up the gravel drive, tension coiling tight within the confines of the car. Security was tight, Frankie's figure standing statue-like at the entrance. His very presence solicited an unspoken reassurance. Inside, the gathered titans of crime shifted with restive energy. Harper leaned against the paneling, his face an unreadable mask. Frank Costello, with his hawk-like gaze, was the first to acknowledge Vinny's presence. "Moretti, you've stirred quite the hornet's nest," he commented dryly. Vinny nodded. "And you'll find a stirred nest offers the best view of the vipers." Gambino, smooth-faced but flint-eyed, joined the group, while Tommy Lucchese hung back, assessing Vinny like a prize-fighter awaiting the first bell. As Costello sank into an armchair, the room's atmosphere tensed. "Present your case," he commanded. Vinny unrolled documents across the impressive table surface, images and records reflecting orange in the lamplight. Don Friddy has overstepped his bounds. His ambition stretches like a shadow over Las Vegas, grasping at its treasures without the sanction of this elite circle, greedily seizing everything for his own selfish gain, thinking he can continue as a side hustle outside of the commission. Harper unfolded a city map, fingers tracing territories. Benny's murder, it was not punishment like you intended, but a power play. Friddy's looking to snatch Vegas for himself. He started buying up Fremont casinos and is now initiating hostile takeovers, beginning with the Golden Grotto. Susie's voice cut in, her tone sharp but steady. Loyalty doesn't lace pockets with gold from smuggling sidelines, nor spill a friend's blood for profit. All eyes flicked to her, a new player on this checkered board. Adonis raised an eyebrow, his cold eyes trained on Susie. Where does the singer come into the gathering of men? Vinny rose to her defense, a lion protecting his pride. Susie whispers the city's heartbeat. She knows the players, the moves. Costello surveyed the table. The commission doesn't take missteps lightly. Your evidence, it better hold water, Moretti. Vinny spread out the papers, photographs, and transcripts meticulously collected. Each seemed to throb with the pulse of Vegas's darkened veins. Costello, leaning forward, peered like an eagle sighting prey. This isn't mere librarian work. Look. Vinny pointed towards a series of photos of Don Friddy meeting Harrison Sinclair and explained how he tried to move into the Golden Grotto. Lucchese's eyes darted over the photos, his brow furrowing. We all have politicians in our pockets, Moretti. What makes Friddy's different? Vinny's voice grew low, resonant. He expands without seeking consent, without cutting in the commission. Las Vegas, gentlemen, is our golden goose, yet Friddy shears it without offering any of us the down. Costello folded his arms. So he spills blood and guts our profits. Why should we believe you haven't come for our share next? Susie stepped to the table, documents hand-picked from Vinny's files in her fingers, the singer's demeanor morphing into an avenging angel. These, she slapped the papers down, are accounts from a mole within the city council Frankie has in his pocket. Friddy's already taken over most of the Fremont casinos without informing you. He cozied up to politicians like Sinclair there to ensure law swings his way, all quietly nudging us out. Harper intervened, his eyes hard but earnest. She's telling it straight. I've had eyes on these transactions long before Moretti came to me. Costello silenced the murmurs with a subtle lift of his hand. Let's assume your facts stand, Vinny. What do you propose? A surgical strike. Vinny's hands hovered over the map. Remove the tumor without killing the patient. We cut Friddy out, take out Sinclair, maintain the balance, and consider a leader here who respects the old ways. Heads nodded, the concept tugging at a thread of interest. Costello, piecing through the meticulous evidence, found cohesion in Vinny's strategy. Adonis, tight-lipped, broke his silence. A coup could mean heat, Moretti, from the 5 families to the feds. Susie twisted a ring on her finger, a glinting signal, before her voice unwound with cool confidence. I suggest this isn't a coup, but a course correction. And Mr. Harper, she nodded his way, can testify that law's gaze can be averted so the heat never rises to any fed. Harper, shifting uncomfortably, acquiesced. Distractions can be arranged. Frankie, silent until then, spoke up. We loyal lieutenants have no lust for the limelight. The families can keep their holds. We just manage the board, filling the void left by Benny's departure and Friddy's removal. Costello, finally leaning back, offered a dry laugh. Speak for yourself, Frankie. The commission knows the value of exposure. There was a pause then, a collective inhalation as strategies were considered, alliances forged in the crucible of greed and power. Look here, Vinny continued. The essence of our collaboration remains respect. We strip Friddy of his grip, reallocate his share amongst the commission, and Vegas continues to shine under all our watchful eyes. Adonis mused, tapping a finger on the polished table surface. A Vegas without Friddy, without a boss. Intriguing. Costello raised an eyebrow. And who fills the power vacuum you're looking to leave behind? Eyebrow, considering the implications. And the timeline for this course correction? Swift, Vinny replied. Friddy grows more reckless by the day. Time is a luxury we can't afford. Costello nodded gravely, the weight of the decision sobering the mood. The eyes around the table were a mixture of calculation and contemplation, the air thick with the scent of impending revolution. Finally, the elder statesman of the commission stood, his authority palpable. Your evidence stands. Your strategy holds merit. Moretti, you've got our attention and provisional support. Vinny dipped his head in a gesture that blended thanks with a pledge. No blood need spill unnecessarily, and our streets stay clean enough for business to thrive. The devil lies in the details, Vinny, Lucchesi intoned, the warning clear. Aye, it does, Vinny acknowledged, the blink of Susie's emerald eyes echoing the sentiment. Moretti, your terms have traction, Costello allowed, his gesture a dispensation. Don Friddy spat in the face of the commission, disrupted our structure. We will uphold your move conditionally. Understood, Vinny acknowledged, feeling the pull of new strings binding him. The room ebbed into a cautious melody of agreement that whispered through the estate like a chilling breeze. As the men dispersed, promises hanging unspoken, Vinny, Susie, Harper, and Frankie remained. The estate exhaled, cars departing with a crunch of gravel and a roar into the night. Harper joined Vinny and Susie, the trio a study in stifled relief. A precarious pact, but it's a foot in the door, he conceded. What now? Susie inquired, her eyes moon-bright. Now, Vinny answered, we dethrone Adon. Vinny's hand finds Susie's as they descend the steps of the now empty Maranzano estate. The sparse staccato of their footfalls on the gravel punctuates the night. Ahead, Frankie emerges from the whispering shadows, the moonlight glinting off the scar on his jaw. Boss, the coast is clear. Vinny nods, his silent gesture a testament to the gravity of the moment. With a gentle touch to Susie's back, he steers her toward the waiting car, the ribbon of road awaiting them. Susie turns to Vinny, her eyes reflecting the city's distant lights. Vinny, the commission might back us up, but can we really trust them? He shakes his head slowly, a plume of smoke curling and dissipating into the air as he exhales. Trust doll is a currency I stopped dealing in a long time ago. The traffic light flickers to red, and the world outside halts momentarily, a brief interlude in the city that thrives on vice and velocity. Susie, what we have with the commission is an understanding, nothing more. We'll ride this as far as we can, but in this game, Vinny's eyes catch hers in the mirror. One wrong move, and you're just another ghost haunting the strip. Minutes later, they board a plane back to Vegas. Their arrival at the Golden Grotto pulls them back to reality. The usually dazzling neon sign, a symbol of luxury, now signals unrest. Susie catches the change in Vinny's posture. We need to get inside. The team strides toward the heart of the grotto, the usual cacophony of slot machines and cheers now muted by undercurrents of disquiet. Frankie is already waiting inside, the lines on his face etching a story of their own. Vinny, it's Carmine's crew. They made a play right in our backyard. Vinny's response is a terse nod as he ushers Susie inside. His voice is steel, harboring a storm just waiting to break. Details, Frankie. 4 of Carmine's guys, they roughed up some of our dealers. A couple of shots fired. No casualties, luckily. Frankie recounts with a hint of tension in his eyes, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the shiny oak table. He's interrupted by Susie, her voice assertive, cutting through the thick air like a knife, her gaze fierce. "Fritty decided to play his hand while we were tucked away chatting with Costello, huh?" she says, her tone laced with a mix of incredulity and simmering rage. Vinny's admiration for Susie's insight manifests as a fleeting smile, a barely perceptible twitch of his lips that never reaches the depths of his eyes. Standing beside him, Frankie, with his stone-cold composure and an expression carved in granite, meticulously recounts the night's events. Each word he utters hangs in the air, adding weight to the already suffocating tension that coils tighter with every passing second. "We've got the situation under control, Vinny. But this is a message, again. Fritty's telling us he's not waiting to get hit." Susie interlocks her fingers with Vinny's as they share a moment, the voices and clinking glasses around them a distant echo. "Vinny, what's our move?" He cradles her face in his hands, the weariness in his eyes hidden by resolve. "You leave that to me, Susie." Vinny's voice carries heavy determination. He steps back, letting his hands fall, then turns to Frankie. "Fritty wants to push us? Fine, it's time to push back." Frankie smirks, his demeanor shifting from concern to readiness. "What's the plan, boss?" Vinny strides over to his desk, opens a drawer, and pulls out a map of Las Vegas, placing it on the table. "We now know Fritty's got 3 main strongholds. We hit them simultaneously and hope Fritty's in one of them. If not, he will be drawn out. Quick, precise, no room for error." Vinny's fingers trace the borders of Fritty's territory on the map, eyes gleaming with cold calculation. "Before we strike, there's a specific card I want to play," Vinny murmured, looking up, his gaze locking onto Frankie's. "We set up a sit-down with Sinclair." Vinny glanced at Susie's questioning eyes. "If we can flip him, make him see the inevitability of Fritty's fall, it could mean the difference between a drawn-out war and a clean sweep." Frankie's brow furrowed in contemplation, the scar on his jawline catching the light. "Sinclair's a snake. He'll want assurances, something substantial. What's our leverage?" Vinny's smile was slow, deliberate. "His aspirations. Fritty's been pushing too hard, attracting too much heat. Sinclair's career hangs by a thread, and he knows it. We paint him a picture he can't afford to ignore." Frankie leaned in, eyes glimmering with anticipation. "You thinking we bring in the boys from L.A.? Vinny nodded. "Exactly. Get back Tony and his crew. They're discreet and they owe us a favor." Vinny's eyes locked on Susie's, intense but calm. "The commission has given us their blessing. They want this done clean and fast. We deliver, and we gain favor. Plus, it'll keep Fritty off balance, make him second-guess his next move." "Tonight," Vinny confirmed. "Frankie, you coordinate with Tony the second he arrives. Fill him in on our plans with Sinclair first. Make sure everyone knows this needs to be surgical. No splashing too much blood. Harper, I've got another job for you." Harper, until now a silent presence at the back of the room, stepped forward. "What do you need, Vinny?" "We're gonna flip Sinclair. Get him on our side," Vinny said, glancing at Susie. "He's skittish enough to make a move if we convince him Fritty's a lost cause. Susie, you'll be my voice in that room. He will trust you more than me." Susie nodded, her expression resolute. "I'll do it." Harper raised an eyebrow. "And if he doesn't flip?" Vinny closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling slowly. "Then we bury him with Fritty. Can't afford loose ends now. He'll either see reason or become another casualty." The weight of Vinny's words hung heavily in the air. This was no longer a simple vendetta, it was a game of survival for all of them. Frankie rolled his shoulders, easing the tension in them. "All right, I'll make the calls. We'll be ready." We push forward. Let Fritty know he's not the only one who can make bold moves. "Frankie, I want the word out." We hit back twice as hard. The air in the room sharpened, the sounds of the Golden Grotto crescendoing into a promise of retribution and power plays. "You got it, Vinny. We'll show 'em. The grotto isn't up for grabs." As the others dispersed, the clatter of the casino filtered back to them. Vinny and Susie remained, 2 silhouettes stealing against the looming chaos. "We're in deep, Susie." Her lips curved into a smile of fierce determination. "Together." The night stirred with the rustle of their pact, unfurling beneath the watchful gaze of the desert stars. Chapter 10, Snake in the Desert. Vincent Vinny Moretti slipped into the inky folds of midnight, his footsteps silent on the bricked path leading toward a lavish estate. An illuminated pool cast an ethereal glow on Sinclair's home, a fortress of Art Deco sophistication and polished duplicity in a new desert town. He had come alone, as requested, no discussion. Sinclair believed he had summoned Moretti. He had no clue, however, of the storm that was brewing on the horizon, a storm that would engulf him in a whirlwind of events far beyond his control. He thought he was in command, but what was coming for him next was a force unlike any he had ever encountered. The door opened before Vinny could knock, a sliver of light spilling onto the otherwise darkened porch. Harrison, Hank Sinclair, loomed in the doorway, his silhouette imposing against the golden interior light. Vincent, punctual as ever. Best way to be in our line of work, wouldn't you agree, Hank? Two men of the night stood on the threshold, wary eyes locked. Crosby's swinging on a star drifted from inside, the irony not lost on Vinny as he entered the lion's den, the home of a man known to sink his claws deep. Sinclair led him to a study lined with books and aged liquor, a room that whispered secrets. Drink, Vinny? I'm good, Hank. You wanted to talk urgent matters, so let's get to it. Vinny scanned the room for signs of treachery. Let's skip the pleasantries, Sinclair. Sinclair strolled to the bar, pouring 2 drinks. Alliances shift, Vinny. Even the Sahara changes its dunes when the winds howl for it. Vinny took the glass but didn't drink. And where is the wind blowing tonight? I'll be forthright, Sinclair continued, circling behind his desk. Associating with Don Friddy was a mistake. I see that now. His expression tightened like a noose of regret. He's become erratic, unpredictable. Vinny raised an eyebrow. And now he's biting the hand that fed him? You could say that. His open thirst for power is bad for business, bad for both of us. This isn't the 1930s anymore. It's time for a change in the tides. Vinny traced the edges of the paper. Why come to me? Sinclair's eyes flickered with something like fear. Because you can navigate the depths of this cesspool without sinking. And between us, we have the resources to clip Friddy's wings before he brings about our collective demise. Vinny finally sipped his untouched drink, eyes never leaving Sinclair. And what's the price for this avalanche of generosity? Survival, Vinny. I want off this sinking ship. I gain control of the situation, and you remain a casino owner. Vinny chuckled darkly. We pluck the feathers together then, but watch your step. If this is a trap, Sinclair held his gaze. We're in the same chasm, Vinny. Betrayal isn't a luxury I can afford. Sinclair withdrew a folder from the desk, offering it across the gleaming wood. I've kept records, Vinny. They show there's more at play here than Friddy's greed. The pages were a treasure trove of duplicity, his golden grotto the nexus of Las Vegas's arteries, a revelation that made Vinny's skin crawl. Don Friddy was an aggressor, working with other mobsters from distant cities where they had been run out. These other associates of Friddy you speak of. Vinny trailed off, digesting the scale of the treachery. A shadow world within our world, the Commission unaware of their dealings, and they seek to devour the heart of our city to keep everything for themselves, no matter what the cost, Sinclair added. We can stop them together and save your life's work. Then we're at an accord, for now. Vinny stood, pocketing the file. But if you're bluffing, not even the desert will hide you from me. Sinclair nodded solemnly. And you're proposing a truce? Vinny probed, feeling the precarious balance of their clandestine dance shift. You know, I learned young to be skeptical of gifts from guys like you, Hank. Sinclair chuckled, a dry sound like leaves skittering over a grave. Understandable, but desperate times, Vinny. We need each other. I take it there's a price for this union? Isn't there always? I get Vegas and you answer to me when he's off the board. We both stand to profit grandly. And why would you turn against your own to assist me? Sinclair's smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven, Vinny. I want my city back. Vinny gathered the evidence, his gaze sharp. I'll consider it. Exercise caution, Hank. Sinclair's bravado flickered. I'm counting on you to keep harm from happening to me. You're a risk-taker, Hank. I'll give you that, Vinny muttered. He turned to leave, but halted when Sinclair reached into a drawer. Before you go, Vinny, there's something you need to see. Sinclair's voice had dropped an octave. He pulled out a set of photographs, and laid them on the desk like a dealer spreading cards. Vinny's eyes narrowed as he leaned forward. The black and white images revealed Captain Harper, Vinny's trusted ally, laughing and clinking glasses with a man Vinny recognized too well, Eddie Marino, a snake well wrapped around Sinclair's criminal operations. "What's this supposed to be?" Vinny's voice was leaden, yet his eyes betrayed a flurry of activity, analyzing, measuring, recalculating. "Harper's been in Eddie's pocket for months," Sinclair explained. "I thought partnering with Don Friddy meant bringing you down, but Harper was the real sleeper. He's feeding both you and Friddy scraps while Eddie pulls his strings." Vinny's face hardened, his fingers clenching around the edges of the photographs. "Nice try, Hank." "It's the truth, Vinny. Harper's loyalty isn't yours. It belongs to Eddie." Vinny's mind resisted the notion like a body rejecting poison. "Harper stood by me in situations where having a leash would have shown." Perhaps, or maybe that's the brilliance of his act. Harper needed your trust to pass on just enough intel without busting both of you wide open. Vinny locked eyes with Sinclair. "You expect me to believe that a man I grew to trust on my team is playing double agent because you have a few pictures?" Sinclair shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "Believe what you will, Vinny, but keep your eyes open. Harper may be a bigger danger than Don Friddy. Eddie's got a way of sinking his hooks in deep." Pushing the photos back across the table, Vinny shook his head. "I'll leave these with you. Deceptions seem to be more your game. But understand this, Hank. If I find out you twisted the truth in the slightest, no conspiracy, no shadow organization will save you." His tone was cold, final, a blow to any lingering camaraderie. At the parting handshake, Sinclair's palm felt cold and slippery, like the underbelly of the Vegas he so proudly claimed to rule. Stepping into the cool night, Vinny drove back to the Golden Grotto, the neon lights blurring into a mockery of stars. Susie was waiting, draped in a satin robe, her eyes reflecting her quick mind. Vinny presented the dossier, watching her absorb the gravity of the information. "If we're to believe Sinclair, we're up against far more than a deranged Don." Her fingers paused over the crisp paper, her voice betraying a hint of a falter. "Are we entertaining the idea of trusting Sinclair? He's knotted in lies." Vinny paced, the confines of his opulent office closing in like a prison. "He's a snake, but occasionally, serpents reveal the path through the grass. I've made him think he has leverage over me, that he owns me. Let's keep it like that until he outlives his usefulness." Vinny's eyes narrowed as he mulled over Sinclair's feeble attempt at manipulation. "He even tried to drive a wedge between me and Harper," he began, voice laced with a mix of anger and disbelief. "Sinclair showed me pictures of Harper with Eddie Marino, one of his own men. He wanted me to believe Harper's been feeding Eddie information for months." Susie's gaze intensified. "And you think he's lying?" "Of course he is. Sinclair's grasping at straws, hoping to fracture our alliances from within." Vinny sat back, the weight of the betrayal Sinclair wished to sow gnawing at him. "Harper stood by me in moments of real danger. No photographs will shake the trust we've built." Susie nodded, her expression resolute. "Frankie's sweep." Susie cut in, her demeanor hardened like the glamour-forged steel of showbiz. A thud from the door interrupted, and Frankie entered. Vinny tossed the file onto the desk. "Sinclair's playing a double game. Claims Don Friddy is just a puppet for some local syndicate with tentacles deep in Vegas." Frankie rifled through the papers. "You buying what he's selling?" Vinny fixed himself a drink. "Hard to say. He's as slippery as an eel. Nonetheless, he coughed up enough dirt to bury a dozen men. Where's Susie?" "Behind you," Susie's voice came as she entered the room. As her eyes danced across Sinclair's gift, her frown deepened. "Sinclair's up to his neck in it, all right. If he's willing to turn on his partner, that's saying something." Vinny eyed her. "Can we trust him?" Susie closed the file. "As far as we can throw him, which isn't far, we'll need solid proof before his word cuts any ice." "I thought you'd say that," said Vinny, his lips curving in a wry half-smile. Frankie sifted through the documents. "We got a clean house. This joint's possibly wired 6 ways to Sunday." Vinny glanced at his watch. "Get it done. I want every inch combed over. Tomorrow there's a leadership meeting right here." Frankie saluted mockingly before leaving the room. He returned hours later with a small metallic device pinched between his fingers. "Found it, boss, behind the old grandfather clock." Vinny inspected the detectaphone, a frown creasing his brow at a small insignia etched on its side. His lips formed a thin line. "They've seen more than any outsider should." He poised the bug under his heel. A crisp snap echoed as it splintered. Susie crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe. "What now?" Vinny looked out the window, the neon lights of Vegas reflecting in his eyes. "We end this charade. Take the fight to them. Every card they've played, we counter with a royal flush." He turned to them, a fire kindling behind his eyes. "We're not the pawns, we're the players, and it's time they learned that." Chapter 11. Setback. The Golden Grotto's neon sign flickered in the Vegas night, casting jagged shadows across the casino's marbled entrance. Vinny leaned against the cool surface of his desk, eyes fixed on the doorway as if expecting Harper to burst in at any moment, guns blazing. The revelation of Harper's betrayal still echoed in his mind, a gnawing irritation stoking the embers of his anger. Vinny's jaw clenched as he locked eyes with the team. Sinclair came through with intel on Don Friddy. He's holed up in one of 3 locations. "It ain't gonna be easy," Frankie said, emerging like a shadow from the rear of the room. He moved towards them, his imposing frame casting a foreboding silhouette. "Sinclair's got deep pockets and Friddy's muscle. And we've got to be smart, Frankie. Sinclair's no fool. He'll be watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake." Vinny added, his voice carrying the weight of a warning. "We start small," Vinny continued, his mind racing with calculations. "We hit their operations wherever they think they're safe." Frankie's voice came gruff from the corner, the room's shadows nearly swallowing his broad frame. "We hit Friddy's operation tonight. Scour every haunt, all 3 hideaways. No more delays or distractions." Finally, Frankie received the long-awaited green light to assemble Tony's hardened troops. The mission was clear but perilous: to storm Friddy's fortified lairs, hidden deep within the city's labyrinthine underbelly. Each soldier, handpicked for their ruthless efficiency and abiding loyalty, prepared for the oncoming battle with grim determination. The air buzzed with a mix of anticipation and tension as they readied their weapons and steeled themselves for the imminent clash that could very well change the landscape of the city's criminal underworld forever. Every muscle in Frankie's body coiled, ready for action. Then, the shrill ring of the phone sliced through the silence, an unwelcome intrusion. He picked up, and every ounce of tension was distilled into one word: Susie. "We can't go yet," Frankie said, his voice a low growl. Vinny's eyes snapped to him. "What's the holdup?" Frankie held up the phone, its screen displaying a hastily typed message. "Susie's been taken. They got her." The air in the room seemed to freeze, and Vinny's breath came out in a sharp hiss. "When?" "Just now. The message says they'll kill her if we don't back off." The room, once filled with resolve and strategic plotting, now pulsated with raw urgency. The very air seemed charged with a desperate energy, pushing Vinny to act, and fast. "Where did they take her?" Vinny's voice was an icy blade. "I'll get some guys working on it." "We'll find her, boss," Frankie replied, his anger barely contained. Vinny paced the marbled floor, each step a calculated move in an unwinnable chess game, his mind racing through a labyrinth of possibilities and contingencies. "All right," Vinny started, his voice steel-sharp. "We shift gears. Finding Susie takes precedence. Once we have her, then we focus back on taking down Friddy and Sinclair." Frankie's jaw tightened. "Understood. I'll put the word out, get our top men searching. No stone left unturned." "Everyone, Frankie," Vinny commanded, the weight of his decision crushing down on him. "We'll need everyone." The frustration finally broke through Vinny's composed exterior, his voice rising as he let out a string of expletives. "Damn it, Frankie. How is it that Friddy and Sinclair are always one step ahead of us? Every move we make, they're right there, ready to counter." Frankie met his eyes, unflinching. "It's like they got eyes everywhere, but we ain't backing down, boss. They're gonna slip up eventually." Vinny's fist slammed onto the desk, rattling the glass ashtray and sending a plume of cigar smoke into the air. "We can't afford to wait for their mistakes, Frankie. We have to make our own luck. We're being outmaneuvered at every turn. and I can't stand being played like a fool. Vinny, we've got to stay ahead of them, think like they do. We can't let frustration cloud our judgment. We need to understand their next move before they make it," said Frankie. Vinny's gaze sharpened, his mind hungry for any advantage, any scrap of foresight. "All right, they think they can use Susie to make us back off, to make us weak. But they've underestimated us. They've underestimated her." "How do you mean?" Frankie's tone was a mix of curiosity and loyalty, ever ready to follow Vinny's lead. "We know they're watching us," Vinny said, pacing again, his mind alight with strategies and counterplays. "So we make them think we're falling apart. Let them get complacent, and when they're least expecting it, we strike. Hard, fast, relentless." Frankie cracked his knuckles, his eyes narrowed into icy slits. "Time to up the tempo. We'll show them what happens when you mess with Vinny Moretti and his own. Get everyone on it." Frankie nodded and moved swiftly toward the door, barking orders to his men, each command a flurry of urgency and precision. Moments later, Frankie returned, the resolve in his eyes mirroring the determination in Vinny's. "Men are already hitting the usual spots. A few contacts among them might have some info on where they're holding her. We'll know something soon." Vinny nodded, his mind already calculating their next move. "We need to bring her back, Frankie, at any cost." The weight of Vinny's words hung heavy in the air. Frankie inhaled deeply, a determined edge creeping into his voice. "We'll get her, I promise you that." "Susie's life depends on our next steps," Vinny murmured, more to himself than anyone else, as his eyes locked onto the one-way mirror overlooking the bustling casino floor. "Let's not forget the end game here," Frankie pressed, his voice slicing through the tense silence. "Sinclair, Fritty, the so-called syndicate. They're all part of this, and taking them down won't be easy." Vinny turned to Frankie, a steely glint in his eye as he slumped into the leather chair behind his desk, the muted chaos of the Golden Grotto's casino floor rumbling below. Hours had passed since Susie disappeared, each moment elongated by silence. He clenched his fists, haunted by the echo of her laughter. The door slammed open, snapping Vinny from his torment. Frankie stormed in, his face a mask of controlled fury, the scar under his jaw twitching slightly. "Boss, we found Susie's car not far from the euphony. Signs of a fight. It doesn't look good. They must have snatched her going home." Vinny's gut clenched as dread morphed into a tangible enemy. His voice bore the weight of coming storms. "Tell me we got something, Frankie. Anything." "We found this." Frankie held up a delicate earring, glinting under the soft light, a stark reminder of Susie's absence. "And there's the smell of DiMaggio's cologne, the stuff Don Fritty's goons bathe in." Before another word could be spoken, the harsh jangle of the phone cleaved once more through the tension. Vinny snatched the receiver. "Moretti." A pause stretched, filled only by static whispers, before a menacing voice coalesced into a threat. "Don Fritty and Councilman Sinclair send their regards. We have your little songbird. Back off or she doesn't sing again, Moretti." Cold fury ignited in Vinny's veins, battling with the icy grip of fear. He weighed each word, knowing the speaker savored this moment of control. "And if I refuse, what then? You heard her?" Silence hummed before the reply came. "You know the stakes, Vinny. Don't play the fool." Frankie paced, his hands clenching and unclenching. "What's the play, boss? We bow to these rats?" The options lay before Vinny like a deck of cards in a rigged game, each choice as perilous as the next. He shook his head slowly. "No, forget what I said, we end this. Get our people together, we're going to war." "You're sure, boss? There's a lot at stake here," Frankie spoke, his voice a low rumble of concern. Vinny's fist tightened, his knuckles turning white. "It's Susie, Frankie." Chapter 12. Betrayal. In the lavishly appointed meeting room of Vinny's office, the air was thick with tension as discussions unfolded. The makeshift war room buzzed with energy. Vinny, Frankie, Harper, and the boys gathered around a cluttered table strewn with maps of Las Vegas and various dossiers. Each face, marked by the late hours and brewing coffee, carried a story of dedication and danger. Their mission was clear: uncover Fritty's secret hideout and rescue Susie. Vinny unrolled a large map across the table, the streets of Las Vegas sprawling like veins under his firm fingers. "We need to stay 2 steps ahead," he said, his voice low but commanding. Sinclair's reaching out to me was no accident. We tricked him into doing so. This crucial piece of information will guide us to their concealed hideout, where they are holding Susie. Frankie nodded, his cold, steel-gray eyes scanning the documents. We need to be surgical about this. No room for errors. Harper shifted uneasily, the weight of his secrets adding a hunched quality to his posture. He glanced at Vinny, then away, a bead of sweat making its way down his temple. The room seemed to shrink, encapsulating the growing tension. Suddenly, Harper slammed his fist on the table, making everyone flinch. "Damn it, Vinny, there's something you need to know. I need to play it straight." Harper's outburst froze the room. All eyes turned to him, suspicion sharpening the gazes like knives. Harper's chest heaved, the admission barely held back by clenched teeth. "What is it, Harper?" Vinny's voice sliced through the tension, his expression resolute. "Spit it out." Harper's eyes darted to the door, checking for eavesdroppers, then locked onto Vinny's. "Look, I've been playing both sides, but I haven't crossed you. Not really. Sinclair had something over me, something I couldn't ignore, and—" Frankie leaned closer, his presence like a storm cloud. "Couldn't ignore, or didn't want to? If you've been feeding Sinclair info, you're as good as dead to us." Harper raised his hands defensively. No, it's not like that. I swear." A murmur of confusion spread through the room, then silence as Vinny leaned forward, his eyes cold and relentless. "What exactly are you saying, Harper?" All eyes fixed on him, a silent demand for continued dialogue. The buzzing of the old bulb overhead filled the brief silence. Harper's voice cracked, his struggle palpable. "I've been working with Sinclair. From the start, but The confession hung in the air, dense like the smoke in a closed baroom. Vinny's control slipped for a moment, and his brows knitted together in betrayal. Frankie shot up from his chair, his large frame imposing and threatening. "You've what?" Frankie's voice boomed, his hands tensed, ready for violence. Susie's expression twisted, the hurt evident. "Harper, why? We trusted you." Her voice, usually so controlled and captivating, broke with emotion. "And why would you admit that now, before us all? Are you tired of living?" Harper looked from face to face. "It's not simple. In Sinclair's circle of men, he's got eyes and ears everywhere. He's more powerful than we thought. I had to survive, keep my position to learn more. It was the only way, Vinny remained silent, his demeanor icy as he processed the betrayal. The room felt colder, the stakes higher. "You used us, Harper? All this time pretending to help?" Frankie's voice was lethal. "How do we know you're not setting us up right now?" Harper's defense was quick, desperate. "I'm telling you because it's time you know what I did. I see that now. It is useful." Frankie's laugh was short and bitter. "Useful? You think after this we can just go back? You've endangered everything we've worked for." Frankie's clenched fist was the first warning. His body, rigid and simmering with barely contained rage, propelled him around the table toward Harper. The room fell silent except for the sound of his heavy breaths. "You think because you're coughing up the truth now, it squares us?" He grabbed Harper by the collar, hoisting him up with an ease that belied his stocky frame. In the close quarters, Frankie's usual calculated composure morphed into raw, unfiltered fury. Harper gasped, his legs scrambling for purchase. "Frankie, listen!" "No, you listen!" Frankie's voice was a low growl, his face inches from Harper's. "You played us for fools, and for what? A bit of security? You're the worst kind of rat." Harper's hands grappled at Frankie's iron grip, his face red and contorted. "I thought I was protecting. Enough!" With a mighty heave, Frankie slammed Harper back against the wall. The thud echoed, a grim punctuation. "You thought wrong." Vinny stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. "Frankie, put him down." His command brooked no argument, his presence a calm amid the storm. Frankie turned his head slowly to Vinny, his grip still tight. "Boss, this snake doesn't deserve—" "I said put him down. We need to focus on finding Susie. We can deal with Harper later." Vinny's tone was steel, his authority unmistakable. His sharp, calculating eyes never left Harper's. Reluctantly, Frankie released Harper, who slumped against the wall, coughing and clutching his throat. His face was a map of fear and regret. Vinny's towering presence dominated the cramped space. "Everyone, enough!" His command restored a fragile order. He stared down Harper, his voice deadly calm. "You'll give us everything. Every contact, every plan. You owe us that much, Harper." Harper nodded, relief mingling with fear and intimidation. Yes, of course. Harper, Vinny began, his voice deceptively soft. You've made a grave error in judgment, but killing you now solves nothing. It doesn't regain our lost time or erase the betrayal. Harper met Vinny's gaze, a mixture of gratitude and surprise flickering across his pained expression. But make no mistake, Vinny continued, the threat clear in his quiet intensity. You will pay for this betrayal. Not with your life, not now. You're going to work for us, against Sinclair. You'll be our inside man now. Harper nodded quickly, relief mingled with the stark realization of the new bind he was in. And if you think of crossing us again, Vinny's voice dropped lower, a dangerous edge surfacing. Frankie will be the least of your worries. Harper straightened up, swallowing hard, his acceptance of the terms etched in his solemn nod. Vinny turned away from him, addressing the room with renewed focus. We have much to do. Let's get back to work, he declared, knowing his days weren't numbered and there was time for an explanation later. As they started to disperse, Harper tried to salvage a shred of dignity. Vinny stopped him with a raised hand. Save it, George. Actions speak louder now. Prove your worth. The disgraced captain nodded, understanding the monumental task ahead to earn back even a sliver of trust. As the group dispersed, plotting their next moves in silence, the sense of betrayal lingered, a stark reminder of the treacherous ground they walked on. In the world of Las Vegas's shadowy dealings, trust was a currency few could afford, and Harper's was bankrupt. Frankie shot one last glare at Harper before resettling at the table, his movements stiff, controlled. Susie joined him, her posture rigid, her mind clearly racing through the implications of their new, precarious path. The tension subsided, replaced by a collective, steely resolve. As they resumed their plotting, each knew the stakes had just escalated, the game more perilous. Harper remained silent, his life spared, but now bound to the very people he had deceived. The betrayal was far from forgotten, its shadow long in the room where tension and disappointment hung thick in the air. Later, outside, under the neon glow of the strip, Vinny's eyes burned like shards of glass as he bore into Harper. The alleyway, framed by looming garbage containers, resonated with the sorrowful wail of a distant saxophone, thickening the tension to an unbearable degree. The alley was a labyrinth of flickering neon lights casting twisted shadows on the walls. Vinny's chest heaved with the raw, unfiltered rage he had kept bottled up during the confrontation. A storm rumbled in those sharp eyes, a tempest unchecked by the thin veneer of composure. Harper stood a few paces away, the flicker of hope in his eyes threatened by Vinny's silent fury. Don't, Vinny cut him off, holding up a hand as if the action alone might physically silence Harper. He took a step forward, his fists clenching and unclenching as though they had minds of their own. You think you can just confess and it'll be all right? His voice was a low growl, each word dripping with venom. Harper flinched but tried to stand his ground. It's not like that, Vinny. I was trying to protect myself, and to hell with protecting yourself. Vinny's voice echoed down the alley, bouncing off the grimy bricks. He advanced on Harper, his anger manifesting as raw kinetic energy. You put us all at risk. You put Susie at risk. The mention of Susie seemed to ignite something deeper within Vinny, transforming his barely contained rage into a violent inferno. His jaw tightened, muscles flexing under his taut skin. She's out there, in Friddy's hands because of you. Do you have any idea what that means? Harper swallowed, his usual facade crumbling under the weight of Vinny's words. I didn't intend for this to happen. I thought I could manage both sides, keep everyone safe. Safe? Vinny's laugh was devoid of humor, a harsh, grating sound. You think spinning plates on both sides keeps anyone safe? You're a fool. Harper's desperation etched his face, blending into the chaotic backdrop as he pleaded. Vinny, remember, that bullet was meant for you. I took it. Harper had indeed saved his life, a deed that had forged a bond stronger than brotherhood. Now the memory twisted like a dagger in his gut, blurred by betrayal. Saving my life made us brothers, George. Vinny's voice cracked the air, a blend of wrath and disbelief. Harper's past loyalty weighed on him, tempting him toward mercy. But you chose to cross the line, Vinny continued, his fists clenching as memories of camaraderie wrestled with stinging betrayal. His code, inked in blood and honor, left little room for leniency. In the chaos of Las Vegas, a leader couldn't afford to show weakness or let betrayal go unpunished. Vinny's breath clouded in the cool night air, solidifying his resolve. "But George, I can't let you walk away. You were a friend. I calmed the men inside, but keeping you alive, it goes against everything we stand for. It goes against our code." Harper staggered, as if the truth had winded him more than any physical blow. His eyes, once sharp with cunning, now shimmered with resignation. "But—" Vinny squared his shoulders, drawing the cold desert air deeply into his lungs. His voice, when it came again, was resolute, edged with a finality that resonated off the brick walls. "You guided the knife to my back, my friend. There's a price to be paid for that." The silence between them was taut, vibrating with imminent finality. Harper's finger twitched near his revolver's trigger, a pitiful dance of hesitation. "Vinny, please." The plea was a whisper dissonant in the dark symphony of the alley. Vinny shook his head slowly, his jaw set hard. "Words, George. Just words now. They won't save you." He steeled himself, the decision anchoring in his heart like an anchor crashing through stormy seas. With a swift, decisive motion, he drew his gun. The sound of the metal clicking echoed, a grim prelude to the act he was about to commit. Harper's eyes widened, realization dawning like a bleak sunrise. He staggered as the bullet found its mark in his leg, his face contorted in pain. His gun skittered across the sandy street as he fell against the wall, clutching his thigh. Seizing the moment, Vinny sprinted forward, his form a blur of motion. He tackled Harper to the ground, the impact muffled by the dusty earth. They struggled, limbs flailing, grunts lost in the rumble of distant thunder. "You should have stayed loyal," Vinny roared, pinning Harper down with the precision of a practiced fighter. A sudden noise startled them, and Vinny snapped his head up, alert. Just an alley cat, its eyes reflecting moonlight as it watched them warily before slipping away. The sounds of the alley crescendoed with another gunshot. But it wasn't Harper who fired. He made an effort to reach for his fallen revolver, but it was too late. Vinny's shot rang true, a thunderous verdict delivered in lead. He stood over the body, his chest heaving with exertion and sorrow. "This city," he whispered, more to himself than to the lifeless form at his feet. "She devours her children." Turning away, he caught the faintest reflection of himself in a broken window, a specter dressed in moral ambiguity, a man who did what needed to be done. The night air seemed to stiffen, respecting, perhaps mourning, the necessity of such brutal justice. Vinny stepped out of the alley, the neon lights of the strip flaring like flames welcoming back their wayward son. In the city of second chances, some debts were settled only once, decisively and irrevocably. In the end, Vinny Moretti upheld his code, a rule carved deep into the heart of Sin City's shadow: protect your own. Vinny paced, his thoughts clouded by betrayal until they were back in the grotto. The air was thick with the scent of whiskey and the quieter, but no less potent, aroma of treachery. "Harper was supposed to have our backs," Vinny started, his voice a blend of incredulity and rage. The words felt like shards of glass in his mouth. "And all this time he's been feeding us to the wolves." Vinny slammed the glass back, the liquid burning his throat. "To think that all our moves, all our plans, he's relayed them like bedtime stories to Sinclair. And here we are, picking up the pieces while Harper plays his double games." Frankie's voice held a bitter edge. "Trust is a luxury we can't afford, not here and not now." The clink of his empty glass hitting the bar punctuated Vinny's frustration. "We can't sit back and let Sinclair and his newly found friends run us into the ground, and then he has the audacity to try to make me an ally." Frankie set his glass down, her gaze piercing through the haze. "We hit them where it hurts. We expose that syndicate, dismantle it piece by piece." "That's the spirit," Frankie smirked. "Sinclair won't see us coming." A momentary silence fell, filled only by the distant clatter of casino chips and the ghostly echoes of nightlife outside. A plotting silence, thick with the gravity of their next moves. "That means going deeper, Vinny. Not just the puppets, but the puppeteers." Frankie's tone was steely, the resolve in her voice mirroring Vinny's own. He cracked a half smile. "Never thought I'd find myself rooting around the dirt with the likes of city councilmen and shadowy syndicates." Vinny's smile faded into determination. "Then let's remind this city why it's named after sins. We'll play dirty, but we'll play smart. No one double-crosses Vinnie Moretti and lives to brag about it. Their eyes locked, an unspoken pact solidifying in the stillness of their shared resolve. They turned back to the bar, plodding over maps and files spread wide, their whispers mingling with the ghostly tunes from the slot machines, a symphony of strategy and betrayal. The rest of the night bled away into a blur of whispers, plotted coordinates, and names checked off like targets at a shooting range. Each step, each plan meticulously structured to dismantle the syndicate and their grip on Vegas. Just before dawn, as the first hints of a harsh desert sunrise edged into the night sky, Vinnie stood, stretching the stiffness from his muscles. "It'll be a war," he stated to his empty office. He stepped back out into the breaking dawn. Las Vegas lay spread out before him, a kingdom of neon and naivety waiting to be claimed by those bold enough to gamble with the high stakes of dangerously played power. Chapter 13, The Tense Confrontation. The Cadillac Eldorado purred down Highway 91, its polished body slicing through the desert air like a dark blade. Vinnie's fingers gripped the leather steering wheel, knuckles white against the glow of the dashboard. Frankie sat beside him, eyes darting through the windshield, his hand resting casually but ready over his pistol. Sitting in leather passenger seat of Vinnie's car, Frankie gazed out over the blur of the passing highway, lost in the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt, glinting with both comprehension and worry. "He sold us out, Vinnie, and to Sinclair, no less." Vinnie's jaw tightened. "I trusted him. Thought he was the one cop who could straddle both worlds. But now we take everything down, we go for the throat, but first we need to get Susie back." "Vinnie," Frankie's voice punctured the heavy silence, "we going in there without any backup?" "We're not giving Carmine the satisfaction of thinking we're scared. It's just you and me tonight," Vinnie replied, his eyes fixed on the neon lights flickering on the horizon. "We can always call in the gang." "Right, just us. Reckless or brave, can't tell which." The Cadillac glided to a stop in the shadowy backlot of the seedy casino. Vinnie cut the engine, and the car settled into the silence, the neon sign overhead casting grotesque shadows on the gravel. "Ain't too late to turn around and go in guns blazing with an army, boss," Frankie murmured, but both knew it was a hollow suggestion. Vinnie pushed open the door, his polished shoes crunching on the hard desert sand. Frankie followed, the heavy steel door of the casino looming in front of them. "We go in. We don't leave till we've got Susie back," Vinnie said, his jaw set. Frankie nodded, and they stepped into the hallway, the sound of slot machines and muted laughter filtering through the walls. The corridor stretched ahead, foreboding. Every footstep echoed with finality. At the end of the hallway, a heavy wooden door awaited, faint strains of swing seeping through the cracks. Vinnie paused, taking a deep breath, before pushing it open with deliberate force. Carmine stood alone in the center of the back room, flanked by several of his henchmen. Smiling, with a predator's glint in his eyes, he spread his arms wide. "Moretti, Frankie, glad you could join us. I hope you're ready to listen." Vinnie's eyes swept the room. No sign of Susie. He stepped forward, his voice steady, though anger simmered beneath. "Where is Susie, Carmine?" Carmine's smile widened, his teeth a flash of menace. "Susie? She's ours now, Moretti. Forever." "You sick son of a—" Frankie started, but Vinnie's hand shot out to silence him. "We needed a way to make sure you back off. Stop fighting. Sinclair's takeover. Stop meddling in Friddy's affairs. You see, Moretti, Susie's our assurance." Vinnie's gaze turned icy. "You think a little leverage will stop me? You think I'm going to let you walk all over this town?" Carmine stepped closer, his face inches from Vinnie's. "This is your last warning, Moretti. Back off, or Susie pays the price." Vinnie's voice dropped to a lethal whisper, each word carved from stone. "You tell Don Friddy and Sinclair, it's not over. I'm coming for them, and I'm bringing hell with me." The atmosphere crackled with tension, heavy and stifling. Carmine's eyes darkened, and he snapped his fingers. His henchmen surged forward, weapons drawn. Frankie didn't hesitate. He moved with brutal efficiency, his pistol already out and firing. The room exploded into chaos. Gunfire roared, bullets ricocheting off walls and furniture splintering under the assault. Vinnie ducked and rolled, drawing his own weapon and planting a shot in one henchman's shoulder. The man went down with a guttural scream. Frankie moved with a predator's grace, taking down another armed thug with a well-placed shot. The confined space echoed with the sounds of battle, grunted curses, shattering glass, the heavy thud of bodies hitting the ground. Carmine remained untouched, watching the fray with cold amusement. "Is that all you got, Moretti?" Vinny thrust his shoulder into another charging henchman, bringing him down and delivering a swift, incapacitating blow. "I'm just getting started," he growled, his eyes never leaving Carmine. In the swirl of violence, an opening appeared. Vinny caught Frankie's eye and nodded. They moved simultaneously, barreling through the melee to the back door. "Go! Now!" Frankie shouted, dispatching another opponent. As they burst through the door, Carmen's voice followed them, tinged with malicious glee. "You won't get far. Moretti, this city will swallow you whole." The dusk outside brought no comfort. Vinny and Frankie paused, chests heaving, blood trickling from minor wounds. The bruised sky mirrored their resolve. They slid back into the Cadillac, the adrenaline still pumping through their veins. As the car sped back towards the heart of Las Vegas, the neon lights a blur outside the windows, Vinny's mind raced with strategies. "Frankie, I need you to rally the troops again, this time for real. We need every piece of dirt we can get on Friddy and Sinclair. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that every man has a weakness." "Got it, boss. We'll find it," Frankie affirmed. "But what about Susie? Where are they keeping her?" "They can't hide her forever. I've got someone who can help us track them down. You focus on the intel. I'll handle the rest." Frankie leaned back, a grim smile playing on his lips. "Vinny, you think they know how deep a grave they just dug for themselves?" Vinny's expression remained stony, eyes fixed on the glowing sprawl of the city ahead. "They're about to find out." Hours later, seated in his office at the Golden Grotto, Vinny pored over maps, his mind a whirlwind of plans. Frankie bustled in and out, coordinating their next moves. "Friddy's got ties all over," Frankie reported. "Sinclair's funneling resources too. They've got the whole town under their thumb." They worked through the night, dawn's light creeping through the blinds. Every detail scrutinized, every lead examined. Time was their enemy, but their determination outweighed their fatigue. "Got it," Frankie exclaimed, holding up a document. "Here, look at this. Sinclair's holding a meeting at his penthouse tomorrow night. High stakes, big players. If Susie's going to be moved, this could be the time." Vinny's eyes sparkled with a feral glow. "Then that's where we strike. We're going in." Frankie's smile was dark and full of promise. Hell's about to break loose. As they prepared for war, the room buzzed with palpable tension. Every step, every word, was laced with the resolve born of desperation and loyalty. Under the wash of early morning light, Vinny turned to Frankie, a grim smile on his lips. "We get Susie out of this, no matter what it costs." Frankie's nod was solemn, eyes steely. "You can count on me, boss." In the heart of the city that thrived on vice and deception, two men prepared to fight against the crushing tide of corruption. With every passing moment, the stakes rose higher, but there was no turning back. Their enemies had made a grave mistake, underestimating the lengths to which Vinny Moretti would go to save those he cared about. As the day unfolded, the lines were drawn. Allies rallied, preparations were made, and in the shadows of Las Vegas, a storm was brewing. The battle to rescue Susie and dismantle the treacherous empire of Friddy and Sinclair was set in motion. Their pursuit was not merely one of survival, but of retribution. In the coming nights, the city would witness the fierce clash of wills, where only the cunning and the determined would prevail. "We're going to make 'em pay, Frankie." "This is far from over," Vinny vowed, his eyes reflecting the burning fire within. "And we are bringing hell with us." Chapter 14, The Ambush at the Golden Nugget. A cold silence gripped the meeting room at the Golden Grotto. Vinny stood at the head of the table, surveying his loyal lieutenants huddled around blueprints of the Golden Nugget. Shadows from the overhead lamp danced across their faces, heightening the intensity hanging thick in the air. Frankie leaned over the plans, his finger sliding across to indicate entry points. "We hit 'em here, boss," he said, eyes flicking up to meet Vinny's. Through the service elevator, straight to the penthouse. Vinny's gaze was granite, his jaw set tight. "What about guards?" His voice cut through the room with knife-edge sharpness. We get 2 at the elevator, 5 more patrolling the corridors. One of the crew piped up, adjusting the brim of his hat nervously. So it's going to be tight, Vinny mulled, a flint of determination in his eyes. He paused, weighing the silence, then addressed the room. Listen up, everyone. This ain't no regular hit. We're going in and out fast. No screw-ups. We got to get Susie out alive. The room vibrated with a quiet intensity. Each man felt the weight of the impending task. Frankie sidled up to Vinny, voice hushed to a whisper. You sure about this, Vinny? It ain't gonna be easy. Vinny's eyes flashed as he clenched his fists. I don't care how hard it gets, Frank. No one's getting left behind. Not tonight. A brief but loaded silence descended, broken only by the rustle of the blueprints as they were folded. Determination steeled every muscle, every glance in the room. All right, time to move. Vinny's command seared the air. We leave now. Under the cloak of night secrecy, the crew skulked through the back streets of Las Vegas. They glided through the shadows cast by flickering neon lights, which buzzed intermittently and painted the wet pavement in a kaleidoscope of erratic hues. Every detail of their movements was shrouded in an air of mystery, from the whispered rustle of fabric to the stealthy clicks of their polished heels on the dry desert sand. The city around them lived its own life, oblivious to the silent figures weaving through its underbelly, their purpose as enigmatic as the night itself. Silent and swift, they infiltrated the golden nugget. Frankie whispered, "Service elevator's just around the corner. Keep it quiet." Vinny led, his mind a pulse of action. The whisper-thin chime of the elevator doors sliding open sounded a symphony of suspense. They ascended, the air inside the cramped space thickening with anticipation. When the doors slid open, Vinny motioned. Go. They slipped out, cat-like, through corridors. They reached the penthouse entrance and positioned themselves strategically. Frankie hunched low, signaling the others to stay alert as they peered through the slight crack of the door. Inside, Freddie, Carmine, and Sinclair stood, awaiting their prey. Susie's silhouette cut through the room's haze, her eyes scanning anxiously. Unbeknownst to Vinny and his crew, a shadow had been trailing them since they left the Golden Grotto. Hidden in the depths of the city's alleys, a henchman loyal to Freddie had caught wind of their plans. With the swiftness and stealth of a phantom, he relayed every movement back to Freddie, ensuring the mob boss was well prepared for the ambush. Frankie whispered, "Now." In an instant, the door burst open, cracking like thunder, as Vinny and his gang stormed in. The room exploded into chaos. Gunfire crackled, furniture splintered, and the air filled with shouts of discord. "Get Susie!" Vinny's roar cut through the mayhem as he fired, dropping 2 of Freddie's men before they could reach for their guns. Frankie grappled with another thug, their struggle an orchestration of tension. "Susie's clear." He jerked his head towards her, but then grimaced under the strain of the fight. "Vinny, it's a trap!" Susie's voice sliced through the air, trembling with urgency. His eyes flicked to Susie, registering the desperate warning. Vinny's eyes locked on Susie's fright-frozen form. "Get her out of here!" His voice lashed above the commotion. Carmine's cold voice echoed through the room. "Come in, Vinny. We've been expecting you." Their path to Susie narrowed as Carmine blocked it, his cold eyes gleaming with malevolence. "Going somewhere, Moretti? I warned you this wasn't over." Vinny sneered, emptying his clip at Carmine, who narrowly dodged. "Move, Carmine. This ain't your fight." Carmine's laugh was icy. "It's always been my fight." He lunged at Vinny, fists flying. Meanwhile, Frankie engaged in a fierce shootout with 2 more henchmen, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. "Vinny, we gotta move!" The piercing crack of an explosion rattled the penthouse, the shockwave sending debris and bodies flying. "Damn it!" Vinny cursed, disoriented as he picked himself up. Freddie and Sinclair's men scrambled to regroup, their numbers fortified. Vinny's eyes darted around, catching a heart-stopping glimpse of Carmine dragging Susie toward another exit. Her defiance melted into desperate pleading. "Vinny!" He charged through the debris, teeth gritted. "Let her go, Carmine." But another hail of bullets cut his advance short. Frankie pulled Vinny behind cover. "We gotta retreat now." The realization hit like lead weights. They were outmatched. "Damn it!" Vinny cursed, retreating with battered resolve. "Fall back!" Under a rain of bullets, they navigated their escape, wrenching the penthouse exit open and pouring into the emergency stairwell. Down and down they fled, a chaotic echo of steps and shouts trailing them. Bursting out into the night air, they found a moment of refuge in the casino's shadowy alley. Bodies battered, faces grim, they braced against the stark reality. Vinny's breath came in ragged gasps. Fury and failure clashed in his eyes. "We lost her, Frankie. Damn it, we lost her." Frankie placed a steadying hand on Vinny's shoulder, his own face etched with equal measures of anger and determination. "We have to get her back, boss. This cannot be over." The crew remained silent, sharing the mutual resolve that surged in their veins. The night had claimed a temporary victory, but Vinny's determination to reclaim Susie and crush their enemies burned brighter than ever. "Let's get somewhere safe," Frankie urged. "We need to regroup, plan the next move." Back at their secure location, the Golden Grotto, the atmosphere was an alchemy of tension and seething resolve. Vinny and Frankie stood at the helm, their expressions shadowed but their purpose sharp and focused. "We underestimated them, again," Frankie admitted, leaning against the doorway. "That explosion, we walked straight into their trap." Vinny's fists clenched in hard resolve. "We did. But this time, we won't make the same mistake. We go back. We go smarter." Frankie nodded, his eyes a mirror of Vinny's steely determination. "New strategy? We hit them before they expect it, but we need allies," Vinny mused, a new plan forming in the smoke of their shared failure's aftermath. Frankie's face hardened. "Allies, huh? You got someone in mind?" "Yeah," Vinny replied, finally breaking the tension with a frigid smile. "It's time to call in a few favors again." The next hours were a furious blend of planning, contacts, and renewed vigor. By dawn, Vinny's war room was alive with strategizing, each man resolved anew. Frankie jabbed at the map of Las Vegas. "We rally 'em here. The Golden Nuggets got vulnerabilities we missed." Vinny's eyes narrowed at the map. "We utilize every damn advantage. Susie's not staying in their clutches." Frankie looked around, meeting the eyes of each crew member. "Remember, this time, precision. No mistakes." Frankie pressed further. "What about Sinclair? How do we handle that snake?" Vinny's lips curled into a grim smile. "Sinclair will get what's coming. We play the long game with him." Nods of grim appreciation rippled through the crew. The resolve to move forward, despite the evening's failure, was clear. With their new strategy in place, the men dispersed, each to their designated task, the clock ticking down to the next collision. As Frankie was about to leave, Vinny caught his arm. "One more thing, Frank." Frankie turned, his eyes narrowing. "What's that, boss?" "Spread the word. No one gets a free pass. If there's anyone sitting on the fence about this, make 'em choose sides. They're either with us or against us." "You got it." Outside, under the bruised sky speckled with twilight's earliest stars, Vinny and Frankie stepped out onto the Golden Grotto's balcony, casting lingering looks back at the cauldron of ambitions and vendettas brewing inside. "We're bringing hell, Frank," Vinny murmured, staring into the expanse. Frankie nodded, a silent oath of abiding loyalty, preparing for the war that would redefine their world. The stage was set for the final act, a battlefield where survival and vengeance were inseparably entwined. Chapter 15, Dark Night of the Soul. Moments passed while Vinny leaned back in his chair, the light casting long shadows across his office at the Golden Grotto. Below, the murmur of the casino hummed like a distant, restless ocean. His fingers traced the edge of his desk, but his mind was miles away, trudging through memories of New York's gritty side streets. The heavy velvet curtains barely muffled the faint clink of glasses and the tinny notes of a jazz piano spilling from the casino floor. His gaze settled on a framed photograph of a younger Vinny and Benny Sirocco, their grins as wide as the fortunes they dreamt of. "Never thought we'd end up here, Benny," Vinny muttered to the frame, his voice carrying the weight of their shared past. The door creaked open, breaking his reverie. Frankie stood in the doorway, his stocky frame filling the space, eyes as cold and calculated as ever. "Boss, you okay?" Frankie's voice carried a rare edge of concern. He moved further into the room, the smell of smoke and desperation clinging to his suit like a second skin. Vinny waved him off, his fingers still tracing the edge of the desk. Just thinking, Frankie, about the old days. The old days ain't gonna help us now, Frankie replied bluntly, moving to pour himself a glass of whiskey. The amber liquid caught the light as he swirled it in his glass. We need you sharp, Vinny, focused. Vinny sighed, leaning forward, arms resting on his desk. What if I can't keep her safe, Frankie? What if I fail Susie like I failed Benny? His voice was low, almost to himself, yet the desperation in his eyes was unmistakable. Frankie took a step closer, his expression hardening. You didn't fail, Benny. He made his choices, just like we all do. Don't put that on yourself. But this is different. Susie's trapped in a hell I dragged her into. Don Friddy, Sinclair, they're circling like vultures, and every move I make seems to pull her deeper into the muck. She's strong, Vinny. Hell, she's one of the toughest dames I've ever met. Frankie seated himself across the desk, eyes steely. But she needs you on your game. Second-guessing yourself ain't gonna save her. Action will. Vinny stared down at his hands, memories of Susie's smile flashing through his mind. His gut twisted with the fear of losing her, of being too late. We fought to survive back in New York, Frankie. It was always about making the right move, staying a step ahead. But now it's not just about survival. It's about protecting the people who matter. And you will, Frankie interjected with a decisive nod. We will, but doubting yourself won't get us anywhere. It's time to double down, hit him where it hurts. Vinny looked up, meeting Frankie's gaze. Every empire's got its cracks. I need to find theirs fast. Susie's life depends on it. Vinny, we need a plan, Frankie said, his voice steady but firm. Sitting here ain't saving Susie. We're all waiting for your word. Vinny didn't look up. You think I don't know that? Every second she's in Friddy's hands, it's on me, Frankie. Frankie stepped further into the room, the shadows swallowing him whole. You bring up New York, the old days. You really remember New York? How we scraped by, fighting for every inch. How could I forget? Those streets were our training ground, Vinny replied, finally meeting Frankie's gaze. We built our empire on the bones of those memories. And we'll rescue Susie on the strength of those lessons, Frankie asserted. But we need to be smarter, sharper. This isn't just about muscle. Vinny's mind drifted to the early days of Prohibition. The chaos, the violence, the ruthless cunning it took to rise above the fray. He remembered every strategic move, every calculated risk, the relentless pursuit of power that had fueled their empire. You're right, Frankie, Vinny said with a nod. We need something more than brute force. Friddy's expecting another frontal assault. We gotta think 2 steps ahead. Vinny's mind raced, calculating the implications. Then we need to use their overconfidence against them, turn their traps into our advantage. Frankie crossed his arms, his presence a grounding force in the room. You got a plan, Vinny? A slow, grim smile spread across Vinny's face. We hit them where they least expect it, smoke them out, turn their arrogance into their downfall. That's exactly why we need to be unpredictable, Vinny stated, his voice steeled with determination. We're not just fighting for Susie. This is about everything we've built, the Golden Grotto, our legacy. Frankie nodded, a smirk playing on his lips. You always did love a good chess game, Vinny. We're trapped in one now, Vinny said, and this time it's for keeps. Susie's voice echoed softly in his mind. He closed his eyes, remembering the first moment he laid eyes on her, her captivating smile, the way she held the room with her voice, like a siren leading men to their doom. I need her back, Frankie. Frankie nodded slowly. We'll get her back, together. Vinny's gaze fell on the one-way mirror overlooking the casino floor. He saw himself, an empire builder, a protector, a man with everything to lose. Hours later, the office filled again with the trusted core of Vinny's gang. Maps and blueprints covered the table, circling Friddy's casino. All right, here's what we know, Vinny began, pointing to key locations on the map. Friddy's got traps, but we'll turn these into distractions. We need eyes on their movements, constant updates. Frankie, set up our surveillance. I want every approach covered. We're infiltrating under cover of night. Frankie continued, his voice a low rumble. Use the shadows. Move silent. Move quick. Vinny nodded, his eyes focused. Friddy's men are arrogant. They won't expect a diversion. We'll split their forces. Time it perfectly, Vinny instructed. The moment they're distracted, we hit hard and fast, no holding back, and be prepared for everything. The preparations continued through the night, every detail meticulously planned. Vinny's mind churned with strategies, each step bringing him closer to the reckoning that awaited. As the first light of dawn broke through the curtains, Vinny stood, the weight of his responsibilities clear on his shoulders. We move out tonight. Let's show Friddy and Sinclair they're not the rulers of this city. One by one, the men left the room, leaving Vinny alone once more. He walked to the window, gazing out at the burgeoning city he had helped shape. "Susie, hold on. I'm coming for you," he whispered to the waking city, his voice barely audible. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone cut like a knife through the silence. It was a cryptic message, a rare, direct communication. "You are not alone." Frankie rushed back in, alerted by the phone call. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, Frankie. In fact, we might have just caught a break," Vinny replied, holding the phone up. "Looks like we're not alone in this fight." "Inside help?" Frankie's eyebrows arched. "Seems so. And this," Vinny's voice turned steely, "could change everything." "We use every advantage," Frankie said, clapping a hand on Vinny's shoulder. "We bring Susie back home." Vinny's eyes met Frankie's, their shared resolve unbreakable. "From now, we change the game." Frankie adjusted his gun holster, his suit impeccably tailored even in the face of combat. "We're a team, Vinny. We go in together, we come out together." Vinny's jaw tightened as he met each man's eyes. "Let's bring Susie home." Chapter 16. Discovery of an Unexpected Ally. The late afternoon sun angled through the blinds of Vinny's office, casting shadows that seemed to dance to the silent tension. Vinny, clad in his usual dark suit, stood behind his desk, his hand resting on the polished surface as he scrutinized the faces around him. "Time's pressing," Frankie spoke up, his scar catching the light just right to add menace to his already imposing figure. He pointed to the map sprawled across Vinny's desk. "We strike here, at the safe house. Seems he's got a castle built out in the desert where nobody knew of." "How solid is this intel?" Vinny's eyes never left the map. Frankie shared a look with their trusted men before speaking again. "As solid as it gets. The source is one of Harper's old associates, embedded in Sinclair's crew. Which, by the way, what? Spit it out, Frankie," Frankie said, almost reluctantly. "The message comes from one of Harper's inside men in Sinclair's gang." The room fell silent. Vinny straightened, his brows knitting together. "Harper? That dirty cop, he was a double agent." "Exactly," Frankie confirmed. His associate just confirmed it. "Harper's been passing critical information to us, keeping our operation one step ahead. The thread of our misfortune began to unravel the moment he was killed, casting an ominous shadow over everything that followed." Vinny allowed the revelation to sink in. He remembered the moment he shot Harper, the flash of betrayal in Harper's eyes. It made his stomach churn. "We need more than his word. I want to talk to this associate. We won't get fooled twice here." Frankie nodded. "I'll arrange it, but for now, this info is gold. We have a chance to hit Don Friddy where it hurts." A tense murmur rippled through the room. Vinny leaned over the map, tracing the routes with a gloved finger. "All right, walk me through it." Frankie pointed to various points on the map. "The weak spots are here, here, and here. We hit these at the designated times, create diversions, and drive straight for the safe house. Don Friddy will be there, but their best guards will be stretched thin." One of Vinny's men, Tony, stepped forward. "And Susie? What's the plan for getting her out?" "She's our priority," Vinny said, his voice hard as steel. "We do this clean, and we get her out safe." Frankie tapped the map again. "We divide into 2 teams, one for extraction, the other for diversion and cleanup. Timing will be crucial. We move fast, hit hard, and don't look back." Vinny nodded. "Frankie's team will handle the extraction. Tony and I will lead the distraction. Are we clear?" The men nodded in unison, a palpable sense of urgency filling the room. Vinny stepped back from the map, his mind already running 1,000 scenarios. "And what about Harper's associate? Where's he now?" "Meeting us near the Huntridge Theater in an hour," Frankie confirmed. "Fine, everyone, gear up," Vinny ordered, his gaze sweeping across his men. "We're not just doing this for Susie, we're doing this for ourselves and to cripple Sinclair and Don Friddy's empire." A collective nod of understanding sealed the room's determination. The crew filed out, the intensity amping up as they prepped for the confrontation. An hour later, Vinny, Frankie, and Tony waited in the fluorescent light of a diner close to the Huntridge Theater. The soft hum of jazz music played overhead, a stark contrast to the tension at their booth. The door swung open, and a slight, nervous man stepped inside. His eyes darted around before he fixed on Frankie and approached cautiously. "This the guy?" Vinny asked, his gaze penetrating. "That's him," Frankie replied, signaling the man to sit. The man slid into the booth, his hands trembling slightly. "Name's Eddie. I was Harper's inside man." Vinny's eyes bore into Eddie's. "Start talking, Eddie. How do we know you're not setting us up?" Eddie swallowed hard. "Harper, he trusted me. He planted me in Sinclair's crew to gather intel. Every scrap I found, I passed to Harper." "Go on," Vinny urged, his voice tight. "Harper got word that Don Friddy and Sinclair were planning something big. That's when he tried to warn you. But he took a bullet from me," Vinny finished, a mix of regret and resolve in his tone. Eddie insisted, his desperation evident. He was playing the long game to take Sinclair down from the inside. Vinny leaned back, processing the information. "You got proof of all this, Eddie?" Eddie fumbled with a small notebook and slid it across the table. "Names, locations, times, all the intel we've gathered. Everything I shared with Harper. I guess he didn't pass that on to you." Vinny flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the handwritten notes. They lined up with what Frankie had shared earlier. "All right," Vinny said finally, closing the notebook. "I believe you. But understand this, Eddie. If we get one whiff of betrayal, you'll wish you never crossed us." Eddie nodded frantically. "I just want to see Sinclair and Friddy brought down, whatever it takes." "Good," Vinny replied, his voice cold. "Here's the plan." Back at the Golden Grotto, the crew huddled one last time. The room buzzed with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. As Frankie laid out the specifics of the plan, Vinny's mind replayed the pivotal moment he shot Harper, an image seared into his memory. "We move fast, we move hard," Frankie continued, pointing at various marks on the map. "Their weak spots are here, here, and here. Vinny, you take the main entrance, the rest will follow. Harper's friend says Don Friddy and Sinclair will be meeting at the heart of their operation. Strike when the iron's hot." Faces in the room hardened. Determination set in. Plans were fine-tuned, weapons checked, and resolve steeled. "Anything else we need to know about this safe house?" Vinny's voice cut through the tense air. "It's guarded, sure," Frankie said, "but we've got the element of surprise. They won't see this coming. It's now or never." A heavy silence lingered before Vinny broke it. "Good. We'll hit them with everything we've got, for Susie." The mention of Harper stirred a wave of emotions within the room. The men knew their mission carried the weight of redemption and vengeance. "Any doubts?" Vinny's voice was firm, eyes scanning each face. "No, boss," came the collective murmur. Loyalty unspoken but evident. "Frankie, any last-minute changes, you coordinate. Stay agile, stay swift. This isn't just about Susie, it's about sending a message." "Got it, Vinny. We'll be ready." The tension persisted. Vinny took a moment to himself, eyes closed, breathing deeply. He opened his eyes with renewed determination, ready to give it all for Susie's memory. Gathered in the room, each man took his role with grave seriousness. Cases clicked open, weapons gleamed under the room lights, and it became clear they were gearing for war. "That's it. Everyone knows their role, their place. Let's get this done. Frankie, lead them out." Frankie nodded, a flicker of unease crossing his face before vanishing. "Roger that, Vinny. We know what needs doing." Vinny stood motionless for a moment, his eyes following their departure. He turned to the window, watching as the last rays of sunlight faded, casting longer shadows over the city, his city. "Make it out, Susie. I'm coming for you," he whispered, talking to the wind that rustled through the casino below. Hours passed, the clock striking time under the weight of anticipation. They moved in absolute silence, the casino's noise but a muffled hum in the distance. Vinny's heart pounded in rhythm with his deliberate steps. Chapter 17, Battle or Showdown. The moon hung heavy over the desert, painting the landscape in pale, ghostly hues. Vinny, Frankie, and their crew moved in silence, their silhouettes slipping between the shadows. Ahead, Don Friddy's mansion loomed, its sumptuous structure stark against the barren expanse. Moonlight gleamed off its red-tiled roof and marble columns, a beacon in the desolation. Vinny halted, signaling the crew to stop. "Time to move in," he whispered, his voice like the rustle of sand. Their faces were set with determination, the gravity of their task pressing down on them. Frankie nodded, his scar catching the moonlight, a constant reminder of his hard-earned experience. "Let's do this." The team crept towards the perimeter of the mansion. The high stone walls loomed above them, a daunting barrier. Without a word, Vinny planted his hands against the rough stone and began to climb. Frankie and the rest followed suit, each movement deliberate, their senses heightened for any sign of danger. They reached the top and dropped inside, landing softly on the well-manicured lawn. The riches of the place were almost jarring. The gardens were lush oases in the desert, carefully sculpted bushes and exotic flowers contrasting with the stark landscape they had just traversed. A guard patrolled ahead, oblivious in the lighting. Vinny signaled for silence, and they moved like shadows, slipping past security cameras and evading the guard's line of sight. They were halfway to the main entrance when Frankie's sharp gaze caught sudden movement. A guard stepped around the corner, his flashlight cutting through the night. He froze, spotting them. "Hey!" Before he could raise an alarm, Frankie's knife flew, silent and precise, finding its mark. The guard dropped, but not before his flashlight clattered to the ground, the noise echoing in the stillness. "Move!" Vinny hissed. Their swift journey turned frantic as alarm shouting blared, flooding the mansion with light. The crew scattered, splitting into smaller units as planned. Vinny grabbed Frankie, leading their group towards the interior. "We can't stop now, Frankie," Vinny urged, his voice steady yet urgent. "I know, Vinny. Let's keep going," Frankie replied, eyes scanning every corner as they navigated through the chaos. Inside, the mansion was a labyrinth of large hallways and lavishly decorated rooms. Crystal chandeliers cast fractured light, making the shadows dance. Vinny's mind traced Eddie's detailed floor plans as he led them deeper into the enemy's stronghold. A group of guards rounded the corner, and another firefight erupted. Bullets flew, shattering the elegance of the space. Vinny and his men pushed forward, determination etched into every movement. Guards fell, sustaining minor injuries. Frankie grimaced but held his ground, a testament to his resolute resolve. "We can't stop. Susie's counting on us," Vinny barked, his voice cutting through the din. Their mission brought them to a heavy oak door. Vinny's heart pounded as he kicked it open, revealing Susie, bound and guarded by two imposing figures. "Vinny!" Susie's voice was a mix of relief and desperation. "Hang on, Susie, we're getting you out of here," Vinny promised, eyes narrowing on the guards. The ensuing brawl was a blur of fists, kicks, and fury. Vinny's movements were sharp, each strike calculated. He ducked a swing, countering with a powerful punch that sent one guard sprawling. Frankie engaged the other, his actions a blend of brute force and precision. Vinny freed Susie from her bonds, his hands gentle but urgent. "Can you walk?" Susie, despite the bruises marring her skin, nodded. "I'm not letting them keep me down." Vinny's look of admiration was brief, swallowed by the urgency of their escape. "Let's go." They regrouped with Frankie and the rest of the crew, the mansion still alive with alarms and chaos. "We need to move now," Frankie urged, his voice a command wrapped in urgency. "I'm with you," Vinny agreed, guiding Susie with a firm but reassuring hand. As they navigated the affluent corridors, Susie's spirit shone through her suffering. "We're not done yet, Vinny," she said, her voice a beacon of resilience. "Damn right," Vinny replied, a fierce smile playing on his lips. "We're just getting started." They encountered more guards, each confrontation a test of their resolve. Vinny and Frankie led the charge, their crew fighting with the energy of desperation and hope. Bullets ricocheted off marble and gold, a stark reminder of the stakes they played for. Bursting through the front door, they emerged into the night, firing open the main access gate, the desert a stark contrast to the mansion's faded grandeur. The vehicles they had come in sat waiting, shadows against the moonlit sand. As the crew piled into the cars, Vinny couldn't help but take one last look at the mansion. It was a monument to Don Friddy's power, but tonight it had crumbled. "Drive," Vinny ordered, pushing Susie into the waiting car. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one raising the stakes of their victory. The presence of Susie beside him brought a grounding sense of purpose. "Frankie," Vinny called from the front seat. "Tonight was a step. We're not done." Frankie turned, his steely eyes meeting Vinny's. "We'll finish it, Vinny. Until the end. Stop the car." "You saved me," Susie said softly, her voice cutting through Vinny's internal monologue. Vinny looked at her, his eyes softening. "This ain't over." "Not by a long shot," Frankie added, turning to face the crew. "Next, we take down Freddy for good." Vinny wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand, his eyes scanning the chaos around them. Frankie stood beside him, breathing heavily. His face bore the deep lines of a man who had seen and done too much. "Vinny, we need to get out of the car," Frankie muttered, the urgency in his voice unmistakable. "I know. We can't leave now. We're too close." Vinny's gaze was steel as he looked past Frankie's shoulder towards the beacon of light that was Freddy's mansion. "Staying here is a suicide mission," Frankie said, a hint of frustration seeping into his tone. "Freddy's forces might regroup." Vinny's eyes darkened with determination. "This is our chance, Frankie. Don Freddy's weakened. If we leave now, we might never get another shot to take him out. We finish this tonight." Frankie studied Vinny's face, seeing the fierce resolve. He gave a sharp nod. "All right, boss. Lead the way." The crew regrouped, weapons at the ready. Vinny's mind hummed with precision, each thought a gear in the intricate machinery as he meticulously mapped out Eddie's floor plans. He signaled for them to move out, fast and quiet. The team moved back through the mansion, dispatching the remaining guards with ruthless efficiency. They moved like shadows amidst the ostentatious furnishings, some adorned with marble statues and gilt-framed paintings that stood as silent witnesses to the unfolding violence. "Spread out. We need to cover more ground," Vinny commanded. "Frankie, you take the west wing. I'll cover the east." Frankie nodded, gathering a few men. "You got it. We'll smoke him out if he's here." As they split up, Vinny's pulse quickened. Each step echoed with the weight of his promise and the urgency of their mission. He moved swiftly, encountering sporadic resistance. Each guard that appeared was swiftly taken down, the corridors filling with the staccato bursts of gunfire. A lavish study caught his eye. Vinny kicked the door open, gun drawn, ready for anything. Don Freddy sat behind a large desk, his calm composure a stark contrast to the chaos around him. "Vincent," Freddy's voice was smooth, even welcoming. "I've been expecting you." Vinny's grip tightened on his weapon. "Your reign of terror ends tonight, Freddy." Don Freddy's smile widened, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "You sound so certain, but let's not rush. We have history, you and I." Vinny strode forward, the tension palpable. "That history ends now." Freddy rose, his predatory grace belying his age. "We are not so different, Vincent. We've both done unspeakable things, but tonight it seems only one of us will come out alive." The room crackled with intensity as words gave way to action. Freddy moved swiftly, and Vinny barely had time to react, blocking a swipe of a knife aimed at his side. The fight was brutal, each man drawing on years of experience. Vinny staggered back, blood dripping from a cut on his arm. Freddy was relentless, his strikes precise, but Vinny's rage fueled him, his resolve stronger than the pain. He lashed out, meeting Freddy blow for blow. A particularly vicious punch sent Freddy reeling, crashing against a bookshelf. The older man's eyes blazed with defiance as he regained his footing. "Is this how you envisioned it, Vincent? A bloody brawl to settle things once and for all?" Freddy mocked, blood staining his shirt. Vinny clenched his fists, his knuckles white. "If it means taking you down, then yes." Freddy lunged, but Vinny was ready. He sidestepped, delivering a punishing kick that sent Freddy to the ground. Seizing the moment, Vinny disarmed him, the knife clattering to the floor. For a brief second, he hesitated, memories flooding back, the alliances, the treacheries, the shared bloodshed. Freddy's lips curled into a sneer even as he gasped for breath. "You think this will change anything, Vincent? We are both slaves to this life, bound by violence and deceit." Vinny's resolve hardened. "This ends now," he whispered, and with a final decisive strike, he watched the life drain from Don Freddy's eyes. As the mob boss lay dying, he murmured, You'll never escape this darkness, Vincent. It follows you, always. Breathless, Vinny stepped back as Frankie's voice echoed down the hallway. Frankie burst into the room, their relief palpable. "You did it, boss," Frankie said, respect mingling with exhaustion in his eyes. Vinny nodded, his breaths ragged. "We need to get out now." The ride back to the Golden Grotto was a blur of headlights and pounding hearts. The gigantic mansion receded into the desert's darkness, swallowed whole by the night. Upon arrival, their allies awaited, relief and triumph etched on their faces. The atmosphere buzzed with cautious celebration as Vinny addressed his crew. "We struck a blow tonight," Vinny said, his voice steady. "But this is just the beginning. We have reclaimed some ground, but the fight isn't over. Sinclair is still here." The men nodded, their respect for Vinny unspoken but palpable. As Susie approached, her eyes soft with gratitude, she laid a hand on Vinny's arm. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Vinny looked into her eyes, seeing the strength and resilience that had carried them both through so much. "I'd do it 1,000 times over," he replied. Frankie and the crew gathered around, their loyalty evident. Vinny took a deep breath, the weight of the night pressing on him, but also the resolve to see their mission through. "We've got more to do," Vinny said, his voice carrying the weight of his commitment. "But tonight, we rest. Tomorrow, we plan our next move. We will reclaim Las Vegas." The crew erupted in a low, determined cheer. They had faced the darkness and come out stronger. Later, as Vinny stood on the balcony of his hotel penthouse overlooking the city, Susie joined him. The city's neon lights sparkled like distant stars, painting a picture of a place full of dreams and dangers. "You've done a lot already, Vincent," Susie said, her voice soothing. "But you've got to take care of yourself too." Vinny nodded, a slight smile curving his lips. "I don't know how to stop. Not now, not when we're so close." Susie turned, her eyes locking onto his. "We'll handle it together. You're not alone in this." Her words seeped into him, bringing a rare moment of solace amidst the storm. He reached out, wrapping his arm around her, drawing strength from her presence. "Tomorrow," Vinny murmured, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "We continue, but tonight we regroup. We get ready for the battles ahead." He raised a glass, his voice determined. "To those we've lost, and to the battles we've yet to fight. But most importantly, to reclaiming our city." Vinny took a deep breath, the scent of victory mingling with the ever-present odor of cigar smoke and sweat. As the night wore on, Vinny found his quiet. Leaning against his desk, he stared at a photograph of his younger self and Benny, a reminder of the shared dreams and the cost they've paid. Susie's soft voice pulled him back to the present. "You okay?" "Just thinking about the road we've traveled," Vinny said, his eyes not leaving the photo, "and the ones we've yet to walk." "We'll make it through," Susie assured him, her hand warm on his shoulder. "Together." Vinny nodded, feeling the weight lift just a fraction. He turned to meet her gaze, finding comfort there. "Together," he affirmed, his voice firm. As the first rays of dawn began to pierce the horizon, Vinny felt a small sense of peace. The darkness had not yet fully lifted, but there was a glimmer of hope. Tonight, they had survived. Tomorrow began a new chapter in their battle for control, for redemption, for Las Vegas. Vinny lingered by the window, Susie beside him. They stood in silence, the city below slowly awakening. It was fragile, this moment of calm, but it was theirs, and for now that was enough. "We've got this," Susie whispered, her voice steady. Vinny nodded, a resolute determination coiling within him. Tomorrow would come with its own set of challenges, but they would face it together, and together they would reclaim not just their city but the future Vinny had fought so hard to protect. Chapter 18. Light flickered in the warehouse, shadows dancing on the walls as if they concealed secrets of their own. Vinny reclined at a metal table, fingers tapping in rhythm, eyes hard and unreadable. The air felt thick, heavy with silence and unspoken threats. A door creaked open, slicing through the oppressive quiet. Hank Sinclair stepped into the light, sharp eyes flitting around the room. "You've really set the scene, Vinny." Sinclair's voice carried an air of forced cheer. "I always knew you had a flair for the dramatic." Vinny's fingers stopped. He motioned to the chair opposite. Sinclair hesitated, but slid into it, adjusting his tailored suit. The usual arrogance in his smile seemed a bit more brittle. "Now, before we get into the thick of it," Sinclair continued, his charm like a mask he was struggling to keep in place, "let's talk about what we discussed earlier, what we can achieve together. You've got the grit, the street smarts, and let's be honest, unmatched strategic brilliance. I, on the other hand, have the connections and the polish. With your fire and my finesse, we can—" Sinclair's smooth monologue was cut short as Vinny slid a stack of documents across the table. There was a moment of quiet as Sinclair's eyes scanned the papers, each page turning paler than the last. "You've got to be kidding me," Sinclair murmured, his bravado wavering, a flicker of panic seizing his features. "Where did you get this?" Silence. Vinny's silence was a wall, impenetrable, leaving Sinclair to struggle alone in the void of his own wrongdoing. Bribery, embezzlement, racketeering. Vinny's voice finally broke the stillness, each word sharp, loaded, enough to sink you faster than a one-legged drunk in a gutter. Sinclair's hands tightened, knuckles whitening as he looked up, eyes wide with dread and disbelief. "All right, then. What's your game, Vinny?" "The game is simple." Vinny's tone was cold. "You cooperate, you follow every directive I give, and you live your days without a jail cell for a view. Try to cross me, and this," he tapped the stack of papers, "becomes the headline." Sinclair swallowed hard, his usual confidence fragmented, a crack appearing in the veneer. "We don't need to be enemies. I can make you richer, more powerful than you ever imagined." "You think I care about money, Hank?" Vinny leaned forward, eyes piercing. "You cooperate fully or face the consequences." His calm delivery was more terrifying than any shout, the ultimatum ironclad. "No, please, I can pay you. Name your price." Sinclair's desperation seeped through his voice as he tried to recover ground. "Whatever you want, it's yours. Just let's not burn everything down." Vinny raised a hand, silencing Sinclair. "There will be no deals. You're a puppet now. One wrong move and the strings get cut." Sinclair's shoulders slumped, a man stripped of his illusion of control. "You gathered all this on your own?" he asked, voice soft, resignation creeping in. "Eddie's got a good talent for finding what's buried," Vinny said. "Harper's former guy has helped. He knows how to dig." A moment passed. Defeated and drained, Sinclair nodded reluctantly and sneered. "Fine. What's next?" Vinny stood, the movement commanding, leaving Sinclair little choice but to follow. "You follow me. We got work to do." The shift to the Golden Grotto was stark. Elegance enveloped Vinny's office, a stark contrast to the warehouse's foreboding aura. Frankie and Susie waited, tension hanging around them like another layer of clothing. Sinclair followed Vinny in silence, the weight of his newly discovered subservience palpable. He dropped into a chair like a marionette whose strings had been, in all but the last, cut. "The great Hank Sinclair," Frankie observed with a glimmer of a smirk. "Seems the mighty do indeed fall." Sinclair shifted uncomfortably, aware of the scrutinizing eyes on him. "Susie, make sure we're not disturbed." Vinny's command was simple, and she moved to comply, her presence a calming counterpoint to the tension. Sinclair's eyes followed her, a flicker of realization at the here-now reality. "I underestimated you all." Vinny turned, hands resting on the back of his high-backed chair. "You overestimated yourself, Hank, thinking you could juggle fire and not get burned." Frankie leaned in, more with intrigue rather than just business. "What's the next move, boss?" "With Sinclair under our thumb, we tighten our grip on the city," Vinny stated, eyes piercing everyone in the room. "First, we deal with Don Friddy's remnants, sweep them up before anyone else gets any ideas." "Chances are, they're scrambling without their head," Susie noted, her voice steadier, every bit the survivor of the recent harshness. "But there's always someone looking to fill the power vacuum." "That's where we come in." Vinny's gaze was unflinching. "Every move is calculated, precision is key, no loose ends, and remain loyal to the commission. But other than that, the city is ours." Sinclair swallowed, his voice emerging hesitant, but with a hint of defiance. "If we do this, what guarantees do you offer? You drop me once it's convenient?" Vinny's expression softened, a dangerous deception of calm. "As long as you follow every order, you stay clear of jail." Frankie leaned back, arms crossed, watching Sinclair with a predator's patience. "The way I see it, you've got no other options, Sinclair. Cooperation or ruin, simple or suicidal." Sinclair chuckled bitterly. Funny how the pathway to hell is paved with roses and deals. That's your problem, Vinny's eyes narrowed. Always thinking it's a game you can cheat. Sinclair stayed silent, the truth of Vinny's words a bitter pill to swallow. With you pulling strings behind the scenes, we'll expand our influence. Vinny continued. Close ranks around Vegas's key players, stabilize our position. Sinclair nodded, reluctant acceptance etched across his features. Fine, but know this, every snake you cut leaves a nest, there will always be another. And we'll handle them one by one. Vinny's voice was steel. Harper's intel will help, keep that in mind. The room settled into a tentative silence, interrupted only by the occasional hum from the overhead lights. So what's the plan for now? Susie's question cut through, her resolve giving everyone strength. We root out this so-called local syndicate, Vinny outlined. Sinclair will assist, willingly or not. Frankie, you coordinate with our allies. Make sure everyone's ready. We strike hard and fast. Frankie nodded, his trust in Vinny evident. Every nest needs a clean sweep. Sinclair, you better add value, Susie added, her eyes a warning. Any hint of betrayal, and it becomes your epitaph. Sinclair sighed, nodding. Understood. All right then, Vinny declared. Everybody knows their role. Move swiftly. They filed out, each with a renewed sense of purpose. Vinny lingered, absorbing the weight of their next course of action, contemplating the delicate balance of what lay ahead. Victory against Sinclair was just a step. The true challenge would begin when they tried welding the city into new folds, one string at a time. In the quietude of reflection, Vinny knew there was no real redemption, just an endless battle to maintain control, a constant threat whispering from the shadows of the legacy he was trying to secure. Protecting those close became his quiet promise amidst this loud game of power. Setting forth into the labyrinthine halls of intrigue and betrayal, ensnaring Las Vegas, Vincent Vinny Moretti had his eyes fixed on a future envisioned only in the darkest shadows of the twilight streets. The fate of the city hung in the silent echoes of their steps. Chapter 19, Consolidating Power and Building a Legacy. The street outside echoed with the shuffle of midnight transactions. Vinny's eyes, sharp and severe, swept over his crew assembling in the courtyard. Tonight's the night, boys. We move fast, we move hard, he announced, his voice slicing through the ambient whispers of the night. Take down anyone who thinks they can fill Don Friddy's shoes. We don't stop until every damn rat is flushed out. Frankie tightened his grip on his revolver, his scarred jawline set with determination. We're ready, boss. Giovanni Frazetta's crew is gunning for the casinos on Fremont Street. They think we're weak with Don Friddy out of the picture. They're in for a rude awakening, Vinny replied, a wry smile curling his lips. He glanced at Susie, standing poised and statuesque in the shadows. She nodded, a silent affirmation of their plan. Frazetta won't know what hit him, Vinny. Susie interjected, her voice low but resolute. Vinny's expression softened briefly. Susie, you stick to the capos at the clubs. They need to see a familiar face in charge, someone they can trust. Got it, she said, her eyes twinkling with determination as she accepted her assignment. The crew dispersed in synchronized efficiency. Vinny moved towards his car, Frankie at his side. Frankie, we strike at midnight. Make sure there's no room for doubt, Vinny ordered. Understood. Frankie's tone was steely, devoid of any tremor of hesitation. The convoy of cars roared down the strip, engines revving like a symphony of impending chaos. They reached Fremont Street, the neon lights casting long shadows of menace on the walls of unsuspecting establishments. Vinny stepped out, adjusting his suit as if preparing for a dance rather than a confrontation. Frankie joined him, their presence a dark herald in the neon glow. Inside one of the casinos, an undercurrent of fear ran palpable among the patrons. Vinny's arrival extinguished the chatter, turning it into an uneasy silence. The house stood on the edge of a knife, waiting. Vinny's eyes scanned the room. Where's Frazetta? A burly man stepped forward, attempting bravado, but his voice wavered. He's not here, Moretti. Frankie's revolver flashed out, a swift, calculated motion. Wrong answer. Try again. The man paled but stubbornly held his ground. I swear he's not. Another man dashed from the back, panic etched on his face. Frankie's shot caught him in the shoulder, sending him crashing into the roulette table. The crowd gasped, shrinking back, creating space for the unplanned melee. Vinny remained unruffled, directing his next command to the wounded man sprawled on the floor. "Where's Frazetta, or your next bet is on when you bleed out." He's at the old train depot by the tracks," the man stammered, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Vinny nodded to Frankie. "Deal with the rest. Anyone who defies us knows the cost." Frankie's predatory grin flashed as he marshaled the crew. They spread through the casino like wolves in a henhouse, ensuring no dissent would rise from the shadows. Back at the meeting spot, Vinny regrouped with Susie, their faces illuminated by the flickering street lamp. Vinny took a deep breath, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. He turned to Susie, her auburn hair glowing under the intermittent light. "Susie, you managed to calm the capos?" The question carried more gravitas than he intended. She met his gaze. "Vinny, they're locked in. I laid it out clearly. Nobody steps out of line." His tension eased, but only slightly. "Good. We need every capo on our side. No loose ends." "They understand the stakes," she replied, eyes shining with a blend of ferocity and assurance. "I made it clear their futures depend on your victory. They're loyal to you now." Vinny nodded, grateful but still cautious. "We need to make sure they stay that way. Continuity is key." Susie piped up, fingers twitching from the lingering adrenaline. "All the other casinos are secured too, Vinny. Frankie's boys have them locked tight. No one's making a move without us knowing." Vinny's mind shifted gears, already calculating the next steps. "Good, let's keep the momentum. Frankie, you got the intel on the depot?" Frankie's face was steely, confidence radiating from him. "Minimal security. Frazetta won't see us coming." "Then we hit him tonight. No waiting, no letting him regroup," Vinny decided, voice firm. "Susie, you stay. Frankie, you're with me." Susie turned back to Vinny. "You got it, Vinny. Keep it tight and come back in one piece." "Always," Vinny assured her, his eyes lingering on hers for a heartbeat longer than necessary. They moved with purpose towards their vehicles. Vinny and Frankie climbed into the lead car, its engine growling to life like a prowling beast. The streets blurred as they sped through the night, the city a cascade of shadows and artificial light. As they approached the old train depot, Vinny's voice cut through the silence. "Frankie, we go in quick. I don't want to give Frazetta any time to gather his wits." Frankie adjusted his tie, a cold glint in his eyes. "Understood, boss." They moved under the cover of darkness, the ominous stillness broken only by the soft crunch of gravel beneath their feet. The warehouse loomed ahead, its skeletal framework a reminder of the busy train maintenance yard between Los Angeles and Salt Lake City. With a hand signal from Vinny, his men flanked the building. The door burst open under Frankie's assault, the crash reverberating into the cavernous interior. Giovanni Frazetta's eyes widened as Vinny stormed in, but he quickly masked his fear with bluster. "You think you can just walk in here, Moretti? Taking over Don Friddy's scraps?" Vinny's voice was cold, calculated. "That was your second mistake." "And the first?" Frazetta shot back, false bravado painting his facade. "Thinking you had a chance." Vinny's reply was half snarl, half sentence as he leveled his gun, the room buzzing with imminent violence. In a heartbeat, Frankie's team secured the building, quelling any resistance, the air filled with the tense anticipation of the inevitable. "You've lost, Frazetta," Vinny stated as if declaring a universal truth. "Join us or vanish, your call." Frazetta's gaze flickered with indecision before it hardened with defiance. "I'll never bow to you." A swift, blurry motion. Vinny never flinched. Frankie's fist connected with Frazetta's jaw, sending him sprawling to the floor. Frankie stepped back, awaiting Vinny's verdict. "Get him out of my sight," Vinny commanded, "and make sure word gets out. Anyone else thinking of challenging us will meet the same fate." With Frankie's efficiency leaving no stone unturned, it didn't take long to clean up. As dawn broke, the warehouse was deserted, filled only with the whispers of what transpired. Back at the Golden Grotto, Vinny's office provided a serene refuge, a vivid contrast to the night's tumultuous violence. The opulence and order reminded him of the control he exerted over the chaos. Susie entered, sinking into the velvety chair across from Vinny. "It's done." Vinny leaned back, his mind running through the night's success. "We've sent a message. The casinos, the negotiations. It's set up," Susie confirmed. "They're seeing the benefits of a stable regime. They'll play ball." Vinny nodded, satisfaction curving his lips. "Good. Benny always believed in cooperation, even when we didn't agree. I'll make sure the ostrich represents that." Susie's face softened, memories of Benny flickering in her eyes. He'd like that, a lot. Vinny's gaze grew distant, the weight of leadership settling in. "The ostrich? We'll make it a beacon again. You'll oversee the final touches, Susie." Her nod was firm. "Consider it done." The rest of the day saw Vinny's men securing their hold on Las Vegas, eliminating the final remnants of Don Friddy's influence. By evening, a meeting convened in Vinny's office. The elite of Las Vegas casino owners gathered. "Gentlemen," Vinny began, hands resting on the polished desk, "we've had our differences, but unity is the key to our survival. No more turf wars. We need a clear agreement on territories and profits." A murmur rose among the owners, wary eyes flipping to Vinny. One older man finally spoke up. "And if we don't agree?" Frankie's presence was a looming reminder of the consequences. "You've seen what happens to those who stand against us," he interjected. Vinny continued, his tone smoothing into negotiation. "I'm not looking for more bloodshed. We can all prosper if we work together, but cross me and, well, you know the rest." Another man, younger and clearly less convinced of his invincibility against Vinny's power, nodded slowly. "Agreed, but we need clear terms." Vinny's smile was the epitome of a compromise reached under duress. Of course, 70% of all skim clear boundaries and the casino operations remain untouched. Everyone wins. As murmurs of agreement spread, it was clear the message had been received. The shadow of confrontation gave way to a tentative accord, the torchbearers of Las Vegas's future finding common ground at last. Later, Vinny found himself atop the newly renovated ostrich, the neon lights reflecting in his eyes. Susie joined him, her silence a comfort. "Benny would be proud," she finally said. Vinny's nod was slow, reminiscent. "I hope so. This city, it chews you up and spits you out, but together we can change that." She slipped her arm around his, offering wordless support. "We've done well." Vinny's eyes turned down the strip, the playground of dreams and despair. "We have, but there's always more to do." Susie's grip tightened, conviction seeping into her words. "We're in this together, Vinny. Whatever comes next, we face it side by side." His smile, though rare, hinted at hope. "Yeah, Susie, we do." The city below continued its ceaseless hum, but Vinny's mind was awash with reflections of battles fought, victories claimed, and legacies yet to be secured. The game wasn't over. It had merely entered a new phase, with Vinny at its helm, surrounded by loyalty, steered by courage, and driven by an adamant resolve to claim not just Las Vegas, but the very future in his hands. The sun cast a golden hue over Las Vegas as it descended, painting the Golden Grotto's facade in a warm, almost surreal light. Vinny stood at his massive desk in his opulent office, poring over a map of the city. Each pinpoint and marker represented a part of his growing empire. The city buzzed below him, unaware of the quiet storm brewing in Vinny's mind. Frankie paced the room, a shadow under the ambient glow of a single, luxurious chandelier. His eyes darted from the map to Vinny and back, absorbing the gravity of their next moves. "Think the folks'll buy it? The whole philanthropy gig?" Frankie's voice carried an edge. Beneath the hard exterior was a man ready to protect what they'd built by any means necessary. "They won't just buy it, they'll live it," Vinny replied, a steely gaze fixed on the map. "Las Vegas ain't just about the money anymore. It's about giving people something to believe in, something better." Susie stood near a window, her figure silhouetted against the orange hue of the setting sun. She turned, her emerald eyes locking onto Vinny. "You think it'll wipe away the bloodstains, Vinny?" Vinny's eyes softened, if only for a fraction of a second. "No, but it's a start." The sound of the office door clicking open drew their attention. One of Frankie's men, eager yet tentative, stepped in with a stack of papers. "Boss, the plans for the school renovations are ready, and the hospital layout too. They just need your approval." Vinny walked over, quickly scanning the documents. "Good. Make sure they get these funds first thing tomorrow." Frankie's man face lit up. "Understood. Anything else?" Yeah, Vinny paused, glancing at Susie. Let's ensure our new policy on inclusivity is ironclad. No more backdoor deals, no more closed doors for anyone based on the color of their skin. Spread the word. He nodded and left, the weight of Vinny's directive evident in his steps. Frankie approached the desk, eyeing the diverse set of projects. You really think this'll turn the tide? Vinny looked at him. It ain't about thinking, it's about knowing. Trust me, Frankie, people remember who helped them when they were down. We give them a city worth living in, and they give us loyalty. That's our currency now. Susie walked over, placing a hand on Vinny's shoulder. And what about the commission? They won't like their cash flow being redirected. I'm not redirecting it, Vinny said firmly. I'm expanding it. We can do both. Fund the community projects and maintain our tributes. It's all about balance. Frankie chuckled, shaking his head. You always did like walking a tightrope, boss, Vinny smirked. Keeps things interesting. The room's atmosphere shifted as the setting sun fully dipped below the horizon, replaced by the neon glow of the ever-awake city. Vinny moved towards the balcony, flanked by Frankie and Susie. The cityscape spread out before them, a living testament to power, ambition, and now hope. Susie leaned on the railing, her voice softer. I remember when this place was nothing but dirt and dreams. Look at it now, and look at you. Together, Susie echoed, her tone laced with a mix of admiration and apprehension. Frankie, always the pragmatist, broke the contemplative silence. And the other casino owners, you think they'll fall in line? They'll see the benefits soon enough, Vinny replied. Prosperity is contagious. They won't want to be left behind. Besides, the alternative isn't just bad for them, it's deadly. Just thinking about Benny, Vinny said quietly. What he'd say if he saw all this, the good, the bad, the future. He'd be proud, Vinny, Susie assured him. He believed in you even when you didn't. Vinny nodded, taking solace in her words, but also a resolute determination to prove her right. At the Golden Grotto, the sense of triumph was palpable. Frankie poured glasses of whiskey, one for each member of their inner circle. To us, and to what's next. Vinny raised his glass, his voice steady. To Las Vegas, may we make it better than we found it. They clinked glasses, a sound resonating with camaraderie and hope. As the night wore on, Vinny found himself back on the balcony, the city unfolding beneath him like a vast living tapestry. Susie joined him, her presence a quiet comfort. Do you really think we can change things? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Vinny turned to her, his expression a mix of resolve and vulnerability. It's not about thinking, Susie. It's about doing, and we will. His gaze fell to the framed photo on the railing, the one of him and Benny from years ago. A bittersweet smile tugged at the corners of his lips. To you, old friend, he murmured, your dreams live on. Susie squeezed his hand, offering silent support. Together, they stood, watching as the night gave way to the burgeoning dawn, each ready to take on whatever challenges the future held. The road ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but Vinny, with his trust in his allies and his vision for a better Las Vegas, was prepared to face it head-on. The city may have been built on blood and sin, but Vinny was determined to carve out something more, something lasting, something worth living for. Chapter 20, The Calm After the Storm and a Shocking Revelation. Beneath the electric canopy of Las Vegas, the sky morphed into a surreal painting of vivid blues and shimmering pinks, a vibrant canvas that masked the shadows of its past. Vinny leaned on the balcony railing of the Golden Grotto, surveying his kingdom. Below him, the casino buzzed with life, patrons cheering at the tables, couples dancing, and the sound of glasses clinking in celebration. Frankie approached from behind, lighting a cigarette. It's quite a sight, ain't it? Vinny gave a nod, the neon glow reflecting in his eyes. Never thought I'd see it like this, Frankie. Not after everything. Frankie exhaled a plume of smoke, his face unreadable. You got us this far. We ain't stopping now. Inside, the Golden Grotto's casino floor pulsed with energy. Vinny descended the grand staircase, greeted by a wave of sound, roulette wheels spinning, dice rolling across craps tables, and the chatter of contented gamblers. Vinny paused as a couple in their 40s cheered at a blackjack table, the man clutching a stack of chips. Another winning hand? Vinny asked, drawing the couple's attention. The man beamed. Luck's been with us tonight, Mr. Moretti. It's our anniversary. Vinny offered a genuine smile. Congratulations. Enjoy yourselves. Vinny glanced at a passing cocktail waitress and motioned for her to come over. Get this couple a bottle of our finest champagne. It's on the house. The waitress nodded and hurried off. Vinny then turned back to the couple, their excitement glimmering in their eyes. How about I make your evening even better? Vinny said, reaching into his suit pocket. He pulled out a sleek black card embossed with the emblem of the Golden Grotto. I'm giving you an upgrade to our honeymoon suite and an additional $1,000 in casino chips. The man's jaw dropped. Are you serious, Mr. Moretti? We don't know how to thank you. Just enjoy your night and tell your friends about us, Vinny replied with a wink. The woman, tears of joy welling in her eyes, clasped Vinny's hand. Thank you so much. This means the world to us. He patted her hand gently before heading towards the staff area, knowing their gratitude added another layer to the loyalty he was steadily building among the patrons. As Vinny made his way towards the staff area, a familiar voice pierced through the din of the casino floor. Vinny, my man, just the guy I was hoping to see. Mr. Miller, a perpetual fixture in Las Vegas high roller circles, strutted over, his suit glistening under the casino lights. As always, his entrance was as ostentatious as the city itself. Vinny sighed inwardly, but plastered on a cordial smile. Mr. Miller, what can I do for you? Miller adjusted his cufflinks, his grin wide and impossible to ignore. I was just thinking, Vinny, you and I, we should really hang out more. You know, grab a steak, talk shop, maybe even hit the town together. Imagine the two of us ruling this place side by side. Frankie, lingering a few feet away, suppressed a smirk. He had seen this act too many times before. Miller, Vinny said, his tone polite but firm, I've got a lot on my plate. Running this place doesn't leave much time for social calls. Miller chuckled, undeterred. Come on, Vinny, you need to loosen up a bit. I've got 2 tickets to that new big-name show at the Ostrich. You know, the one everyone's talking about. What do you say? A couple of hours just to blow off some steam? Vinny examined the glittering casino floor, the cascade of lights blurring into one another. He wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but kept his composure. Miller, I appreciate the offer, but tonight's not the night. Maybe some other time. Miller's face fell just slightly before he brightened again. All right, Vinny. I'll hold you to that. One of these days, you and I are going to paint this town red, you'll see. As Miller walked away, his swagger undiminished, Frankie stepped closer to Vinny. That guy's persistent. Gotta give him that. Vinny shook his head, a touch of amusement creeping into his eyes. Miller's got dreams, big ones, but this world isn't built on dreams alone. As he moved further through the casino, he felt the shift in the atmosphere. A mix of respect and fear. Vinny stopped next to a slot machine where a woman in her 60s pulled the lever. The cherries lined up, and lights flashed as the machine chattered out coins. Looks like tonight's your night, Vinny said. Her eyes widened in recognition. Mr. Moretti, I didn't expect to see you here. Vinny chuckled. I like to keep an eye on things. Frankie trailed behind, his cold, calculating eyes sweeping the room. As the pair walked toward the staff area, Vinny turned to his lieutenant. How are the crew doing? Frankie shrugged. They're holding up. They're loyal. But there's always something, you know? Vinny entered the staff quarters where a few employees gathered, their chatter ceasing at his presence. He nodded at them. Everything good here? A young dealer barely in his 20s stepped forward. Yes, Mr. Moretti. Just a few complaints about the new slots. Nothing major. Vinny listened, his gaze shifting to a seasoned pit boss. And you, Mike? Anything on your end? Mike shook his head. All's well, Vinny, but the boys have been working late. Maybe some extra hands wouldn't hurt. Vinny nodded. I'll see to it. Thanks, Mike. Moving to the back areas, Vinny and Frankie entered the counting rooms. The sound of coins and bills moving through the machines filled the air. Vinny approached the head counter, who handed him a ledger. What's the take today? Vinny asked. The counter responded without looking up. We've got a good haul. Commission's cut's been set aside. Vinny scanned the numbers. Satisfaction clear on his face. Good. Make sure the rest goes where it's needed. Back in his office, Vinny pored over documents from the recent power struggles. The room's light cast long shadows across the polished mahogany. Frankie leaned against the doorframe. "Anything new?" Frankie asked. Vinny rubbed his temples. "We cleared out most of Friddy's men, but there's always more to deal with." As Vinny rifled through a stack of old files, something caught his eye. He pulled out an old photograph, a young Don Friddy standing with a woman. The dates on the back matched the timeline of Vinny's early years. Vinny's eyes narrowed as he closely examined the photograph. "Frankie, look at this." Frankie moved closer, peering over Vinny's shoulder. "Who's the dame?" Vinny's voice grew tight. "That's my mother." The gravity of the realization hit Vinny like a blow. He scrambled for more documents, comparing dates and places. Everything aligned too perfectly to be a mere coincidence. Turning abruptly, Vinny muttered to himself. He knew, all this time. Frankie pressed him. "What are you saying?" Vinny's face hardened. "Don Friddy was my father." The room fell silent, thick with the weight of Vinny's words. Frankie's face betrayed a rare flicker of shock. "Christ, Vinny, what does it mean?" Vinny's eyes burned with a mixture of anger and sorrow. "It means I killed my own father without knowing." Susie entered the office, sensing the heavy atmosphere. "Vinny, what's going on?" Vinny's voice was barely above a whisper. "Don Friddy, he was my father." Susie's eyes widened, but she stepped closer, offering her support. "Vinny, you couldn't have known. None of us did." Vinny's fists clenched on the desk. "It doesn't change the fact, Susie. I killed him. And Harper, even though he was a double-crossing cop, I still killed him." Frankie remained silent, letting the gravity of the situation sink in. Susie moved to Vinny's side, placing a hand on his arm. "You've always done what you thought was right. You can't let this break you." Vinny met her gaze, his expression a mixture of pain and resolve. "I have to make this right, for Friddy, for everyone." Susie's voice was firm. "And you will. You're a leader, Vinny. Look at what you've accomplished. The city needs you." Vinny took a deep breath, nodding. "We've come too far to stop now. We'll honor their memories by building something worth remembering." Frankie finally spoke, his voice steady. "What's the plan, boss?" Vinny's eyes sharpened with renewed determination. "We continue to secure our territory. We make sure there's no room for anyone who would challenge us. Then we invest in the community. Show them we care." Frankie smirked. "Sounds like a hell of a legacy." Susie's voice softened but carried a determined edge. "And we'll make sure it happens. Together." Vinny nodded, a small but significant gesture. "Together." As the three of them stood in the electric light of the office, the camaraderie and shared purpose were palpable. The memories of the past weighed heavy, but also fueled the fire for a brighter future. Later, as dawn broke over Las Vegas, Vinny found himself standing on the balcony of his penthouse at the Golden Grotto, now with Susie by his side. The city stretched before them, a testament to their trials and triumphs. The neon lights still flickered, a blend of promise and peril. Susie rested her head on Vinny's shoulder. "Do you ever think about what could have been?" Vinny's voice was a low rumble. "Sometimes. But what's the point? The past is done. All we can do is shape the future." Susie looked up at him, her eyes filled with unrelenting support. "And you will. You've got us all behind you." Vinny's gaze remained on the horizon. "We'll build a Las Vegas that's better than before. A place where people can believe in something good. That's how we'll honor their memories." Frankie joined them on the balcony, his presence a reassuring constant. Ready for the next step? Vinny turned to his loyal lieutenant, a fire igniting in his eyes. "Always." As the first rays of sunlight touched the skyline, Vinny, Susie, and Frankie stood united, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The city that glittered beneath them was more than just a testament to their power. It was a symbol of their resolve, their unity, and the legacy they were determined to build. Chapter 21. Claiming the Legacy. The desert sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the convoy of sleek Cadillacs winding its way to the mansion. The lead car, Vinny's midnight black Cadillac Eldorado, purred with restrained power as it pulled up to the wrought iron gates. Vinny stepped out, his movements deliberate and composed. He adjusted his tailored suit, surveying the mansion, a palatial fortress standing guard against the desolate expanse. His presence was ominous. Susie followed, her auburn hair shimmering in the twilight. Her emerald eyes scanned the scene, taking in the staff lined up before them. The staff, once loyal to Don Friddy, now faced their new master. Vinny's nod was subtle, but it commanded respect. He moved forward, each step echoing with authority. "Mr. Moretti," the head of the household staff murmured, bowing slightly. "We are at your service." Vinny paused before the grand ornate doors. "Thank you. Your loyalty will not go unnoticed. We're starting a new chapter here, one built on respect and mutual benefit." Susie's smile was warm but assertive. "We have ambitious plans. You all play a part in them." Inside the grand foyer, their footsteps resonated off marble floors, the chandeliers casting prisms of light. Vinny gathered the staff, his voice carrying weight. "This mansion will remain a symbol of power, but under a new rule, ours," he began. "Your jobs are secure. We expect loyalty, and in return you will be treated with respect." The staff's murmurs of approval filled the room. Vinny's eyes darted to Susie, a signal to continue. "Our vision is expansive," she said, taking the floor. "We intend to make this mansion, and by extension Las Vegas, a beacon of luxury and prosperity. But we'll also ensure it stands for more: integrity, inclusiveness, and progress." Vinny nodded. "Together, we'll build something greater than each of us." As the staff dispersed, Vinny and Susie began their exploration. The mansion's opulence unfolded room by room, a testament to Don Friddy's wealth. "Every corner whispers of power," Vinny said, his voice tinged with reflection. Susie ran her fingers over a velvet chaise. "And now it's ours to shape. The past may linger, but our future shines brighter." They entered the two-story library, lined with leather-bound tomes. Vinny pulled a book from a shelf, revealing a hidden door to a secret study. "Hidden rooms, secret passages," he mused. "Friddy was paranoid, so we'll use that to our advantage." Susie agreed. "We can host our most confidential meetings here." Her hands brushed over an antique desk. "This can be my office." Vinny's fingers trailed the polished wood. "Consider it yours." The scene shifted into a montage of festivities. Grand parties came to life, their laughter mingling with the sound of clinking glasses as high-profile guests danced under the chandeliers. Vinny and Susie hosted, their partnership evident in every shared glance and whispered strategy. Their life within the mansion was now a blend of affluence and ambition, both professionally and personally entwined. As an evening wound down, Vinny found himself in the study, once Don Friddy's, now his. He leaned back in a leather chair, contemplating the next steps. Susie joined him, handing over a glass of whiskey. "Penny for your thoughts? Dreaming of the future," Vinny said, his eyes meeting hers. "We've got a chance to shape the casino industry, control it from the inside out, just like we did in the past." Susie's smile was knowing. "You've always seen the bigger picture, Vinny. The city needs us to lead." "And then?" Susie asked, leaning in. "Then we expand. Every new casino, every new development, they'll answer to us. We make alliances, ensure our stakes are solid," he said, a fire igniting in his eyes. "We'll leave a legacy, one that's synonymous with power and progress." Susie placed her hand over his. "Together, we'll build an empire, one that's stronger and more influential than it ever was." Vinny nodded, his determination unchanging. "And we'll do it right. No shortcuts, no betrayals. We honor what we've built, and we honor those we've lost." "Speaking of legacy," Susie said softly, "what do you make of the old families still hanging around here? Will they be a problem?" "Some will be an asset, others will need to be persuaded," Vinny replied. "We'll do what we have to while keeping the peace. Las Vegas runs best when everyone believes they're getting a fair shake, even if we're the ones setting the rules." Their discussion evolved into strategic planning, mapping out potential alliances and investments. Susie's keen insight added layers to their approach, her perspective invaluable. "Securing deals with international investors could be key," she suggested, leaning over the desk, "bringing in fresh money, fresh perspectives." Vinny's eyes glistened with approval. "The global market could transform our game. You always know how to broaden horizons." Their partnership, both in business and love, was a testament to mutual respect. They balanced power with a shared vision, each strengthening the other's resolve. "We've come a long way," Vinny reflected aloud, his gaze drifting to the distant city lights visible from the study window. from the streets to here. Why do I feel like this is just the beginning? Because it is, Susie whispered. We're not just leading, we're innovating. We'll leave behind a legacy that's untouchable. Vinny smiled, her words stirring something deep within. Let's make it a legacy worth remembering. With a final glance around the study, they moved to the balcony. The desert stretched before them, a canvas ready for their vision. To us, Vinny raised his glass, toasting the future, and to everything we'll build together. To a legacy that echoes through time, Susie clinked her glass against his, her eyes reflecting the vast horizon. As they stood together, framed by the night's serenity and the promise of dawn, Vinny's thoughts danced between ambition. Susie leaned against the railing beside him. We rebuild with purpose, for those who come after us, for a Las Vegas that's as resilient as its brightest lights. The desert breeze carried their dreams, melding them with the sounds of a city that never truly slept. They remained there, silent yet united, envisioning an empire rising from the sands, a testament to their struggle and determination. Their embrace spoke volumes. In that quiet intimacy, they found not just love but a shared purpose. They would face the future, whatever it held, as one formidable entity. The neon lights of Las Vegas blinked in the distance, a symbol of their relentless ambition and the potential for greatness. The mansion, now their stronghold, stood as a monument to their victory and the many battles to come. As they looked over the vast desert landscape, a sense of final resolve settled over them. They were ready to face any challenge, rebuild in their own image, and leave a legacy that would be remembered long after the neon lights faded. The future beckoned, and they were poised to claim it. Chapter 22, Epilogue. This entirely fictional narrative features characters inspired by iconic figures from history, though with significant creative alterations. Vincent Vinny Moretti mirrors the calculating genius of Meyer Lansky, his sharp intellect flashing like a blade in the moonlight. Benjamin Benny Sirocco channels the fiery charisma of Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, his passion burning with the intensity of a desert sun. Salvatore Don Fritti reflects the ruthless charm of Charles Lucky Luciano, his smile hiding a venomous sting. Carmine the Viper Santoro embodies the lethal efficiency of the Murder Inc. crew, striking with precision like a coiled serpent. Meanwhile, Harrison Hank Sinclair personifies the frontier spirit of influential Las Vegas figures such as Benny Binion and Pat McCarran, his presence commanding, like a lone cowboy carving out an empire in the wilderness. Susie Devereaux, modeled after Virginia Hill, is reimagined as a grounded yet subtly commanding presence. Her influence in Vinny's life adds a layer of nuanced depth, showcasing the power of intelligence and finesse in a world often dominated by glitz and violence. Unlike her historical counterpart, she brings a refined but impactful touch, her involvement with the Ostrich Resort and Casino intriguingly echoing Virginia Hill's influence on the Flamingo. By situating the Golden Grotto as a striking anomaly, the novel emphasizes its pivotal role in a reimagined Las Vegas, sculpted by a singular visionary force rather than the fragmented mob leadership exemplified by figures like Frank Lefty Rosenthal and Anthony Spilotro. This transformed Las Vegas dazzles from its inception, unmarred by remote, visionless mob influence. Rather than the gritty underbelly history records, this city sparkles with promise, a radiant tapestry of lights dancing against the desert sky, untarnished by the shadow of national organized crime. The neon glow shimmers on pristine streets, embodying a unique kind of excitement and prosperity. This reimagined Vegas pulsates with vibrant, hopeful energy, untouched by the dark origins that shaped its real-world counterpart. In this epilogue, we delve into the lives of these historical figures, their intricate connections to Las Vegas, and their involvement in the Commission and Murder Inc. The narrative unveils the factual backgrounds of these legendary personas and the tumultuous time periods of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s, a transformative era for organized crime in the United States, dominated by the notorious figures of Meyer Lansky, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, and Charles Lucky Luciano. Concluding with what the future may bring, only history will decide. Meyer Lansky and Benjamin Bugsy Siegel met during their teenage years in the Lower East Side of New York City. they formed a gang called the Bugs and Meyer Mob, active in the early 1920s. The gang was involved in various criminal activities, including murder, gambling, bootlegging, theft, racketeering, and extortion. They were also enforcers for Luciano's right-hand man, Frank Costello. Lansky and Siegel, experienced with automobiles and mechanics, led a gang active in car theft. They were joined by Abner Longies Willman, his brother Irving, Mo Sedway, and Louis Lepke Buchalter. Their gang was a predecessor to Murder, Inc., handling protection, truck hijacking, and illegal gambling. They destroyed or subordinated most Italian-American gangs through assassination and political bribery. Working with Charles Lucky Luciano and Frank Costello, Lansky and Siegel recruited expert gunmen and supplied bootleggers with stolen trucks and drivers. They extorted money from Jewish moneylenders and storekeepers, as well as Irish and Italian shop owners and gamblers. The gang fronted illegal operations with a car and truck rental garage that served as a warehouse for stolen goods. Lansky and Siegel frequently employed the gang to collaborate with Joe Adonis's Broadway mob throughout the 1920s. During the Castellamarese War, Lansky and Siegel helped Luciano eliminate the Mustache Petes and organize the modern American mafia. Bugsy Siegel, along with Joe Adonis, Albert Anastasia, and Vito Genovese, was reputedly one of the hitmen who killed Joe Masseria on April 15, 1931. The Castellamarese War was a conflict between the Castellamarese and Masseria organized crime families in New York City from 1930 to 1931. Named after the Sicilian town of Castellammare del Golfo, birthplace of Salvatore Maranzano, it was a power struggle for control of the American mafia. Maranzano's faction's victory divided New York's crime families into the 5 families. The war resulted from a generational conflict between the old guard Sicilian leadership, the Mustache Petes, and younger, more Americanized mobsters who were more willing to work with non-Italians and viewed the war as wasteful and bad publicity. Lansky assisted Luciano in the murder of Salvatore Maranzano by recruiting Jewish hitmen, including Siegel, Red Levine, and Abraham Bo Weinberg. On September 10, 1931, Maranzano was shot and stabbed to death in his Manhattan office. When Lansky and Luciano formed the National Crime Syndicate in the early 1930s, Lansky and Siegel pushed for a special outfit to handle enforcement for the entire syndicate. This outfit, later named Murder, Inc. by the press, was headed by Lepke Buchalter and Albert Anastasia. In addition to their criminal activities, Lansky and Siegel were involved in the numbers racket, illegal drug dealing, prostitution, and loan sharking. They achieved notoriety for their involvement in these activities and were often targeted by law enforcement. Despite their crimes, they were known for protecting the Jewish community during the rise of American Nazism in the 1930s, breaking up Nazi rallies and protecting Jewish people in America and around the world. Meyer Lansky, born on July 4, 1902 in Hrodna, Russian Empire, now Belarus, was a Polish Jew who immigrated to the United States in 1911. By 1918, he and Bugsy Siegel were running a floating crap game in New York City. They soon graduated to auto theft and resale, and their criminal activities branched out to include burglaries, liquor smuggling, bootlegging, and other rackets. Lansky became a naturalized citizen by 1928 and emerged as a key figure in the criminal underworld, with interests in gambling, especially in Florida, pre-Castro Cuba, Las Vegas, and the Bahamas. He was also involved in narcotics smuggling, pornography, prostitution, labor racketeering, and extortion, and controlled legitimate enterprises like hotels, golf courses, and a meatpacking plant. In the years following World War II, Lansky's influence began to wane. The federal government launched investigations into organized crime, leading to increased scrutiny and legal actions against key mob figures. Lansky's grip on power began to loosen, and the once feared mob boss found himself increasingly isolated and vulnerable. Despite his efforts to maintain control, his criminal empire began to crumble. The passage of the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations (RICO) Act in 1970 provided law enforcement with powerful tools to combat organized crime, leading to the dismantling of many mob-controlled operations. Fearing prosecution for various offenses, In 1970, Lansky attempted to retire and immigrate to Israel, aiming to use the country's law of return, which grants citizenship to anyone of Jewish heritage. But after 2 years, his attempt for permanent residency was rejected due to his criminal record, and he was deported to the United States. Lansky returned to America in November 1972 and was summarily arrested. He spent his last 10 years quietly at his home in Miami Beach, Florida, where he died of lung cancer on January 15, 1983, aged 80. Lansky's legacy is complex and multifaceted. He was a ruthless and cunning criminal, but also a charismatic and compelling leader. He was a true believer in the power of the mafia and was willing to do whatever it took to protect it. His influence extended beyond the criminal underworld, shaping the course of American history and leaving a lasting impact on the city of Las Vegas. Meyer Lansky's life and death serve as a cautionary tale of the rise and fall of a criminal mastermind. His story is a testament to the complexities of the criminal underworld, a world of power, betrayal, and ultimately, tragedy. This documentary explores Lansky's life after 1947, a period marked by significant challenges and ultimately his downfall. His legacy continues to be felt today, and his name remains synonymous with organized crime. Benjamin Bugsy Siegel, born on February 28, 1906, in New York City, was a charismatic and handsome figure known for his sharp dressing. Growing up quickly, he dropped out of public schools to enter a life of crime. By the 1920s, he had become a skilled hitman and a key member of Murder, Inc. He was also involved in bootlegging and armed robbery. In 1929, he attended the Atlantic City Conference, representing the Bugs and Meyer mob. Organized by Luciano and former Chicago South Side gang leader Johnny Torrio at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Atlantic City, New Jersey, the conference addressed ongoing rivalries between the Jewish and Italian-American mobs. At the conference, Siegel declared, "The Yids and the Dagos will no longer fight each other." On January 28, 1929, Siegel married Esta Krakauer, his childhood sweetheart. They had 2 daughters, Millicent Siegel, later Millicent Rosen, and Barbara Siegel, later Barbara Saperstein. Known for his womanizing, Siegel's marriage ended in 1946, and his wife and daughters moved to New York. In the 1930s, Siegel moved to California and expanded his criminal activities to labor racketeering, illegal gambling, drug running from Mexico, and controlling the race wire service, which provided odds for bookies. His network included studio executives, movie stars, and politicians. The race wire in the 1940s was crucial to organized crime, particularly in Las Vegas, where off-track betting was legal. The service transmitted horse race information nationwide, allowing bookies to take off-track bets. With Siegel controlling the Southwest, including Las Vegas, the race wire contributed significantly to the city's allure, attracting visitors keen on experiencing the underworld glamour without real complications. By the mid-1940s, Siegel was reportedly receiving $25,000 per month from Las Vegas race books. He had invested in Las Vegas casinos, including the Northern Hotel and the Frontier Club on Fremont Street, and attempted to buy the El Rancho Vegas, but faced opposition over his criminal history. In 1943, Siegel joined fellow mobsters, including Meyer Lansky, to purchase the El Cortez, which they sold a year later, presumably investing the profits into the Flamingo's construction. Siegel's big break came in late 1945 when he took control of the Flamingo Hotel after its developer, William R. Wilkerson, ran out of funds. The Flamingo opened on December 26, 1946, with a grand opening attended by celebrities like Clark Gable, Joan Crawford, and George Sanders, with entertainment by Jimmy Durante and Xavier Cugat. However, the event was marred by poor weather, and the unfinished hotel left guests without accommodation. The opening was a disaster, with the casino losing $300,000 in its first week. The incomplete facilities and upscale atmosphere alienated both Hollywood elites and local patrons in the Wild West town of Las Vegas. This rocky start was a major blow for Siegel, who had invested millions, far exceeding the initial $1.5 million budget. His criminal associates began questioning his management and suspected him of skimming profits. Siegel's girlfriend, Virginia Hill, closely tied to the project and whose nickname inspired the Flamingo's name, also suffered from the stress and anxiety of the initial failure. The reopening of the Flamingo on March 1, 1947, as the Fabulous Flamingo, with 100 available guest rooms, did little to restore Siegel's standing with the crime syndicate. The suspicions of mismanagement ultimately led to Siegel's murder, supposedly decided during the Havana Conference. The Flamingo's troubled start had severely undermined his position with his associates, setting the stage for his violent demise. The Havana Conference in 1946 was a historic meeting of United States Mafia and Cosa Nostra leaders in Havana, Cuba. Reportedly arranged by Charles Lucky Luciano, the conference addressed important mob policies, rules, and business interests. Held during the week of December 22, 1946, at the Hotel Nacional, it was the most significant mob summit since the Atlantic City Conference of 1929. Attendees included prominent figures like Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Frank, the Prime Minister Costello, Vito Don Vito Genovese, Albert the Mad Hatter Anastasia, and Joseph Joe Bananas Bonanno. The conference addressed leadership, authority within the New York Mafia, Havana casino interests, narcotics operations, and the West Coast operations of Siegel, particularly focusing on the Flamingo Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. The Havana Conference resulted in significant decisions shaping future mob operations and policies, solidifying the authority of key figures and addressing critical issues within the criminal underworld. On June 20, 1947, Siegel was shot dead by a gunman through the window of Hill's Linden Drive mansion in Beverly Hills, California. The murder remains unsolved. Some myths about Ben Siegel debunked with these facts. 1. He did not initiate the development of Las Vegas. Thriving families and businesses existed before his time. 2. He ventured to create a luxurious resort hotel following others who developed retreats along the historic LA highway. 3. In 1940, El Rancho Vegas and the Frontier Hotel became popular attractions, drawing visitors from around. 4. Maxwell Kelch, not Siegel, is regarded as the pioneer and champion of modern Las Vegas for his visionary actions. 5. Kelch's efforts as head of the Chamber of Commerce and collaboration with advertising agencies played a pivotal role in promoting Las Vegas. 6. Kelch's initiatives, like the Livewire Fund, supported the development of tourism in Las Vegas. 7. The Las Vegas News Bureau was established to promote the city through photography, storytelling, and publicity. 8. Don English and other photographers highlighted the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas through their work. What was he responsible for then? 1. Siegel's legacy in Las Vegas is marked by the Flamingo Hotel, the first luxury casino on the Strip. 2. The Flamingo Hotel attracted Hollywood elite, setting a standard for luxury in the city. 3. The development of resort hotels post the Flamingo raised standards in design and amenities in Las Vegas. The evolving Strip embraced sophistication and opulence, departing from its Western-themed roots. 5. Siegel's vision and hotels did draw big stars, solidifying Las Vegas as a premier tourist destination. 6. The city's establishments transitioned from a Western movie setting to modern luxury under Siegel's influence. 7. Las Vegas transformed into a destination known for luxury and sophistication, shedding its cowboy origins. Lucky Luciano, born Salvatore Lucania in Lercara Fritti, Sicily, in 1897, arrived in the United States in 1907 and quickly became enmeshed in organized crime. By the 1930s, he was a formidable figure in the criminal underworld, with interests spanning gambling, drugs, and prostitution, as well as labor racketeering and extortion. As one of the founders and leaders of Murder, Inc., he played a key role in the formation of the National Crime Syndicate, also known as the Commission. Notably, Luciano could never have been Bugsy Siegel's father for obvious reasons. Luciano earned the nickname Lucky for his ability to evade arrest and his success at craps games. Another legend suggests that he survived a gangland assassination attempt in 1929, prompting Meyer Lansky to nickname him Lucky. Charles Lucky. Luciano's career suffered a dramatic setback when he was caught and sent to prison, marking a turning point in his life. Special Prosecutor Thomas E. Dewey, relentless and ambitious, launched an extensive investigation into Luciano's criminal activities, particularly focusing on his control of New York City's prostitution rackets. In 1936, several prostitutes and madams, pressured by Dewey's tactics, agreed to testify against Luciano, leading to his arrest and charges of running a massive prostitution ring. Despite his denials and a rigorous defense, the evidence was overwhelming. Luciano was convicted of compulsory prostitution in a highly publicized trial and sentenced to 30 to 50 years in prison. Luciano began serving his sentence at Clinton Correctional Facility in Dannemora, New York. Despite the harsh conditions, he continued to influence the mafia from behind bars, communicating with his associates through visitors and letters. World War II brought an unexpected twist to Luciano's story. In 1942, following the United States' entry into the war, the U.S. Navy became concerned about potential sabotage and espionage at the New York docks, a crucial wartime logistics hub. Fearing infiltration by enemy agents, the Navy sought the Mafia's assistance to secure the docks. Luciano's associates proposed that if he helped secure the waterfront and provided intelligence, the government might reduce his sentence. Luciano agreed and brokered a deal between the Navy and the Mafia, a collaboration later known as Operation Underworld. Luciano's cooperation proved valuable, preventing sabotage and maintaining order on the docks. In return, the government kept its promise. In 1946, Luciano's sentence was commuted by then-Governor Thomas E. Dewey on the condition that Luciano be deported to Italy, as he was not a U.S. citizen. Luciano accepted and was released after serving about a decade of his original sentence. In the aftermath of 1947, Luciano's life took a tumultuous turn. After his deportation, Luciano faced a series of personal and professional challenges that ultimately shaped his legacy. Back in Italy, he continued to influence international criminal operations, though his power waned without his direct presence in the United States. Luciano's post-war years were marked by violent crimes, including the murder of rival gangsters, and high-profile scandals, further tarnishing his reputation. As the federal government intensified its crackdown on organized crime, Luciano's grip on power loosened. The passage of the RICO Act in 1970 provided law enforcement with new tools to dismantle organized crime, leading to the decline of Luciano's syndicate. As his health deteriorated, Luciano's once powerful presence in the criminal underworld faded. He died of a heart attack at Naples International Airport on January 26, 1962, marking the end of an era in organized crime. Luciano's life and death serve as a cautionary tale of the rise and fall of a criminal mastermind, a testament to the complexities and ultimate tragedy of the criminal underworld. Lucky Luciano's capture, imprisonment, and early release underscore the complex interplay between law enforcement, organized crime, and wartime exigencies. His life story remains a testament to the reach and resilience of the Mafia and the sometimes pragmatic, if controversial, decisions made by the government during times of crisis. Virginia Hill was a notorious figure in the American underworld during the mid-20th century. Born Oni Virginia Hill on August 26, 1916, in Lipscomb, Alabama, she was one of 10 children in a poor farming family. Her parents separated when she was young, and her father struggled with alcoholism and abuse. At age 17, Hill fled to Chicago, where she survived as a waitress and sex worker. In 1933, she worked as a waitress at the mob-run San Carlo Italian Village exhibit during the Chicago World's Fair. This brought her into contact with numerous members of the Chicago outfit, including bookmaker Joe Epstein. Hill began passing messages and money between Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas for the mob. Hill quickly rose to become one of the most powerful and trusted figures in the American underworld, ranking among notorious male mobsters like Meyer Lansky, Joe Adonis, Frank Costello, and ultimately Benjamin Bugsy Siegel. She was known for her skill at laundering money and stolen goods. Hill became Siegel's girlfriend and confidant, accompanying him to Las Vegas in 1945 to oversee the construction of the Flamingo Hotel, which Siegel was building with mob money. Just days before Siegel's murder, Hill left Las Vegas for Paris on the orders of the Chicago outfit. She was suspected of skimming millions from the Flamingo's construction budget. In 1951, Hill testified before the Kefauver Committee investigating organized crime, claiming she didn't know anything about anybody. She later fled to Europe to avoid tax evasion charges. Hill lived in Austria with her fourth husband until her death by overdose in 1966. She has been immortalized in Hollywood as the Queen of the Mob. One might link Captain George Harper to Las Vegas Police Captain George Thompson, born on July 28, 1907, in San Bernardino, California. Thompson was a significant figure in law enforcement during the 1940s in Las Vegas. He joined the Las Vegas Police Department in March of 1936 and rose to prominence during his tenure as police chief in the 1940s. Thompson's life was marked by his dedication to law enforcement and maintaining order in a rapidly growing city. As police chief, he faced numerous challenges, including the rise of organized crime and the need to adapt policing strategies to the changing landscape of Las Vegas. Unlike the fictional George Harper, Thompson was never involved in anything illegal or unethical. Thompson was described as principled, determined, and resourceful. He was known for his strong leadership skills and his ability to navigate complex situations with integrity and professionalism. He was respected by his colleagues and the community for his commitment to upholding the law and ensuring the safety of Las Vegas residents. During his time as police chief, Thompson achieved several milestones that left a lasting impact on the city. He implemented innovative policing strategies, improved community relations, and worked to modernize the police department. His leadership was instrumental in maintaining public safety and order during a period of significant growth and change in Las Vegas. Overall, George Thompson's life and career as police chief in Las Vegas during the 1940s exemplified dedication to public service, a commitment to upholding the law, and a steadfast resolve to protect and serve the community. His contributions to law enforcement in Las Vegas during this pivotal decade helped shape the city's policing practices and ensure the safety and well-being of its residents. Benny Binion, a larger-than-life figure in the annals of Las Vegas history, was born Lester Ben Binion on November 20, 1904, in Pilot Grove, Texas. From humble beginnings, he rose to become one of the most influential and notorious figures in the world of gambling and organized crime. Binion's early years were marked by hardship and struggle. Growing up in rural Texas, he experienced poverty and deprivation firsthand, which shaped his relentless drive for success. As a young man, Binion dabbled in various endeavors, including bootlegging during Prohibition and running illegal gambling operations. His enterprising spirit and keen business acumen soon caught the attention of the criminal underworld, leading to his ascent in the ranks of organized crime. In the 1940s, Binion made his way to Las Vegas, a burgeoning desert town on the cusp of transformation. Drawn by the promise of opportunity and the allure of legalized gambling, he saw the potential to leave his mark on this nascent gambling mecca. Binion wasted no time in making his presence felt, acquiring the El Dorado Club and later the Apache Hotel, which would serve as the foundation for his gambling empire. It was at the helm of the Horseshoe Casino, however, that Binion would etch his name into the annals of Las Vegas lore. Opened in 1951, the Horseshoe quickly became synonymous with high-stakes gambling and old-school charm. Binion's no-nonsense approach to business and his reputation for fairness and integrity earned him respect and admiration among players and competitors alike. Benny Binion's larger-than-life personality and audacious style made him a legend. Known for his cowboy attire, silver dollar displays, and colorful character, Binion embodied the spirit of the Wild West in the heart of the desert. His infamous hospitality extended to all, from high rollers to everyday gamblers, creating a sense of camaraderie and community that set the Horseshoe apart from its competitors. Despite his success, Binion was not without controversy. His ties to organized crime and allegations of violence cast a shadow over his empire, leading to run-ins with the law and periodic brushes with scandal. However, Binion's influence on Las Vegas was undeniable. He played a pivotal role in shaping the city's gambling landscape, pioneering innovations such as high-limit gaming and tournament poker, that would become hallmarks of the Las Vegas experience. In his later years, Benny Binion continued to preside over his beloved Horseshoe Casino, overseeing its operations with the same passion and zeal that had characterized his entire career. Despite advancing age and declining health, Binion remained a fixture on the Las Vegas scene, his presence still commanding respect and admiration from all who crossed his path. As the 1980s dawned, Binion found himself embroiled in legal troubles and financial difficulties. Allegations of tax evasion and money laundering cast a dark cloud over his empire, tarnishing his reputation and threatening his legacy. Though he vehemently denied the charges, the legal battles took a toll on Binion's health and well-being, leading to a period of decline and introspection. Amidst mounting pressure from law enforcement and rising debts, Binion faced the sobering reality that his days of dominance in the Las Vegas gambling scene were numbered. Despite his best efforts to weather the storm, the weight of his legal troubles and declining health proved too much to bear. On December 25, 1989, Benny Binion passed away at the age of 85, leaving behind a legacy that transcended the boundaries of place and time. Binion's death marked the end of an era in Las Vegas, signaling the passing of a titan whose influence had shaped the city's gambling landscape for decades. Though his empire would live on under new ownership, the spirit of Benny Binion endured in the hearts and minds of those who had known him, his larger-than-life persona and indomitable spirit leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of Las Vegas history. Binion's legacy endures to this day, immortalized in the lore of Las Vegas and the annals of gambling history. His impact on the city and the industry cannot be overstated, his name forever synonymous with the golden age of Sin City and the spirit of risk and reward that defines it. Benny Binion may have been a product of his time and environment, but his vision and legacy transcend the boundaries of place and time, ensuring his place in the pantheon of Las Vegas legends. Born in Reno, Nevada, in 1876, Pat McCarran rose to prominence as a key figure in both Nevada politics and the underworld of Las Vegas. His early years were marked by adversity and struggle as he weathered the hardships of the rugged Nevada landscape and the economic challenges of the early 20th century. McCarran's entry into politics came in the 1920s when he was elected to the United States Senate, representing Nevada. As a senator, McCarran wielded considerable influence, using his position to champion causes dear to his heart, including labor rights and immigration reform. However, it was McCarran's relationship with the Las Vegas underworld that ultimately defined his legacy. Throughout his political career, McCarran maintained close ties to organized crime figures, leveraging his connections to bolster his power and influence. In return, he provided protection and political cover for the mob, ensuring that their illicit activities went unchecked. Pat McCarran's influence on Las Vegas extended far beyond politics. As the city's underworld flourished under his watchful eye, so did its reputation as a haven for vice and corruption. Illegal gambling, prostitution, and racketeering became rampant, with McCarran turning a blind eye to the criminal enterprises that fueled the city's growth. Despite his close ties to the mob, McCarran managed to maintain a facade of respectability, portraying himself as a champion of the common man while secretly enriching himself through his connections to organized crime. His political career continued to flourish, with McCarran serving multiple terms in the Senate and earning a reputation as one of Nevada's most powerful and influential politicians. However, McCarran's reign would eventually come to an end. In the late 1950s, his ties to organized crime were exposed in a series of high-profile scandals, leading to widespread public outrage and calls for his resignation. Faced with mounting pressure, McCarran was forced to step down from office, his once illustrious career ending in disgrace. On September 28, 1954, Pat McCarran passed away at the age of 78, his death marking the end of an era in Nevada politics. Though his legacy remains tarnished by his association with the Las Vegas underworld, McCarran's influence on the city and its development cannot be denied. He was a complex and controversial figure, whose impact on Las Vegas continues to be felt to this day. Chapter 23: Fighting Organized Crime. In the mid-20th century, organized crime in the United States surged significantly. Despite its growing influence, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, led by J. Edgar Hoover, showed a perplexing lack of interest in addressing this issue. This apathy became even more conspicuous when contrasted with the aggressive efforts of the Kefauver Committee, which aimed to expose and combat organized crime nationwide. J. Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI from 1924 until his death in 1972, transformed the Bureau into a powerful and efficient law enforcement agency. Under his leadership, the FBI modernized its investigative techniques and focused heavily on high-profile cases involving bank robbers, kidnappers, and later, communists during the Cold War. However, Hoover's tenure was also marked by a deliberate avoidance of pursuing organized crime, a decision that has puzzled and intrigued historians and criminologists. One reason for Hoover's lack of interest in organized crime was his focus on public relations. Hoover understood the importance of maintaining a positive image for the FBI. High-profile bank robberies and kidnappings provided clear-cut, media-friendly narratives of good versus evil, which helped bolster the Bureau's reputation. In contrast, organized crime, with its complex web of political and business connections, presented a more challenging and murky target not easily conveyed to the public. During the height of the Cold War, Hoover prioritized the perceived threat of communism above all else. The FBI's resources were heavily directed towards rooting out communist sympathizers and espionage activities, overshadowing attention to domestic organized crime. There is also speculation that Hoover's reluctance to pursue organized crime was partly due to potential corruption and compromise within the FBI itself. Some suggest that mobsters possessed incriminating information about Hoover or key FBI members, ensuring the Bureau's inaction. Although concrete evidence of such blackmail remains elusive, the theory persists as a plausible explanation for Hoover's stance. Organized crime had deeply embedded itself in various political and business circles. Pursuing mob figures could potentially disrupt these connections, causing political fallout and jeopardizing relationships that Hoover deemed essential for the FBI's operations and influence. In stark contrast to Hoover's approach, Senator Estes Kefauver's Special Committee to Investigate Crime in Interstate Commerce, known as the Kefauver Committee, actively pursued organized crime with vigor and transparency. The committee's hearings, held from 1950 to 1951, were groundbreaking in their scope and visibility, bringing the issue of organized crime into the national spotlight. The committee's decision to televise its hearings was revolutionary, allowing millions of Americans to witness firsthand the testimonies of mobsters, politicians, and law enforcement officials. This transparency sharply contrasted with the FBI's opaque operations and reluctance to address organized crime publicly. The Kefauver Committee exposed the deep-seated corruption and collusion between organized crime syndicates and various levels of government and business. It highlighted how mob influence permeated American society, something the FBI had largely ignored or downplayed. The committee conducted hearings in major cities, including New York, Chicago, New Orleans, and Las Vegas. This nationwide scope demonstrated the pervasive nature of organized crime and its ability to operate across state lines, challenging the notion that it was a localized issue. The committee's findings galvanized public opinion and spurred legislative action. The revelations of widespread corruption and criminal activity led to increased calls for reform and stricter law enforcement measures, resulting in new laws and policies aimed at curbing organized crime. The Kefauver Committee's work had profound implications for Las Vegas, a city that epitomized the intersection of legitimate business and organized crime. The committee's hearings in Las Vegas exposed the mafia's significant investments in the casino industry and their use of the city as a haven for money laundering and other illicit activities. Following the committee's revelations, Las Vegas faced heightened scrutiny from federal and state authorities, leading to more rigorous regulation of the casino industry and efforts to cleanse the city of its criminal elements. The increased oversight prompted economic and social reforms within Las Vegas, encouraging a shift towards more legitimate business practices. This, in turn, attracted corporate investments and helped transform the city into a major entertainment destination. The committee's findings reshaped public perception of Las Vegas, highlighting both its glamour and its dark underbelly. This dual image influenced the city's marketing strategies and its overall development trajectory. Senator Kefauver and his committee's efforts stand in stark contrast to the FBI's relative inaction under J. Edgar Hoover regarding organized crime. The committee's work brought much-needed attention to the pervasive influence of the mafia and catalyzed significant changes in both public policy and law enforcement approaches. For Las Vegas, the impact of the Kefauver Committee was particularly transformative, paving the way for the city's evolution from a mob-dominated enclave to a globally recognized entertainment hub. This period in history underscores the critical role that transparency, public engagement, and political will play in addressing complex societal issues. The gradual expulsion of the mob from Las Vegas, set in motion by the Kefauver Committee's investigations, was a complex and multifaceted journey. This transformation unfolded over several decades and was marked by a series of pivotal events, influential figures, and significant shifts in both the legal landscape and the economic fabric of the city. In the wake of the Kefauver Committee, law enforcement agencies intensified their scrutiny of Las Vegas casinos. The Nevada Gaming Commission and the Nevada Gaming Control Board, established in the 1950s, played crucial roles in regulating the industry and ensuring that casino operators adhered to stringent standards. These regulatory bodies were instrumental in introducing licensing requirements that demanded detailed disclosures of financial records and personal histories, effectively making it more difficult for mob figures to conceal their involvement. One of the earliest and most notable figures in the effort to clean up Las Vegas was Clark County Sheriff Ralph Lamb. Taking office in 1961, Lamb was known for his tough, no-nonsense approach to law enforcement. He spearheaded efforts to root out corruption within his own ranks and worked closely with federal agents to monitor and disrupt mob activities. His tenure marked the beginning of a more aggressive stance against organized crime in the city. A pivotal moment in the battle against the mob came in 1967 with the passage of the Gaming Control Act. This legislation significantly strengthened the powers of the Nevada Gaming Commission and the Nevada Gaming Control Board, allowing them to revoke licenses and impose heavy fines on casinos found in violation of state regulations. The act also introduced the Black Book, an exclusion list of individuals banned from entering any casino in the state due to their connections to organized crime. The FBI, under new leadership following J. Edgar Hoover's death in 1972, began to take a more active role in combating organized crime. The agency's efforts were bolstered by the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, RICO, enacted in 1970, which provided powerful tools for prosecuting mob-related activities. RICO allowed prosecutors to charge individuals involved in a criminal enterprise with the broader patterns of racketeering activity, significantly enhancing their ability to dismantle entire criminal organizations rather than targeting individual crimes. One of the most high-profile cases utilizing RICO was Operation Strawman, a series of investigations in the late 1970s and early 1980s targeting mob infiltration in Las Vegas casinos. This operation revealed the extent of the Chicago outfit's control over several major properties, including the Stardust, Fremont, and Hacienda casinos. Key figures such as Frank Lefty Rosenthal and Anthony Tony the Ant Spilotro were exposed for skimming millions of dollars from casino profits before taxes were paid. These investigations culminated in numerous indictments and convictions, significantly weakening the mob's hold on the city's gaming industry. The 1980s saw further erosion of mob influence in Las Vegas with the rise of corporate ownership of casinos. The purchase of the Desert Inn by Howard Hughes in 1966 had already demonstrated the potential for legitimate business interests to thrive in the city. Hughes's entry into the casino business marked the beginning of an era where corporate entities, rather than mobsters, dominated the landscape. This shift accelerated in the 1980s and 1990s as major corporations, such as the Mirage Resorts, founded by Steve Wynn, and the MGM Grand, invested heavily in the city's development. These companies brought rigorous internal controls and compliance standards, further distancing the industry from its illicit past. The death of major mob figures also played a role in the decline of organized crime's influence. The violent end of Tony Spilotro in 1986, whose brutal murder was famously depicted in the film Casino, symbolized the waning power of the traditional mob in Las Vegas. As older mob bosses either died, were imprisoned, or retired, fewer figures were capable of exerting the same level of control and intimidation. Federal oversight and cooperation with local law enforcement continued to tighten the noose around remaining mob operations. The FBI's Las Vegas field office, established in 1971, expanded its efforts to monitor and disrupt organized crime. Federal agents worked closely with state and local authorities to ensure that the mob could not regain its foothold in the gaming industry. By the turn of the 21st century, Las Vegas had undergone a profound transformation. The city, once a haven for mobsters capitalizing on its lucrative gaming industry, had become a corporate-dominated entertainment capital. The remnants of organized crime were largely relegated to history, their influence replaced by multinational corporations and a highly regulated gaming environment. The legacy of the mob's expulsion from Las Vegas is evident in the city's current landscape. The luxurious, family-friendly resorts that line the Strip stand in stark contrast to the gritty, mob-controlled casinos of the past. The stringent regulatory framework established in the wake of the Kefauver Committee and subsequent efforts ensured that Las Vegas could evolve into a legitimate, thriving metropolis. The story of Las Vegas's transformation is a testament to the power of sustained regulatory oversight, law enforcement vigilance, and the capacity for a city to reinvent itself. While its mobster past remains a part of its storied history, Las Vegas today symbolizes resilience and the triumph of legitimate enterprise over organized crime. Chapter 25, Acknowledgements. In the closing chapter of this journey through the glitz, grit, and shadowed alleys of 1940s Las Vegas, I extend my deep gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to those instrumental in bringing this story to life. First and foremost, to my beloved sons, Gilles and Jerome, who have stood by my side through every twist and turn, every late-night writing session, my time away for research, and every moment of self-doubt. Your support and belief in my endeavors have been my guiding stars. It is because of your encouragement that I was able to dive deep into the murky waters of this narrative, exploring the complexities of characters and the intricacies of the plot with confidence and zeal. Your patience and understanding have been the bedrock of this novel, and for that I am eternally grateful. To my brother, Peter, a wordsmith more skilled than I could ever hope to be, I owe a debt of gratitude that cannot be measured. Your sharp eye for detail, your keen insight, and your unflinching honesty have been invaluable assets throughout the writing process. Your constructive criticism, though sometimes stinging, has always been rooted in a genuine desire to see me grow and succeed as a writer. For that I am truly thankful. Next, I owe a special debt of gratitude to the Las Vegas Mob Museum, an institution that stands as a testament to the rich and tumultuous history of organized crime in America. The depth of knowledge and wealth of resources provided by the museum were indispensable in shaping the authenticity and vibrancy of this story. To the friendly and knowledgeable staff who generously shared their expertise and insights, I extend my deepest appreciation. Your contributions have enriched the tapestry of this novel and lent it an authenticity that could not have been achieved otherwise. In the spirit of the noir tales we have explored together, may we continue to seek out the shadows, uncover the truths, and tell the stories that need to be told. Here's to the next adventure and the enduring power of storytelling. In closing, I extend my gratitude to all those who have supported me on this journey, whether through words of encouragement, constructive criticism, or simply by believing in the power of storytelling. To each and every one of you, I offer my heartfelt thanks. It is your support that has fueled my passion for writing and inspired me to bring this story to life.